Okay.
Very good. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statement by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presentation of petitions.
Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to table a petition on behalf of constituents from Courtenay Alberni. Mr. Speaker, people from primarily Courtenay signed this petition. They're calling on the government to draw their attention to the fact that over 12,500 Canadians have died due to opioid-related poisoning. And they're calling on the government, well, actually they cite also, Mr. Speaker, that these deaths total more than all public health emergencies in the last 20 years, including SARS, H1N1, and Ebola. They're saying that these poisonings are preventable, and they're calling on the government to declare the current opioid overdose and fentanyl poisoning crisis a national public health emergency under the Emergencies Act in order to manage and resource it with the aim to reduce and eliminate preventable deaths, to reform current drug policy, to decriminalize personal possession, and create with urgency and immediacy a system to provide safe, unadulterated access to substances so that people who use substances experimentally, recreationally, or chronically are not at imminent risk of overdose due to a contaminated source. They're saying, citing also that these are our children, they're their family members, they're neighbors, they're people in our community, and they're calling on the government to take urgent action, Mr. Speaker, to address this crisis.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Okay. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Okay. I'm sorry, we have a...
I think she's going to ask that you revert back to petitions.
I'm sorry, I can't... Okay, we'll continue. I'm sorry, there was a point of... Okay, the Honourable Member for Vimy.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in this House to address remarks I made with respect to the vote on the main motion of the address in reply to the speech from the throne on Monday, January 27, 2020, as well as my statement yesterday, Wednesday, January 29, 2020. I would like to inform the House that I met with my whip to discuss my responsibilities in the voting process. At that meeting, it was clear to me that I profoundly misunderstood what the term "put the question to the House" meant. I thought that putting the question was the entire voting process, and not, as I now know, that putting the question is when the Speaker actually reads the question to the House. I was on my way to the House, and unfortunately I got lost on my way to the chamber. As a result, I was not in the House when the Speaker put the question, but I arrived when the table officers were calling the names of the members for the vote. I want to sincerely and unreservedly apologize to the House and to all members for the confusion caused by my remarks and for not clearly understanding the voting process. I understand and accept that members are of the view that I misled the House. It was certainly not my intention. I ask the House and its members to forgive me for this rookie mistake. I take this matter extremely seriously, and I promise never to repeat this error again. At no time did I intend to deliberately mislead the House. As I mentioned in my remarks yesterday, I am a new member and I am not familiar with the rules and practices of the House. That unfamiliarity with these important, yet rather complicated rules and practices led me to making a mistake in understanding my obligations and duties in the voting process. From this rather unfortunate event, I have learned that I need to better understand the rules of the House. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to this matter, and I also thank members for their understanding of the challenges and the great responsibility of being a new member. I hope other new members can benefit from my experience in this matter. Thank you.
I will take that under advisement and get back to the House with a ruling as soon as possible. I want to thank the honourable member. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders. Government bills, Commons.
Reading of Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States.
Ms. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Jordan, moves that Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States, be now read a second time and deferred to the Standing Committee on International Trade. Debate. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. I am truly honored to speak here today in support of Bill C-4, an act to implement the new NAFTA. Canadians have come a long way since 2017, when Canada's most important trading relationship, indeed our national prosperity itself, was put at serious risk. The years that followed were among the more turbulent in our history, Mr. Speaker. We have emerged not only with the essential elements of the North American Free Trade Agreement intact, but with a better, more effective, and fairer agreement than before. Un accord meilleur.
It's a better agreement for steel and aluminum workers. It's better for car makers and factory workers. Better for farmers, forestry, and energy sector workers. It is a better agreement for thousands of people who work very hard in our service industries. It is better for artists, composers, and Canadian filmmakers. And it is better for the companies that hire them. Canada has always been a trading nation. Today, with the trade deals we have with Europe and the Pacific in effect, and a new NAFTA, we could be trading with 1.5 billion people throughout the world. This makes us one of the largest trading nations in the world, Mr. Speaker.
We achieved this at a time of considerable uncertainty in global trade, with the rules-based international order itself under strain, is something of which all Canadians can be rightly proud. It is a testament to the unrelenting work of thousands of patriotic Canadians from all walks of life, representing every political view, from all orders of government, and from all regions of our great country. This truly has been Team Canada at work. A little more than 25 years ago, the North American Free Trade Agreement created the world's largest economic trading zone. But let's remember that that did not come about easily or without controversy. In fact, a federal election was fought over free trade in 1988. And my own mother ran against NAFTA for the New Democrats in the riding of Edmonton-Strathcona. These were intense debates, as many in this House will remember. Yet today, the Canadian consensus for free trade is overwhelming. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this reflects the lasting effectiveness of NAFTA as an engine for economic growth. And, generally, it reflects the fact that rules-based trade is an engine for personal liberty, the spirit of entrepreneurship and prosperity. Today, Canada, the United States, and Mexico represent nearly 1/3 of global GDP, with only 7% of its population. Every day, trade worth around $2 billion Canadian and some 400,000 people cross the border between Canada and the United States. These figures are impressive. When we were offered the possibility to renegotiate NAFTA, we were determined to improve this agreement, to update it, to fine-tune it, and to modernize it for the 21st century. And that is exactly what we did.
I'd like to stress these 2 points, Mr. Speaker. Under the new NAFTA, 99.9% of our exports to the United States can be exported tariff-free. And when it comes into force, this agreement will be the most progressive trade deal our country has ever negotiated. Indeed, I believe it will be the most progressive trade deal in the world. Growth that works for everyone is not just a slogan. It has been the animating, driving idea in our negotiations from the start. Let's be honest, the negotiations that got us here were not always easy. There were some twists and turns along the way. There were, as I predicted at the outset, moments of drama. There were times when the prospect of success seemed distant. But, Mr. Speaker, we hung in there. Faced with a series of unconventional negotiating positions from the United States, a protectionist flurry unlike any this country has encountered before, we didn't escalate, and we also didn't back down. We stayed focused on what matters to Canadians: jobs, economic growth, security, and opportunity. That is how we stayed the course, Mr. Speaker. Depuis le début,
Since the beginning, it was clear that to succeed, the entire country had to mobilize and work as a team. First, we consulted with stakeholders from across the country. We heard from industry representatives, from the agricultural sector, from the services sector, and from unions. We requested and received viewpoints and opinions from all parties. We reached out to current and past politicians, provincial premiers, territorial ministers, mayors, community leaders, and Indigenous leaders. We called on Canadians and received more than 47,000 documents regarding the modernization of NAFTA.
with people from different political parties, as well as business, labor, and Indigenous leaders. I would like to thank every member of the NAFTA Council for their wisdom, hard work, and collegiality. Their insight helped guide our way forward at every step of the way, right up to the present moment. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to thank current and past members of this House for their contribution. With politics, there is always partisanship, but there can also be collaboration in the national interest. I know from the many conversations I have had with colleagues across the aisle and across Canada that every single one of us here shares the goal of working for Canada and Canadians. And this negotiation has not been a political project. It has been a national one. There have been many hurdles. During the negotiations, we were hit with unfair and arbitrary tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum. We defended ourselves without rancor, but with firmness, imposing perfectly reciprocal dollar-for-dollar tariffs on the United States, even as Team Canada fanned out across the U.S., reminding our friends, allies, and neighbors that they rely on us for trade, too. We were consistent, we were persistent, and we never gave up. We just kept digging in the corners, if I may be allowed one NAFTA hockey metaphor. Mr. Speaker, the new NAFTA is a great agreement for Canada because we acted with resolve at the negotiating table to uphold the interests and values of Canadians. And our professional trade negotiators are, without exaggeration, the very best in the world.
Absolutely. Bravo. Bravo.
They are a group of true, hardworking patriots led by the inimitable Steve Verheuel. And I would like to thank them on behalf, I believe, of all Canadians.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'd also like to thank Ambassador Bob Lighthizer. I found him to be a reliable and trustworthy counterpart, even though there were many times when we did not agree. And he is someone who has become a friend. I'd like to acknowledge his hard work, his professionalism, and his willingness to find win-win compromises for our great continent. That made this agreement possible. I would also like to recognize the efforts of my Mexican counterparts, who showed tremendous commitment through a change in government in renewing our trilateral relationship and in reaching a progressive outcome that raises working standards for workers across our shared continent. Mr. Speaker, muchas gracias, amigos. Mr. Speaker, the benefits of this agreement for Canadians are concrete and considerable. The new NAFTA preserves Canada's tariff-free access to our most important market. 99.9% of our exports to the U.S. will be tariff-free. The agreement preserves the dispute settlement mechanism, known as the famous Chapter 19 in the original NAFTA, which provides an independent and impartial process for challenging anti-dumping and countervailing duties. Critically, this mechanism is how we Canadians ensure a level playing field with a much larger trading partner. And this mechanism is more valuable today than ever, with the WTO effectively paralyzed. Le nouvel ALENA préserve.
The new NAFTA agreement preserves the general exception for cultural industries, which employ some 650,000 people across the country. These industries are an integral part of Canada's bilingual character and of our linguistic and cultural identity. That was an essential component. These industries ensure that we can tell our own stories as Canadians in both official languages. Mr. Speaker, farmers from across the country are increasingly indispensable for our collective prosperity. Canada and the United States have the largest bilateral trade agreement and relationship in the world when it comes to agriculture, with trade of $48 billion per year. During the negotiations, the United States demanded that we completely abolish supply management. We rejected that demand. This agreement preserves the future of Canada's supply management system for this generation and future generations.
Labor standards and working conditions in all three countries. This is a historic milestone with, for the first time, truly muscular and enforceable labor standards. This agreement, for the first time, levels the playing field in North America for Canadian workers.
Hear, hear. Bravo.
It supports the advancement of fair and inclusive trade. It addresses issues related to migrant workers, forced or compulsory labor, violence against union members, including gender violence. It enshrines obligations related to discrimination, including discrimination based on gender, sexual orientation, and gender identity. This agreement modernizes our trade for the 21st century. Critically, it reduces cross-border red tape and simplifies procedures for Canadian exporters. It promotes increased trade and investment through a new chapter dedicated to small and medium-sized businesses. As well, The agreement preserves the provisions on temporary entry for business people. These provisions are so essential to supporting cross-border trade and investment. Absolutely. Temporary entry ensures that investors can see their investments firsthand, and service suppliers can enter the market to fill their contracts on site. At a time when walls are being built, temporary entry is a critical advantage for Canadians. Crucially, the new NAFTA also shields Canada from arbitrary and unfair trade actions. For instance, our auto sector employs 125,000 people directly and another 400,000 indirectly through a network of dealers and aftermarket services. The side letter we signed with the new NAFTA protects this vital industry from any potential U.S. tariffs on automobile and auto parts.
Bravo.
The new NAFTA is great for Canadian auto workers. We see this in new, higher requirements for levels of North American content in the production of cars and trucks. We see it in the labor chapter, which includes key provisions to strengthen and improve labor standards in the NAFTA space.
One of our government's main objectives is to ensure that women have the opportunity to fully and fairly participate in the Canadian economy. The new NAFTA is not an exception. The chapter on labor includes a non-discrimination clause and addresses barriers to full participation by women. Mr. Speaker, responsible environmental management is essential for our economic future as a country. New NAFTA includes a chapter devoted to the environment that will ensure that our trading partners do not obtain an unfair economic advantage by failing to respect the environment.
The chapter requires that all the NAFTA partners maintain strong environmental protection and robust environmental governance. It introduces new commitments to address challenges like illegal wildlife trade, illegal fishing and the depletion of fish stocks, species at risk, conservation of biodiversity, ozone-depleting substances, and marine pollution. It also recognizes the unique role of Indigenous peoples in the conservation of our shared biodiversity and in sustainable fisheries and forest management. This is a first, Mr. Speaker. For the first time in a Canadian trade agreement, the new NAFTA confirms that the government can adopt or maintain measures it deems necessary to fulfill its legal obligations to Indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, we should note that the obligations on labor and environment in the new NAFTA are subject to dispute settlement, a major accomplishment. This means any laggard can be held accountable. In his speech to the U.S. National Governors Association in 2017, the Prime Minister referred to his father's famous metaphor about Canada, of our experience of sleeping next to an elephant. And he said that contrary to his father's phrase, Canada today is no mouse, more like a moose. Mr. Speaker, this negotiation and its conclusion has shown how right he was. Throughout the formal negotiations and in the months that followed, the Government of Canada has been intent on upholding the national interest. This work continued last year, culminating in a protocol of amendments signed by Canada, the United States, and Mexico that strengthen state-to-state dispute settlement, labor protection, environmental protection, and rules of origin. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring that the benefits of trade are widely and fairly shared. The
new NAFTA will enable us to achieve that. It promotes progressive, free, and fair economic growth. More globally, Mr. Speaker, it strengthens trade based on rules at a time when those rules truly need to be strengthened. It reestablishes stability in the trading relationship between Canada, the United States, and Mexico. And above all, the agreement provides stability and predictability to companies that employ hundreds of Canadians.
To Parliament has always been on preserving and fostering opportunity for Canadian workers, Canadian businesses, Canadian families, and Canadian communities across the country. That's what we achieved. And this is what all of us, all Canadians, have achieved together. It is something that all Canadians and every member of this House can be proud of. We're all here to serve Canadians. I encourage all members in this House and in the Senate to work cooperatively with us to swiftly pass this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for her speech. As everyone knows in this House, we in the Conservative Party are the party of free trade, and I know business is really welcoming the certainty of this agreement. We just want to give that message out to Canadians that we will do our due diligence. We're still awaiting the answers from the government for the 7 questions that we asked them back in December. But I just want to say that it's so important in these negotiations how we behave and how professional we are. And I was wondering if the Minister could actually comment on the conduct and the comments of the Prime Minister during these negotiations, the personal attacks on the President, the irresponsible comments, and the unprofessionalism he had when dealing with the American President.
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, let me start, Mr. Speaker, by thanking the member opposite for his personal commitment to Canadian workers and the work that he has done personally on this agreement. We've had a lot of conversations, and I appreciate that. I would also like to thank the member opposite and his party for their vote yesterday supporting the agreement and the recognition we just heard of the need for all of us to work together to bring certainty to the Canadian economy and Canadian workers. And when it comes to due diligence, I would expect nothing less from all the members of this House. Let's keep on talking. As I said, the inimitable Steve Verheuvel is at the disposal of everyone here. And he has worked with governments of various political stripes, and I know all of us trust him very much. When it comes to the conduct of the Prime Minister in this negotiation and in our relationship with the United States, here, respectfully, I must very strongly disagree with the member opposite. Our Prime Minister has been an exemplary leader for Canada in this often difficult negotiation. The Prime Minister has, as I described the Canadian approach overall, pursued a course of neither escalating nor backing down. He has not been afraid to stand up for Canada and the national interest, and he has been successful at building and leading an effective working relationship.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened very carefully to the Minister. Very interesting remarks. Now, in the Bloc Québécois, we're not specifically opposed to the agreement, but there is a provision that is bothersome, and it's the one dealing with aluminum. So I'd like to ask the Minister to explain what happened. How is it that aluminum wasn't given the same treatment as steel? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. I thank the Honourable Member for his question. Mr. Speaker, I think it's essential to clearly explain to Canadians, as I did yesterday with my colleague, for example, with the people from the Saguenay who were here, that our government is steadfast in its defense of aluminum and aluminum workers in this country. And I can give you a very concrete example. We fought for a complete lifting of U.S. tariffs on aluminum, and we succeeded in getting that. I want to underscore that among global producers of aluminum, Canada is the only country that achieved a complete lifting of those tariffs. So this is excellent news for Canadians and the aluminum sector. I'd like to underscore that the new NAFTA includes a guarantee of 70% aluminum in automobiles built under the new NAFTA. 70% of aluminum must come from North America. At present, the rule is 0. And so I'm convinced that this is a huge gain. 70% is far better than 0. Questions and comments?
For Elmwood Transcona.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for her speech. There's a couple of topics I wouldn't mind hearing her reflections on. The first is, there's been 3 agreements signed under this government, the CETA, the CPTPP, and now the CUSMA. And in each case, there's been a bit of a different process, certainly with respect to the engagement of Parliament on those deals, and in some cases, the engagement of public and stakeholders as well. Wondering if the Minister can share some of the lessons that she's learned in those different processes, and maybe give us some sense if she feels that there may be a way to codify some of those lessons and establish a better trade process overall for Canada going forward. Puis je vais demander aussi
And I'd also like to ask a question about workers in the aluminum sector and agricultural producers, dairy producers more specifically. Is there a specific plan to help them? Because there will be negative repercussions for them. What is the government's plan, and what steps will they be taking in the future to ensure that the government is not, or that these producers are not being too adversely affected?
So let me start by thanking the member from Elmwood Transcona for those thoughtful questions and for the work he has been doing on this agreement. We've had some very constructive conversations, and I appreciate that very much. I also, as someone who personally lived through some of the NDP's struggles with NAFTA, I very much appreciate the vote yesterday by the NDP. I think that is an important sign of the NDP's commitment to Canadian workers, a commitment that we 100%. Share. When it comes to the specific questions the member has asked, I was going to say the member opposite, he's not quite, the specific questions the member asked. He spoke about consultation with stakeholders and with Canadians and our experience during CETA, TPP, and the new NAFTA. And I would like to say that what I have personally learned during that experience is how valuable consultation is, how valuable continued, I would say even continuous dialogue with key stakeholders is, and I think we're seeing some of the results of that. The fact that the premiers have come out and spoken in favor of the new NAFTA, the fact that the heads of municipalities have come out and spoken in favor of it, the fact that we see labor and business and Indigenous leaders. That's because we've all been talking. And so I would just say in conclusion to the honourable member, I do think that an important lesson of this process is that working closely with stakeholders, having a process that involves Canadians, is a help and not a hindrance.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kings Hants.
And the Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, for her great speech and her great work on this particular file. In Kings Hants, we have the largest concentration of agricultural producers east of Montreal, including many dairy farmers and poultry farmers. And, I think this entire House needs to remember that the United States, that was certainly a provision in an area which they wanted to have more access. Can the Deputy Prime Minister certainly answer and inform the entire House the work that has been done to preserve the system of supply management, the work that has been done to ensure that farmers are compensated as a result, and the work that our government is doing to make sure that farmers are successful in the days ahead?
Prime Minister.
I would like to welcome the member from Kings Hants to this House and to thank him for his thoughtful question. I think that Canadians remember very clearly that one of the key explicit negotiating objectives of our American counterparts was the complete abolition of our supply management system. And I think it is no secret to Canadians that this has been an objective of long standing. This agreement, in the face of that American objective, Canada stood firm, and we preserved the supply management system for today and for generations to come. My honourable colleague also asked an important question about compensation for farmers in the supply management sector. We have been very clear that a just and equitable compensation is essential. It's essential. We're a trading nation, and we need to do trade deals. And in order to have popular support for those trade deals, we need to be fair to all Canadians when they are concluded. That is what we are absolutely committed to doing. And in fact, as farmers in the supply management sector know, we have been working already for some time in detail with them to put together the details of what is inevitably a complex program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to do something a little unusual here this morning. I know the government would like to see this move rather rapidly through the House, and I know a lot of businesses and the premiers are saying to do this as quickly as possible. So I'm going to ask for unanimous consent from all the parties, which I think they've been briefed on, to allow my time to be dropped to 10 minutes and allow another member to have a chance and opportunity to speak on this. So if I could see the will of the House to have unanimous consent to do that, I would like to do that.
The honourable member for Prince Albert have the unanimous consent of the House to divide his time in this first round. Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, again, thank you, and this is a great way to start off this debate with the cooperation of all parties. I think we're going to need that as we proceed down this road. I will be splitting my time with the new member from Desinepi, Missinippi Churchill, who happens to be right next to my riding. I think this chamber will come to enjoy his working and his positive contribution to the House and watching him in action and his speech. You know, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the minister. I want to thank her team, the negotiator, Steve Berhoul. There's guys in the background like Andrew Leslie, Wayne Easter, the member from Melpac, Mark Eiking, members of the Trade Committee. You know, all these people, you know, if you looked at my member who's sitting right next to me from Oshawa, there was a tremendous effort put forward to make sure there was a Team Canada approach to make sure everybody understood how important this deal was, not only here in Canada but in the U.S. And I know they did their best. I really do. I know they tried their best and did their best. Having said that, there is some shortfalls and there is some problems, and that's why we need to have some due diligence and go through it. And where there's problems and shortfalls, we're going to do things like we did with the briefing here this week, where the member from Chicoutimi-Laforge said on aluminum, you know, we have the greenest aluminum in the world that comes out of his riding. And he made the point to Steve Berhoul, the negotiator, says, why don't we sell that under the environmental chapter? Why don't we put that into the implementation side of things? And you can see that the negotiator saying, you know, we never thought of that. That's a good idea. See, those are the types of things that we can do if we work together and if we have proper briefings and proper documents to actually solve some of the, or mitigate some of the issues that have been created in the agreement that have been created by, or missed opportunities that have been missed in this agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, today we begin debate on C4, the implementation of legislation, the new NAFTA. This deal, described by President Trump, is something negotiated totally on their own terms. And I think it's right. It's sad, but I think that's really what's happened here. I think reality is the President and Mexico sat down and they did a deal and they came back to Canada and said, here you go, take it or leave it. And that's disappointing. It didn't have to be that way. While the good news is that after rigorous debate in Parliament and in committee, Canada will continue to have a trade agreement with our largest trading partner. The bad news is that it was negotiated by this Liberal government, which made concession after concession after concession to the United States and Mexico. The good news is we have an agreement. The bad news, it could have been better. You know, Mr. Speaker, this agreement, if we would have done it right, it would have set North America up for the next 50 years to become the most competitive sector in the world, where companies of the U.S., Canada, and Mexico taking our strengths, working together like we've done in the past, we could have been so competitive we could compete with anybody around the world. We didn't get this out of this agreement, Mr. Speaker. In fact, if anything, we got more barriers, more red tape, and more hassles for our businesses. It's disappointing. You know, unfortunately, the mismanagement of this deal by this Liberal government is going to cost taxpayers money. Because the reality is the sectors and the industries that have been left out, we have to have a plan for them. You know, we heard quite clearly when President Trump was in the last election going through the Rust Belt states, quite clearly about the people that lost their jobs because of previous trade deals, or supposedly previous trade deals. There's also things going in play like modernization, robotics, and things like that never got talked about. But there's this idea that people were left behind. Well, we can't do that, Mr. Speaker. In a new trade deal in this day and age, we can't leave sectors left behind. Hear, hear. So that's why, again, we need to have the proper documents and the proper processes to go through this deal and try to do what we can to mitigate that and have a plan for those people that may be negatively impacted by this deal. Before I continue, let me make this clear. Our party supports and wants a free trade deal with Canada, U.S., and Mexico. Some things are just too big to play politics with. The United States is our largest trading partner, and NAFTA has been good for Canada. $2 billion a day in trade crosses our border. It represents 75% of all Canadian exports. U.S. direct investment in Canada in 2018 was over $400 billion. Wow. Huge. Since NAFTA was first implemented, over 5 million jobs have been created. A total trilateral trade has quadrupled to $1.2 trillion. Quadrupled. Who says trade doesn't work? This is proof trade does work. The majority of major industry associations in Canada want us to ratify this deal. The Canadian premiers put out a joint statement urging us to ratify it quickly. But it is our democratic obligation to analyze this legislation, and we have to do our due diligence. It is even more important for us to do this due diligence since the government is still refusing, now after 50 days, since we made the request to release economic impact analysis that they have on this new NAFTA. It looks like they have something to hide, which is probably true because even though the majority of industry support the deal, many of them have expressed concerns and are looking for clarification on how this deal is actually going to affect them.
That's right.
Canadian Chamber of Commerce wants further details, especially in respect to the intellectual property provisions. CAFTA wants to confirm that any changes won't negatively impact their producers. The CME wants to know what steps the government has taken to ensure Canadian productivity levels are equal to that of other OECD countries, to maintain competitiveness here in North America. They also want to know what the impacts and concessions will be to our aluminum industry. The shortcomings and missed opportunities of the deal are clear. First, the Canadian dairy industry is possibly the biggest loser in the deal. 3.6% of the Canadian market is now open to imports. Milk classes 6 and 7 have been eliminated. And let me be clear, that's a big deal. That's very important to dairy producers. That was a way for them to get value or extra value of some of the dairy products that they produce that they now have lost that opportunity. The deal dictates specific thresholds in Canadian exports to anywhere in the world on milk protein concentrates, skim milk powder, and infant formula. So as the industry grows, and if we want to see more exports out of the sector, or if they should have a surplus in this product and want to export it abroad, we're limited to quotas. They're restricted. If they actually do export, there's actually limited to excise, and it makes them more expensive. So it makes them uncompetitive to export, is the other thing I'm trying to say. You know, that's something Canada's never agreed to before. That's just something new. And it's something that we really need to look at and see the ratifications of that. And then also it sets a precedence for future trade deals going down the road. And then last, of course, not least, is we relinquished some of our sovereignty. If we want to do a deal with a non-market country, for example, like China, we have to actually go to Big Brother in the U.S. and get permission. That doesn't make sense to me. You know, that's a growing market. It's a market that we have to trade into, and we have to find a path forward to have a proper relationship with. But we don't need to be worried about U.S.'s and their issues with China. We shouldn't be drawn into those issues. We should have our own relationship with China, and this severely or could impact that ability to do that. Second, the missed opportunities in this deal are a long list. Aluminum not afforded the same provisions as steel. That is not defined as North American. It would have to be smelted and poured in one of these 3 countries. We don't know why aluminum was left out. Why didn't it get the same treatment as steel? Other than reality is maybe something was going on in the U.S. and China that they wanted aluminum to come through Mexico and go that path. Temporary entry for business persons. The list of professionals in Chapter 16 was not expanded to include jobs and professions in the 21st century. Why didn't we go to that list and modernize it? You know, we could have added a whole pile of new corporations and companies that have been created in the high-tech sector and the service sector. It wasn't done. Buy American. It wasn't addressed. Mexico got a chapter on Buy American. We did not. Forestry. Our forestry workers are hurting. They're going through some severe, tough times. You know, this should have been talked about in the deal. I understand we had a claim in front of the WTO. I also understand the WTO appellate body's in trouble right now because of the U.S. not appointing judges. But who's paying for that? That's the guys that are laid off in British Columbia. That's the folks that are laid off in New Brunswick in the forestry sector because that market's turned down because of the unfair, illegal tariffs of the U.S. government. Third, the Liberal government made concessions that result in continued business uncertainty to a certain extent. ISDS chapters removed. No more protected from politics in the U.S. and Mexico. A sunset clause. Formal review every 6 years. Agreement will actually terminate in 16 years unless it's renegotiated. Again, when you're looking at your businesses and you're trying to plan things, it makes it really tough to work in those types of cycles because it does create some instability. You know, Mr. Speaker, there's more things I could talk about in this deal, but I understand I'm down from last minute, and I'll use my time in committee to do that. But I want to say one thing, Mr. Speaker. We're plugging our nose because the industries and communities say we need to get that bankability, that stability of a trade deal with the U.S., and we're going to provide that. This deal will go through. But we really need to look at who's impacted negatively by this deal. And this government really needs to come up with a serious plan, whether it's compensation, whether it's finding them new markets, whether it's training, reallocation. I'm not sure what those are. And every sector and every industry might have a different solution, a different answer. But they need to have a plan. And I look forward to working in the committee to identify those sectors, giving them a chance to speak on how this is going to impact them, and then also trying to find solutions so that we can move forward. In the end, Canadian businesses will win from this deal, but it could have been better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for the speech and his comments, and certainly his vote yesterday in signifying that that the Conservative Party will support this moving forward. Part of his speech talked about the suggestion that this government has somehow hidden the agenda. And I take great exception to that, Mr. Speaker. The Deputy Prime Minister made her remarks earlier this morning. She talked about the fact that there was a NAFTA Council in place, and I know that there's been an interpartisan working group on this issue. So, you know, I certainly want to relay that to my colleague across the way. The former interim leader of the Conservative Party, Rona Ambrose, had said that this was the best deal that could be struck. Now, this member suggests that this deal could have been better. Is he suggesting that Rona Ambrose doesn't know what she's talking about?
For Prince Albert.
A lot of respect for Rona Ambrose. She's a very, very, very wise person. I think what she's putting in, you're taking out of context, in light of who we had negotiating the deal here in Canada, it's the best that they could do. If you would have had a Conservative Prime Minister, a Conservative Finance Minister, and a Conservative Trade Minister, it would have been a better deal. No doubt about it. Now, I've been to Kings Hant, and I've talked to dairy producers there, and I know they're very concerned about what they've given up in market access and their inability to take advantage of, you know, possible opportunities in the future to sell infant formula, powdered milk. You took that away from them. Why would you say that's a good deal? It's not a good deal. That's the disappointing part of this deal, is there were so many things that should have been done to position our country and North America going into the future, and it didn't happen. That's right. And it could have. And if we would have had a different Prime Minister who wasn't insulting the President every third day, because the reality is when we started these negotiations, it wasn't Canada that was the target, it was Mexico. It ended up U.S. and Mexico did the deal and Canada got the leftovers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Some comments. Alors, la députée de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a few minutes ago, my colleague, the member for Jonquière, asked a question to the minister, asking whether she could explain why aluminum didn't get the same treatment as steel in the new agreement. She replied indirectly by saying that 70% of aluminum was protected, but unfortunately that's not the case. 70% of the component parts of cars are protected. But those parts can be made from aluminum coming from anywhere in the world, including China, where they have very dirty aluminum. Of course, in Quebec, we have the greenest aluminum in the world. So I find it a bit disappointing that the question wasn't answered directly. So I'll ask my honourable colleague the question. I'd like to know if he has an opinion about why aluminum wasn't given the same treatment under this new deal. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
You know, there could be all sorts of reasons why you could speculate why it wasn't given the same consideration. Maybe the U.S. just felt that they would rather have the ability to use Mexico as a place to bring in Chinese steel that's dumped to Mexico. Maybe the U.S. doesn't have a big enough aluminum industry to worry about. You can speculate on a variety of things. But one thing I will say, the member from Chicoutimi-Laforge made some good ideas and good suggestions for his workers in his riding. And he talked about green aluminum. And I think our member would also agree that green aluminum, well, that should have been focused on. And maybe that would have been our wedge, that would have been our angle going in there and saying, okay, this is why you buy Canadian aluminum. This is why you don't buy that dirt cheap aluminum from China. You get the good quality stuff from Quebec here in Canada.
Thank you. One time for one more question and response. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'll admit that I'm somewhat confused at the comments of the member for Prince Albert, because I remember 6 or 7 months ago when we had a deal similar, very similar, in respect of the dairy sector and the requirement to consult China on a new or to consult the U.S. on a new trade agreement with China. And I remember the Conservatives at that time, just half a year ago, saying that the only problem with the Liberals was that they weren't ratifying the deal quick enough. Then some changes have been made. We've gotten rid of requirements that would raise the price of prescription drugs. There's been some more protections for workers in Mexico. And now the Conservatives are saying this is a terrible deal. So I'm just trying to understand what changed between the first iteration of the deal and this iteration of the deal, such that we've gone from saying we need to ratify this as quickly as possible to this is a really bad deal and we need to study it and we're not sure we should have it at all.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
I disagree with his comments on that in regards to if you went back to the last election, our leader was saying, you know, this isn't a great deal. A Conservative government would make it a better deal. It was part of his election platform, so I'm not sure why you thought we were so quickly to say this is such a good deal. Reality is, in this piece of legislation, you've got the premiers, you've got aluminum associations, you've got the dairy association who are kind of saying, we're going to pay for it, but we understand we have to give something up here. You've got a lot of people saying, overall, we got to let this happen. Do they like it? No. If you talk to them individually, if you talk to their members, they're not happy. A lot of them would like to just stay with what they have. Reality is that isn't an option either. So what do? You want bankability, you want stability, you want to make sure that you see our economy keep growing, you want to maintain those partnerships with U.S. and Mexico. Yeah, there's some flaws here for sure. But, you know, a Conservative government, when they're elected next time around, we can maybe start addressing those flaws one by one, and we'll pick away at them and make sure they're better for our producers and our consumers and our manufacturers.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Desnathy, Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the member from Prince Albert this morning, who's done a great amount of work on this file on behalf of our party. Also, as he's mentioned, he's the member from my neighbouring riding, and he has been a tremendous support of encouragement and support for me as I've gone on this journey. I want to thank him for that. It is indeed a privilege this morning and an honour to stand in this House today for my first speech representing the people of Desnathy, Mississippi Churchill River. I am very grateful for the trust the people have shown in me, and I commit to do my very best to represent each and every person for every moment of time they see fit to grant me the opportunity to be here and to serve them in this place. From my nomination in December 2018 until the election on October 21st, our campaign was a fabulous opportunity to get to know many people in this vast riding, and I will cherish that experience forever. My wife Lori and I continue to be thankful to the many people, some who worked tirelessly during the campaign to provide me the opportunity to serve in this House. I would be foolish to begin mentioning names, as I'm sure I would inadvertently exclude someone. But I know that each of you know who you are, and to each of you I say thank you today. I will be forever grateful for the support that Lori and my entire family have been to me on this journey. Kent and Rebecca, Mac and Hannah, Nicole and Washington and Alex, thank you for your constant support and encouragement. Lori, Your commitment and sacrifice may go unnoticed by many, but it will never go unnoticed by me. I honestly do not know how anyone could serve in this place without the unwavering support of their family. Finally, I would be remiss if I did not point out that the highlight of the campaign for me was becoming a grandparent for the first time on October the 8th.
Good job.
For those who are not aware, Desnethi-Missinippi Churchill River is basically the north half of Saskatchewan. In fact, it is 52% of Saskatchewan geographically. It is the second largest riding in the 10 provinces, and its approximately 70,000 residents are spread over 342,000 square kilometers. Just for reference, the country of Germany has nearly 83 million people spread over a slightly larger 357,000 square kilometers. As my team and I traveled over 25,000 kilometers during the campaign, speaking to people, one of the common messages I heard was the need for Canada to get our fiscal house in order. I believe that because of my experience as a partner in an accounting firm for nearly 30 years and my service as mayor of the city of Meadow Lake for nearly 8 years, voters sent me here to this place to be their voice and to hold this government accountable for their wasteful spending. I feel very fortunate to have built a great team of people both here and in Meadow Lake, my home community. They are credible, they are capable, they are competent, and they are committed to working hard to represent the interests and to bring forward the concerns of all of the people of northern Saskatchewan. We know we have much to learn, but we are prepared for that challenge. Being appointed the Shadow Minister for Indigenous Services in November was a tremendous honor. It is a welcome opportunity to be part of an incredible team of people working on behalf of all Indigenous Canadians in addition to those I serve in northern Saskatchewan. My years of coaching minor hockey and my time as mayor, working with my immediate neighbours from Flying Dust First Nation, have taught me how First Nation and non-First Nation communities who have relationships built on trust can work together to find solutions to benefit everyone. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to say that when I set out to seek the nomination for my party, one of my first endorsements was from Chief Jeremy Norman of Flying Dust First Nation. I believe that is a testament to the positive relationship we have built over many years. I am personally excited in my role as Shadow Minister to have the opportunity to continue building relationships with Indigenous communities across Canada and to continue working to understand the challenges faced by these communities. But Mr. Speaker, we are here today to talk about a trade agreement. The Conservative Party of Canada is the party of free trade. It was under Prime Minister Stephen Harper that Canada signed a record number of trade agreements, providing our Canadian businesses with unprecedented access to markets around the world. We have long supported free trade, and we will continue to support a free trade agreement with the United States and Mexico. However, we cannot just blindly support a free trade deal for the sake of supporting a trade deal. We need to take time to make sure it is a good deal for Canadian businesses. We must do our due diligence and examine all aspects of this deal. After all, this is a deal with Canada's largest and most important trading partner. Unfortunately, as has been mentioned earlier already, this government has withheld some important information from us, like the economic impact analysis, and this has hindered us from adequately scrutinizing this deal to this point. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that Canadians have every reason to be a little bit leery of this new NAFTA. We only need to look at how this government has mishandled very important trade issues for the farmers in my riding. Throughout the campaign, I heard from canola and pulse crop producers who over the past couple of years have had to deal with the failures of this government on the international scene. I think specifically of pulse crop exports to India and canola to China. Mr. Speaker, these are real issues and challenges for the farmers in my riding. As we consider the legislation before us today, I would also like to highlight something that I think is missing from this agreement. I'm not aware of any agreement on softwood lumber being included in the new NAFTA. This is a significant issue for our forestry sector. I know we often think of BC and the workers who are suffering extreme hardships there due to this government's failure on this file. My colleague, the member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou, spoke very capably on this issue in this House on Tuesday afternoon when she pointed out that over 24 mills have closed in British Columbia, while this government has focused Western diversification funds predominantly to the major urban centres of Victoria and Vancouver. But let me share a story from my own riding on this. My riding in Saskatchewan also has a very significant forest industry. There are 2 lumber mills, an oriented strand board mill, and a pulp mill, all within a few miles of my small community. I am sure you can appreciate the number of direct and indirect jobs and the economic spin-off that this creates in a number of the small communities in that area. In question period in December, I highlighted one of these companies, Norsask Forest Products. This is a sawmill that supports over 400 direct jobs in the Saskatchewan forestry sector. It also has the highest proportion of Indigenous forest employment in Canada. Norsask is a 100% First Nations-owned company whose profits are directed to the 9 bands that make up the Meadow Lake Tribal Council. The profits from Norsask Forest Products are funds that are used for core programs like housing, education, and health care. This would also include suicide prevention programs, which unfortunately is a very significant challenge in these same ownership communities that I speak of. As I pointed out in December, since 2017, Norsask has paid over $10 million in softwood lumber tariffs. That's $10 million of lost dividends that could have been paid to the ownership First Nations. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine the amount of services that could have been provided to the people of these 9 small communities with $10 million? Mr. Speaker, there are many stakeholders affected by this agreement. They're looking for the certainty that comes with knowing they are getting a fair deal so they can make good business and good investment decisions. That is why I personally look forward to reviewing this deal in detail and contacting many of the businesses in my riding to ensure that their success will not be impeded as a result of this trade agreement. Mr. Speaker, I want to close by saying I consider it an incredible honor to serve as a Member of Parliament, and I will never take that privilege for granted. Thank you again to all the people of Desnethie, Missinippi, Churchill River for putting your trust in me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I can start off by just acknowledging and expressing appreciation in terms of just the amount of support that has been given towards the agreement. Seeing yesterday, for example, the Conservatives, the NDP, the Greens, recognizing the importance of this agreement to all Canadians was really quite encouraging. I listened to my colleagues' comments in regards to the Indigenous community. And one of the things that I think that we really underestimate is just the potential of Indigenous entrepreneurs that are out there. And it's going to be those entrepreneurs, the ones that are looking at exporting into the future, getting these secured markets. This trade agreement will help those entrepreneurs, which is one of the faster growing communities across our country, is going to do a great deal in terms of benefiting entrepreneurs in general. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts in terms of the secure markets and the benefits of today's entrepreneurs and tomorrow's entrepreneurs going forward.
Member for Desnethie, Missinippi, Churchill River.
The member for his question. It is my understanding there's no secure market for the forest industry in the United States at this time. And I would also comment that during my campaign, I talked a lot about opportunity for all in the Indigenous communities in my riding. And what I meant by that, Mr. Speaker, is that the creation of great jobs is one of the very significant solutions that we have of many of the challenges facing northern Saskatchewan, in my riding in particular. If we can provide people the opportunity to have a great job, we give them some economic stability. We give them some self-worth and fulfillment that comes with having a good job. But what we also provide in northern Saskatchewan with good jobs is hope. And what's lacking in northern Saskatchewan is the hope that comes with having opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, I spoke many times that the suicide crisis we face in northern Saskatchewan is because of a lack of hope. If the young people in northern Saskatchewan can look to the people they look up to, look to their parents, look to their big brothers and sisters, look to the people they respect, and see them succeed by being part of the industry in northern Saskatchewan, they have a hope And because of that hope, they don't have to consider suicide as an outcome.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague. I'm wondering, in the last round of the multilateral agreement, was Quebec a pawn, notably for softwood lumber, and also in supply management and the many breaches there, and now aluminum? I'm wondering if my colleague knows why Quebec is constantly a pawn in the negotiations between our government and other countries. The honourable member for Disney, Churchill River.
Thank the member for the question. I don't think it's just Quebec that was a pawn in the negotiations for some of these deals. I think there's many industries and there's many individual players in Canada that have maybe been used as pawns in this agreement. So,
Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things I'm very pleased about with this new trade agreement is that it's eliminated the investor-state dispute settlement provisions in a trade agreement, which give corporations extraordinary rights and powers to challenge our laws and policies that are put in place to protect citizens, to protect our environment, and protect workers. We'd just like to ask the member opposite whether he would like to see investor-state removed from the other trade agreements that we have, that we've signed historically, and whether he would like to see us renegotiate some of these trade agreements to get rid of this anti-democratic measure that was in NAFTA and will be removed from the CUSMA.
Honourable member for Desnathy, Mississippi Churchill River.
I'd like to thank the member for his question. I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that we need to ensure that all businesses in Canada have the ability to prosper. In my file with the Indigenous Services file, one of the things we're looking for is partnerships between Indigenous communities and industry, allowing Indigenous people to be part of the private sector, to be part of the market so that they can create economic activity that will help them take care of the needs, the very demanding needs in their First Nation communities.
I'm just going to go to resuming debate here in a moment. Just a comment, though, for honourable members, and I see many members standing up to participate in the time for questions and comments. I encourage honourable members to continue doing that, and eventually we will get to you. I will do our best to apportion the opportunities to speak in this regard.
I appreciate that members want to rise to participate in the period for questions and comments. Every time I open up questions and comments, please rise, and eventually we will get to you and recognize your participation. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We saw this yesterday. The first bill was adopted yesterday with the support of all parties in this House, with the exception of the Bloc Québécois. Yet, that doesn't mean we're against free trade. We're not against openness to trade. Quite the opposite. In the history of Quebec, we've seen this. There are major economists from modern-day Quebec, like Mr. Landry, Mr. Parizeau, who were the fathers of free trade in Quebec. So we don't really have any lessons to learn from you. You say that we're opposed to free trade with other countries, but that is not a comment in good faith. Nevertheless, one day Jacques Parizeau was against some deals, and it's kind of, well, like now we have to be against the agreement as it's been presented to us, because when we looked at the pros and cons, we see there are more cons than advantages for us, because we're in politics. This is not religion. It's not because we agree with free trade in general that we're going to necessarily approve every deal. And there's also some advantages. We would like to support this agreement. There's some real progress being made in this deal. However, and I think it shows how relevant the bloc is, because it's positioned itself in this debate, yet we clearly represent Quebec in this agreement, and Quebec is losing out in this deal in many aspects. There were important concessions made earlier with the questions that were asked. Everything was placed on Quebec's back as usual. This deal has two particular drawbacks. First, it weakens our agricultural sector, and namely supply management and the dairy sector once again, and it considerably hurts our prospects for the future. The aluminum industry, for example, is the second largest export industry in Quebec and a star of our economy. We're talking about eliminating our carbon footprint. But now we would have Chinese aluminum flooding our markets, and this aluminum has high levels of pollution. So we're working really hard on our side. That's our mission right now, to force the government to look at Quebec's interests and take them into account when they negotiate these deals. We've extended a hand to work with them so that they don't harm the aluminum and sectors. We proposed improvements to the deal without reopening the deal entirely. We want to raise certain issues and lead things in a better direction, but we didn't want to reopen the deal as such entirely. But if we go back to the industry, that the damages that this will make to our dairy industry with Chinese dumping, I would be happy to support the deal if we were to look at this. And that's what we want in Quebec. We want the government, well, as soon as it was elected, the government in Quebec, they talked about openness. But in this particular debate, we also talked about openness. However, openness goes both ways. We are open to negotiations. We're open to discussions. But we have some principles that we won't budge on. First, let's talk about, if I may, key sectors of Quebec's economy that will be undermined by this deal. Supply management has opened up U.S. compromises, and these can't be negotiated. The aluminum sector, the government has accepted Chinese aluminum that's going to flood our market, and this is something we can't allow. And obviously the government has not defended Quebec the same way it defended Ontario and Western Canada. So therefore, we cannot support this bill to implement CUSMA. And that is why, I'll remind you, we have to take Quebec into account. First, let's look at the aluminum part of this deal. Canadian courts and U.S. courts, remember, deemed that Chinese aluminum was being dumped on our markets, and there's a courts that said this. Dumping, as we know, is a common practice, unfortunately, and it is illegal. Canada and U.S. both have anti-dumping laws, but since Mexico has no aluminum factories, they don't have anti-dumping laws for Chinese aluminum. So the North American market would be flooded with Chinese products, and U.S. has anti-dumping laws, but things would go through Mexico, and they would be quickly transformed and escape the protectionary measures that we have in place. Free trade, if it were real and benefited everyone, would allow for these practices such as dumping. We almost want to limit the damage done to our dairy producers because in addition to opening up our market, 3% of our market to the U.S., it also limits our capacity to sell our dairy proteins to our processors, which will make imports skyrocket in this area.
What's more, as drafted, the agreement offers other measures for exports for milk proteins. This is an unprecedented measure in an agreement that can well destructure the entire industry. At present, we need to focus on eliminating the uncertainties surrounding these provisions of the agreement. So let's go into a little bit further or greater detail. This agreement, if we summarize, there is no obligation for aluminum to be purchased by automakers. That was before. Now we're being told that 70% has to come from North America. And to be considered natural or original, it has to be processed here. However, on the 10th of December last year, the three parties to the agreement signed a protocol to amend the agreement. And it stipulates that 7 years after the coming into force of the agreement, steel purchased by manufacturers will have to be produced and die cast here. And this is where the problem arises for Quebec Aluminum. The amendment clarifies that 10 years after the coming in force of the agreement, parties will look at the requirements in the interest of parties so that aluminum can be considered an original product. Now, the Strategic Performance Group focused on the economic impact over 10 years from up to 2029 of this non-inclusion of a definition for aluminum similar to the definition for steel under the side agreement. And according to this strategic group, the lack of definition will compromise the modernization of 6 smelters that are located in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean area and on the North Shore. They've explained that the impact, because of the fact that Mexico will be able to continue to purchase aluminum in China or elsewhere and process it in Mexico, then export it to the U.S. That's the issue. So I'm glad that my colleagues from Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean are attending the debate today, because these 6 products involve $6.2 billion in investments. $6.2 billion. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about petty cash. We need to agree on that. So in total, from 2020 to 2029, if we look at the economic impacts of building and operating the 6 projects, we're talking about $12.9 billion, 60,000 jobs, salaries of almost $60,000 a year, which would have generated revenues of $900 million for the Quebec government and $325 million for the Government of Canada, revenues. So these projects would also have had an impact on 800,000 new tons of aluminum, which is environmentally ecological, the best in the world in that regard. Now, there was nothing like that, as the government repeats, in the previous NAFTA agreement. Now, we agree on that. So this addition may appear to be a progressive step. However, and this is where the shoe pinches, that they are confusing, as my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean has repeated several times. The government is confusing parts with aluminum. Why, when you look at steel, which isn't produced in Quebec, well, no, let me start over. Why aren't we looking at aluminum and offering it the same protection as steel? And this is where I say we will give no ground. The definition is clear when it comes to steel. It includes the entire process, all of the processing of it right until point of sale. So that gives auto manufacturers time to obtain a supply of North American steel. That's included in the agreement. We don't have any comments on that. But with aluminum, they didn't adopt any kind of definition as to what is an original product. The text of the agreement simply states or outlines an intent, and it addresses the issue of parts with aluminum coming from any source. Now in Quebec, well, I could say, in fact, among the three signatories, Canada is the only one for whom anti-dumping and protection from anti-dumping originating in China is an issue. Because when you look at parts manufacturers in Ontario, the issue is a long-term one. And maybe that explains why the government isn't in much of a hurry to deal with the issue. Now let's look at dairy producers now, to change topics. We need a strong voice to defend Quebec, and we hope to prove that that's what we are. Because this is a very important sector for Quebec, but to a lesser extent outside Quebec, and that's why we feel it's important to state again that we will make no compromises in this area. Since 2011, which coincides with when, coincidentally, the bloc was less present, there was a breach on supply management. Since we came back, there have been no breaches, and that shows how important we are to defending Quebec's interests. So this breach, we've seen 3%. That represents over $150 million in losses per year on a yearly basis. The government announced that there would be full compensation. But let's be clear with respect to the nature of that compensation. It's out of the question that they will put in place a situation that will improve things fully. Producers want a direct compensation, and we will be calling for that in the next budget, and we won't budge an inch on that demand. Now, what is causing problems are milk proteins. When we look at the situation in the United States, they consume more cheese, ice cream, butter, and items like that. There are surpluses of milk proteins that need to be sold off. And in 2006, a ruling was brought down that above a certain concentration, milk proteins were so denatured that they could no longer be considered dairy products. And so they were no longer covered under supply management based on that decision, which closed the door to imports. The agricultural chemical industry developed concentrates to sidestep supply management and to enable U.S. farmers to sell off their product in Canada at a lower price. Now, in Canada, the price paid to producers is determined by the Dairy Commission. And when it comes to diafiltered milk, that we shouldn't even be calling milk, in fact, exploded. From 0 to 2008, there were 20 kilograms in 2014 and 33,000 kilograms 2 years later. And the amounts undoubtedly continued to increase. Now, producers agree with processors on a price that will enable them to deal with this issue of diafiltered milk and to use our surpluses. This agreement was accepted by Ottawa and the marketing boards in the provinces, and Canada created new categories for these milk products, which is referred to commonly as Class 7. Diafiltered milk imports dropped, and that caused a number of tweets, a Twitter storm from the U.S. president. And when they renegotiated to NAFTA, they said they would fix that. Under this new agreement, the Americans wanted to have Canada abolish Class 7, which Canada did. And to ensure that it wasn't recreated under other name. They wanted to have a say in the use of milk proteins in Canada. And that part of the agreement is something that's very disappointing for producers. But they're resigned to the fact that they've lost the battle. They're not asking for the government to back down. However, they do need some time to adjust, a time to adjust and adapt. The government's urgency to push this agreement through quickly will hurt them. We need to take the time it takes to have a debate on this issue and not act abusively too quickly, because there will be victims in the process. Our dairy producers are selling off some of their milk protein surpluses on international markets. Under this new agreement, trade in milk products is something that is subject to oversight by the U.S. So Washington could limit the amount of milk proteins that Canada can sell off abroad. Under the interpretation of these provisions, Washington could limit the amount of milk proteins that our producers are allowed to sell internationally. And they will be able to take out a competitor internationally. And this is a unique aspect of an agreement to give away this decision over sales abroad. Concretely, our producers are going to end up with huge surpluses of milk solids that they will be unable to sell. And this will destabilize the system. The wording of this new NAFTA agreement makes that possible. And these are questions that we need additional answers on before we can give or sign off on this agreement. Fortunately, there's a process to have this debate, and we are prepared to do so, to debate these issues with the other opposition parties and with the government. So let's be clear. We need to focus on the aspects that we will not back down from. Compromise, yes, but sacrifice, no. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite for his comments and his ideas. In my view, this agreement is a major gain for Quebec workers, for aluminum workers in the province. We fought to eliminate U.S. tariffs, and we are the only major aluminum producers that isn't subject to U.S. tariffs. And now, under this new agreement, we have a guarantee that 70% of aluminum in vehicles will come from North America. Prior to that, there was no agreement or no protection like that. So will the member opposite not agree that this agreement improves conditions for aluminum workers? And is it not true that the Quebec government supports the agreement? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Two comments, Mr. Speaker. On aluminum workers, the best way to debate what's good for them is to ask them their views. They came to the Hill yesterday to have their voice heard. An entire delegation came in. There were local representatives, union representatives, representatives from the economic community, and they came to share their message. And it wasn't that this agreement was good for aluminum workers. So you can make all kinds of suppositions and say all kinds of things, but at the end of the day, if we ask them the question, the answer is very clear. Their answer is very clear. Now, you've asked me if this is unique to this agreement. Well, the problem here is that when we talk about parts, it significantly dilutes the benefits that this kind of protection could have when we talk about parts as opposed to aluminum, molten aluminum.
Alors?
Order, please. Order. Questions and comments. And one small reminder. The questions and comments need to go through the chair and to look to the chair for an indication of the time that's left. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Interested quite tenderly to the colleague from the Bloc, and I look forward to working with him on the International Trade Committee to try to find some solutions for the problems that the Liberals have created. You know, in fact, there is solutions. The member from Chicoutimi-Laforge brought forward a solution on green aluminum. Here's an idea where you actually take the Quebec aluminum, which is the most environmentally friendly aluminum in the world. It's another example of how Canadian technology should be exported around the world. Instead, in this scenario, we'll see Chinese aluminum dumped into Mexico and end up in our cars. So does he not think there's some good ideas that maybe in committee by bringing in, not the associations, because the associations don't necessarily represent the actual members or plants or facilities or unions, but does he not agree that we should bring in these members, these people, and listen to them and take ideas like the member from Chicoutimi-Laforge on green aluminum and look for solutions for those folks?
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I'll look at you and to know how much time I've got. How much time do I have for the answer? 1 minute. Perfect. Thank you. So it's good. I'll keep my eye on the clock. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, we've always said that we're open to suggestions and ideas, and I'm happy that he's mentioned that. And the member for Chicoutimi is working with other colleagues in neighbouring ridings on these issues. And we are in favour of green aluminum. But the problem with the current provisions in the agreement is that this green aluminum that could be an ecological and economical success is threatened because the projects that I mentioned in my remarks earlier are in jeopardy if the agreement remains in its current form.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by saying that I know that Ruth Ellen Brosseau and Tracy Ramsey did excellent work on these issues and the sectors, and we share the concerns expressed by producers and workers in these sectors and workers in aluminum. And I mention this because the NDP likes to be constructive as constructive as possible, and likely, given the fact that we won't be able to change the agreement, what constructive steps could we take in terms of a plan to help our dairy producers and aluminum workers? What does my colleague think we could take in terms of steps to help them? The honourable member. On aluminum, our party, well, and of course at this point we're not in a position to expose it, but negotiations are underway, and our party has put a proposal to the government, and when the time is right, we'll have an opportunity to debate that here and elsewhere. When it comes to supply management, well, it's sad because, as we've clearly stated, and as we've said earlier, that we will be tabling legislation to prevent any further concessions being made on supply management at the expense of our farmers. To be told, so that we don't end up in a position where we're subsequently told that, oh, it's just a small concession that we made. So we hope that all parties will support that. Now, it's good to make a commitment to not affect supply management, but we'll be asking members to support for their support on a bill that will prevent future concessions in supply management. Now, of course, there's the issue of compensation. The compensation is quite weak, but we'll have to go back over that. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I think my colleague has made an incredible speech. He's eloquently described the difference between protection given to steel and the situation for aluminum. And I hope that my colleagues opposite will eventually understand it. Now, I explained it to my 8-year-old daughter yesterday, and she got it. So I assume that, therefore, then it will be easy for the members opposite, my colleagues opposite, to understand that as well. Can my colleague tell me why, under the agreement, where Quebec is always sacrificed, we've seen it with supply management, softwood lumber, aluminum here, when we look at these sacrifices made, why we're seeing such a difference with the rest of the country? The honourable member. Well, I've got a lot of comments to make in a minute. So if he explained it to his daughter, well, I would say that his family is quite a political history, so perhaps it's easier to understand then. But in politics, it's always about the power relationship. And the non-recognition of the Bloc in the House, there were, prior to the non-recognition of the Bloc as an official party, there were no concessions made. And after the Bloc lost its official party status, we saw concessions granted 3 times. We are back in full force, and we will be monitoring this. Generally speaking, people say that those who are absent are the ones who are right. In the past, people weren't at the table. We weren't at the table. The only way to deal with this is through independence, through Quebec independence.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Monsieur le Président, je veux dire merci vers...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the new member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. This is the first time I'm able to ask him a question, so I want to welcome him to the House. My question is about aluminum and the big subsidies that the Liberal government gave to a project in BC. This is the LNG Canada project in Kitimat. It's a shale gas project, and it will be built with aluminum from China. So they gave a big subsidy to this project. And it certainly wasn't mandatory to use, I wonder why it wasn't mandatory to use Quebec from aluminum for this project. The honourable member, that's an excellent question. And I think that it's a very relevant issue that we should look into further. I'd be happy to work with you further on the issue.
Alors, reprise de...
Well, resuming debate.
And the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to share some reflections on behalf of the NDP with respect to the final version of the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement, as it's formally known, or as it's known by many, simply the new NAFTA. Before delving into the details of the agreement, I think it's important, I want to give some context to Canadians who may be listening at home. Donald Trump was elected President of the United States in 2016, claiming that, quote, NAFTA was the worst deal ever. Well, no one in Canada would question the significance of our trading relationship with the United States to the Canadian economy. There are many Canadians who would rightly question who the big winners under NAFTA have been. The original NAFTA was negotiated by Conservatives and signed by Liberals in 1994. People were promised jobs, rising productivity, and secure access to the largest market in the world. But during the years since NAFTA was signed, Canada lost over 400,000 manufacturing jobs, and its textile industry was devastated. While automation has played a role in those job losses, there's no question that many of those jobs moved to Mexico because it was a low-wage economy that could sell finished products back into Canada and the U.S. without penalty. Just ask auto workers from Southern Ontario. Half of Canada's current manufacturing trade balance with Mexico is made up of cars and parts. The overall automotive trade deficit between Mexico and Canada has gone from $1.6 billion to $8.7 billion under NAFTA. In addition, Canada has paid millions of dollars in court fees and penalties when sued by corporations under investor-state dispute resolution mechanisms. Perhaps most memorably, the Canadian government was successfully sued by a U.S. chemical company, Ethel Corporation, in 1997, for having dared to try and ban the import and interprovincial trade of the gasoline additive known as MMT. Now, MMT is a suspected neurotoxin that automakers also claim interferes with automobile onboard diagnostic systems. Under the NAFTA, Ethel won a settlement with damages totaling $19.5 million. But that wasn't it, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian government was also forced to overturn the regulatory ban and issue a formal apology to the corporation. It was a stark example of how international trade agreements could override the authority of democratically elected governments to make rules in the public interest. In this case, rules meant to protect human health and the environment. Canada has been challenged more than any other country under NAFTA Chapter 11. Other cases against Canada include challenges to wildlife conservation measures, provincial water and timber protection policies, fracking in the St. Lawrence River Basin, and the sale and use of pesticides. The proportionality clause in the original NAFTA also challenged Canada's energy sovereignty, allowing the United States to require a significant share of Canada's oil and gas production be sold to our southern neighbours, whether it was in Canada's national interest or not. Over the decades under NAFTA, Canada's GDP and cross-border trade no doubt grew, but wealth inequality also grew. And today, Canadians are finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. Each month, 48% of Canadians right now are within $200 of not being able to pay their bills or defaulting on their debt, Mr. Speaker. What I'm trying to say that I think Liberals and Conservatives are far too quick to gloss over, far too often, is that it hasn't been all sunshine and roses under NAFTA. And while the rich were getting richer, far too many Canadians were left to fall behind. While governments and trade tribunals were and are quick to defend corporate rights and bail out big companies when their risks don't pay off, when things go wrong for workers, they're offered simple condolences. Or maybe they're told that they need to accept that, well, that's just how the market works. Or that they're the victims of downsizing or global restructuring, as if these things were natural events like earthquakes or snowstorms, and not the result of calculated human decisions designed to maximize shareholder profit at the expense of everything else. In other words, Canadian workers have a lot to be upset about when it comes to trade deals and the global corporate agenda that drives them. And that is also why there's been a growing political backlash across the Western world directed at these kinds of agreements. Nevertheless, 25 years under NAFTA has led to an integrated North American supply chain for many businesses and has created confidence for many entrepreneurs that they can invest in cross-border commerce without fear of the kind of arbitrary reprisal we've seen from time to time for certain industries, like, for example, softwood lumber, the cattle industry, and most recently, steel and aluminum. The understandable desire to maintain that confidence, coupled with an economic interdependence that grew under NAFTA, explains why so many Canadians were concerned when Donald Trump moved to renegotiate the deal. The president's own personality compounded that concern. To say the least, he's a known bully who's quick to throw even his closest allies under the bus when it suits his short-term political needs. But instead of leaning into the possibility of renegotiating and improving the deal, the Liberals' first instinct was to say that the original NAFTA was the best deal that Canada could get. They were not the ones to propose the elimination of Chapter 11 and the investor state dispute settlement mechanism that gave Ethel Corporation its win over Canadians' health and the environment. In fact, they initially said that they would fight to keep it. It was only once the U.S. made it clear that it would insist on renegotiations that we really started to hear the government admit that the deal was not perfect and that it could, in fact, be improved. Suddenly, better was possible after all. To hear that NAFTA had flaws was no surprise to New Democrats. But to hear that from the mouths of Liberals, who had spent years mocking New Democrats for saying as much, certainly was a bit of a shock, Mr. Speaker. As usual, just like Liberals and Conservatives before them, this Liberal government engaged in a highly secretive negotiation process. While a broader range of stakeholders may have been consulted, there was no information made available to the public or to Parliament. In fact, we're still waiting for some basic economic analysis of the agreement from our government, something a number of our trading partners not only make available, but make available early on in the process. And I'll have more to say on that later, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the first round of bargaining, the Liberals declared once again that we had the best deal that Canada could get. But what New Democrats saw as an agreement that hammered the supply-managed dairy sector, increased the price of already high-cost prescription drugs, and continue to put the rights of corporations on a pedestal without offering real protection for the rights of workers and the planet. Thankfully, even though our government was eager to pack it in, Democrats in the United States shared some of those concerns and signaled their intention to fight for a better deal. In spite of the promise of a better deal, Liberals in Canada were rushing to ratify it. And the only real criticism they were getting from Conservatives at that time, a short 6 or 7 months ago, was that they weren't ratifying it quickly enough. When the NDP called on the government to delay ratification until the Democrats' campaign to improve the agreement had run its course, and to seize the opportunity to push for something better, we were met with a combination of outrage and scorn. For example, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister told us in May 2019, and I quote, "Mr. Speaker, what the NDP needs to understand is that reopening this agreement would be like opening Pandora's box. Why is the NDP prepared to risk our economic stability? It would be naive for the NDP to believe that Canadians would benefit from reopening this agreement. The NDP is playing a very dangerous game," end quote. In June, she continued along the same vein, saying, quote, "We do not want and we do not need a new NAFTA negotiation. Canada has done its work. We have our deal. We are not going to create an opportunity to have this one agreement put in jeopardy." There are more examples, Mr. Speaker, but I don't wish to belabor the point. I simply want to point out that happily, the Liberals were not able to ratify the first version of CUSMA before last year's election. The Democrats continued their work, and they made some meaningful improvements to the agreement. It turns out the game the NDP was playing was the one that would allow for the elimination of measures that otherwise would have raised the cost of prescription drugs. Turns out we were playing the game that allowed for the establishment of first-of-their-kind provisions for binding, enforceable, and internationally monitored labor standards in Mexico. That may have been a dangerous game for pharmaceutical companies looking to maximize their profits on the backs of the sick. It may have been a dangerous game for companies looking to drive out competition by moving their manufacturing to a low-wage economy like Mexico. But I don't think we can say it was a dangerous game for everyday Canadians trying to pay for prescription drugs or worried about their job moving south. There are still real concerns for many Canadians, and I suspect that Big Pharma and the Big Three will still find a way to make money, although maybe not quite as much. The problems have not all been fixed, but Canadians will be a little better off than they otherwise would have been thanks to the hard work, not of this government, who wanted to rush ratification, but of U.S. Democrats who weren't willing to throw in the towel so easily. Canadians shouldn't have to depend on politicians in foreign countries to get a better deal at the bargaining table. They should be able to have confidence that their government is at the table fighting for them instead of acting at the behest of corporate lobbyists. One of the ways that we can give Canadians that reassurance is by making our trade process more open and transparent and involving Parliament at the outset. We can build confidence in the process by formalizing the consultation process so that Canadians know when, where, and how they'll be able to express their hopes and concerns with respect to a prospective trade agreement, and ensuring that all the right people, organizations, and institutions are consulted. We can build confidence by having the government clearly and formally state its objectives for the negotiation, by having a debate and vote in Parliament on those objectives before formal negotiations begin, by requiring the government to prepare and publish economic data and analysis on the likely impact of a deal. These are things that to many would seem to be simple common sense, Mr. Speaker. Why shouldn't Canadians have a right to know how they'll be consulted on trade issues instead of having a different process every time? Why should Canadians feel confident their government is fighting for them if it won't be transparent about its goals? How can Parliament play a truly meaningful role in setting Canada's trade policy if it can only debate and vote on the merit of trade with a country once a deal has already been signed? How can Canadians and their elected representatives be truly expected to judge the value of an agreement with no economic data or analysis? And yet, Mr. Speaker, this is the very situation that we find ourselves in. Before my colleagues and other parties begin dusting off their straw men to say things like, "You're talking about negotiating in public. You can't do that. You don't understand trade." Consider this, Mr. Speaker, because we've heard that many times before in this place. The executive in the United States is required to give at least 90 days' notice of its intent to enter trade discussions with another country to Congress. Congress is able to define trade policy priorities and specify negotiation objectives. The executive is expected to honor those objectives in its negotiations. And Congress can set out consultation and notification requirements so that it's satisfied the executive is actually following through. In other words, legislators in the United States have far more authority and involvement in the trade process, and yet they were still able to conclude a deal. Didn't mean they couldn't get a deal done. The sky didn't fall. Americans had more information about what their government was trying to do at the bargaining table, but it didn't impede them from getting a deal. In the European Union, the very first step in the trade process is for their executive to prepare an assessment of the likely economic impact of a proposed deal. They publish their negotiating directives online before negotiations even begin. The executive publishes online a report of each negotiating round and its initial negotiating proposals. The Commission also informs the European Parliament at every stage of the talks about the latest developments. When the EU is close to finalizing the text of a deal, the Commission tells Parliament and informally sends the final text to EU member states and the Parliament. That's only a summary of some of the highlights of the EU trade process. It may be that some members found that tedious, but if so, they should reflect on the fact that despite all that consultation, all those steps, all that sharing of information, the EU has been quite capable of negotiating trade agreements, including the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement it recently signed with Canada. In Canada, we have no formal process at all. The government is free to go to any country in the world and negotiate and sign any deal they want. They don't have to tell anyone. They don't need any parliamentary approval. In fact, the only reason Parliament is studying the deal at all is because the implementation requires changes to the law. But by the time we get to that stage, the deal itself is already signed and negotiations are already concluded. Mr. Speaker, I want Canadians to know that we don't have to do it that way. And adopting some of the practices of our trading partners could make for a more open, democratic, transparent, and accountable trade process in Canada. It can do that without jeopardizing our ability to get a deal. That's a false argument, Mr. Speaker. We know because we have deals with places that do those very things, Mr. Speaker. And the time to set up that kind of process is now, Mr. Speaker. It's right now. It's while we're talking about this deal. It's while we're concluding this deal. It's while it's in the media. It's while people are paying attention. Because if we wait, the issue may not draw public attention again. And I worry it may not draw the attention of the government either until the next negotiation, say between Canada and the United Kingdom, which may not be that far away. And once that process has already started and is in the news, it'll be too late to do it right, which is why we should set it up now. That's why the NDP has called on the government to move quickly on the institution of a proper trade process for Canada, and we look forward to substantive discussion about how best to move forward on that in this Parliament. To conclude, I want to come back to the substance of the agreement, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned already that the NDP looks favorably on the elimination of Chapter 11 and the proportionality clause. We are, however, concerned about the so-called good regulatory practices chapter and whether it will continue to put downward pressure on public interest regulation, making it harder to create and maintain regulations for the public good. We're concerned about the requirement that Canada consult the United States before entering into negotiations with any non-market economy. Unless we bring in a meaningful domestic trade process, this means that the U.S. government will have more right to know about Canada's trade intentions than our own Parliament, which makes no sense to me at all, Mr. Speaker. We're encouraged by the new provisions enabling monitoring and enforcement of labor standards in Mexico, but we want to better understand how exactly those are meant to work. Study at committee will be a good opportunity to do that. Nous avons entendu des...
We heard concerns about the chapter on digital trade, and we want to hear from experts on the implications that the deal will have for Canada's digital economy. We share the concerns of dairy producers and aluminum workers, and we want to hear the government saying what its plan really is to help producers and workers in those sectors after CUSMA is ratified. We're looking for answers to those concerns, and that's why we want to study the bill. That's why we voted yesterday to allow the government to table the bill. No trade deal is perfect, but we're keeping an open mind, and we'll be asking some questions to go a little bit deeper. One, will this version of the agreement leave Canadians better off than the previous one? We want an answer to that question. Question 2, will the ratification process lead to a trade process that is more transparent and more accountable to Canadians? We are anxious to move forward and get answers to those questions in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister, on behalf of the government, working with the negotiators and the many different stakeholders, I believed achieved the optimum agreement that we could have achieved given all of the circumstances over the last number of years. But I also get it. The Conservatives believe that if they were in government that they could have negotiated a better agreement. The NDP believe that if they were in government they could have negotiated a better agreement. The Green Party believes if they were in government they could have negotiated a better agreement. But what is encouraging is that we have seen those parties along with the government, support the principle of the fact that this is a better deal than the previous agreement. And we saw that in the sense in terms of the vote that took place yesterday, right? And having that agreement passed provides additional support for the Canadian economy. All Canadians benefit by it. And I guess, Madam Speaker, the question that I would have for my friend and colleague across the way is that I am actually very encouraged in regards to the trade file and the positioning and the speech that the member across the way has provided the House this afternoon, and would ask him: is there something very specific that would come to his mind in regards to the old agreement? Anything within the old agreement that he believes has been lost in regards to a negative way with respect to this new agreement?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was a double negative there, but I mean, certainly, as I said in my remarks before, some of the things that are out of the agreement that were there before that we think constitute an improvement are the elimination of Chapter 11 and the proportionality clause. And one of the things that I take the honourable member's point that it is often the case in partisan politics that parties tend to have a lot of confidence in their own ability to secure better agreements than their opponents. But the point for us is that Canadians should be able to judge that by having a uniform and formalized process where the government is required to disclose its objectives in a way that allows Parliament to debate and comment on them, that allows Parliament to have a vote before the negotiations begin, that provides adequate economic data and analysis to be able to assess the impact of a deal. And we should be moving in that direction so that it's not up to Canadians to simply decide who they're going to trust when we all say we could get a better deal, but that they have the facts that they need in order to be able to make an assessment about who really could make that better deal and what the government is actually doing at the negotiating table and what they intend to get for Canadians.
Hear, hear.
Questions
and comments?
Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from the NDP. And I also want to welcome him to International Trade Committee, and I'm really looking forward to his enthusiasm and his commitment to making sure that this is a good deal. He mentioned issues that we share in common, the issue of sovereignty, about our responsibility as opposition to do our due diligence. We are simply asking, we've asked the government in December for 7 questions. One of them was really to look at the economic impact studies. And I think he shares our concern that the government would like us to rubber stamp this without even having proper economic impact studies. And one of the issues that's really important for Ontario, and particularly my community, is the effect of this deal on auto workers and our auto sector. And I was wondering if you could take a few moments and just talk about the importance of this deal and the part that has benefits for auto workers.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much. Well, of course, the North American content requirements, I think, are good for auto workers. So when we talk about having 75% of the vehicle made here in North America, I think that's a good thing. I think some of the guarantees around steel and aluminum content, although there's more work to do on the aluminum side to make sure that the kind of primary level production is also happening within North America in order to support aluminum workers in Quebec, to be sure, but also in British Columbia, where there's also aluminum production happening in Canada. So those are definitely some good things and some steps in the right direction. I think one of the questions that I would want to see answered in an economic impact analysis that we have, and we haven't heard these figures from the government, is we have a 70% steel and aluminum guarantee on paper, but nobody's actually said what the current percentage is. So if you take the North American rules of origin in the new agreement and apply them to the current economic scenario, right now, is it 40% North American steel and aluminum in cars? Is it 80%? Is it 90%? Is it 10%? We don't actually know, and we haven't heard from the government. And if we had a proper economic impact analysis, those are some of the facts and figures we would expect to see there so that we could judge what this actually means. Because if we're already at 80%, it's having a 70% guarantee isn't that impressive. If we're at 40, it's certainly a lot better. So that's why we think that information is crucial to get as we study this deal.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's speech. He talked about the negotiation process, which wasn't transparent enough, and I agree with him somewhat. I don't know if he would agree with me to say that there should be a mechanism to allow the provinces to give their opinions on multilateral agreements. With an agreement such as NAFTA, we could have a process that would mean that the Canadian economy wouldn't just be thought of for its Western oil or member for Almond-Crans-Kono. Clearly, there are provincial interests that are involved in such trade agreements. So I think it makes a lot of sense for the provinces to be able to be consulted. We saw a little bit of this with CETA, but I think that the big problem or issue is that there's no formal process. Even if there is a good consultation with the provinces on one agreement, nothing guarantees that the same thing will happen with another agreement. So it's high time to have a concrete and formal process in place that gives Canadians rights and all various levels of government so that they can be heard in the process. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for, sorry, wrong page. The Honourable Member for Fleetwood-Port Kells.
Madam Speaker, actually I'd like to take the opportunity to ask the Honourable Member re-ask a question that my colleague tried to ask a little earlier, just to make sure we're clear on the nature of that question, and that is, was there anything in the old agreement, the agreement actually that's currently in force, that we lost, that we should have tried to preserve? That's the question.
Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transco.
Well, I don't know how long the Honourable Member has been following the trade file in Canada, but if he had been following the debate at the time of the original NAFTA, I think he would find that on the New Democratic bench, we were more concerned about what was in there that needed to be taken out than what was in there that needed to be preserved.
Questions and comments?
Show up.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to address another question to my colleague. My friend from Quebec mentioned the issue with the aluminum, and the government really put forth a very green agenda in their trade missions, and I think all of us in the House can be very proud that the aluminum produced in Quebec is the greenest aluminum in the entire world. And it seems that there still is some skepticism and some concern about how aluminum is being treated And I'd specifically like to talk to my colleague about the concern that has been brought forward in the media, perhaps, that there is some stockpiling of aluminum in Mexico. It may be there from China, and there could be a route coming around the back end. Whereas the quality of the aluminum, the fact that it's not produced in North America, and there could be a back door. Could my colleague please address this issue and why it was an opportunity lost that we didn't negotiate a better deal for our aluminum manufacturers, considering we're the greenest aluminum in the entire world?
Very, very quick answer from the member from Elmwood Transcona.
Things. One is that it absolutely has to be the priority of the Canadian government to protect the interests of Canadian producers and make sure that to the maximum degree possible, Canadians are being hired to produce materials like that. Secondly, I would say to my honourable member, what we need is enforceable environmental provisions where we get our trade partners on board with reducing their emissions as well as our emissions so that things like green aluminum can be fought for under a trade agreement. And I'd love to see cooperation from my Conservative colleagues on that in the future.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence. Thank you very much. I would just like to state that I'm going to share my time with the member for Vaughan Woodbridge. Madam Speaker.
Great opportunity to stand before the House today and speak on the trade deal CUSMA. As you know, I'm from Nova Scotia. My riding is Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake. It's a riding that's in the outskirts, if you want, of the city of Halifax and Dartmouth. We have many companies in my riding, and throughout the last summer and during the campaign, of course, I had an opportunity to talk with many of the business community, and they were quick to tell me how important the trade deals are for Canadians, all trade deals. But then they zeroed in, of course, on some of the key trade deals that we've signed in the last 4 years in the last mandate. And Mr. Speaker, I will touch on those three because they're extremely important to Canadians. I mean, I'm talking, of course, about the CUSMA, the final piece of CUSMA that we have before us in the House. I'm also, of course, talking about CETA and talking about the CPTPP. Those were big deals because they represent, of course, 1.5 billion people. Think about that for a second. 1.5 billion people. These are major, major trade deals, Mr. Speaker. So I can tell you that as a member of Parliament, those are very important conversations that we have to be having in our constituents right across the country, in all 338 constituency, Madam Speaker. Now, you know, when you talk about trade deals, you have to talk about the Canadian economy. Mr. Speaker, in the last 4 years, we have seen drastic improvement in the Canadian economy, of course. We took over 10 years of austerity, of cuts, of the Conservative government, and it was time to invest in Canadians. And that's exactly what we did, Madam Speaker. And by investing in Canadians, Madam Speaker, we were successful in increasing the amount of jobs. So 1 million more jobs, high-quality jobs. 1 million, believe it or not, over a 4-year period, 1 million new jobs. That's extremely important. The second thing, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, that we've seen is the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years. Those are big, big numbers. 1 million new jobs, lowest unemployment rate in 40 years. And with that, we've seen also 800,000 Canadians lifted out of poverty. 800,000, and 300,000 of those were children. 800,000, 300 were children. So as you can see, that's 20%. We lifted 20% of Canadians out of poverty. So that's a good example of seeing when the economy is strong, when things are moving, every Canadian, all walks of life, is increasing their opportunities to be successful by raising, of course, 20% the poverty rate in Canada. Madam Speaker, trade deals, as I said, very, very important because it kind of levels the playing field. Levels the playing field for those that are part of that deal. And I can tell you something, Madam Speaker, with confidence. No question about it. I can tell you that Canadians, the business community in Canada, can compete with the world when the playing field is excellent, it's fair. And that's exactly what we have in this deal. And I challenge, of course, all members of Parliament to continue to dialogue, consult with the business community. Let them know that these important deals are now ready to go, that they can take advantage of the opportunities. Our government has invested in the business community so that they can expand, so that they can grow, so they can prosper, so that they can trade globally. Those are all steps, part and parcel. It's an approach, a general approach right across the board, Madam Speaker. Now let's talk about the CETA deal. The CETA deal, Madam Speaker, we have seen 98% of all products, the tariffs have been removed. Tariff removed off of 98% from 25%. Think about that. There was only 25% of our products going, and there was no tariffs. Now we're up at 98%, Madam Speaker. That's exceptional. And that's why you're going to see more and more trading happening between our country and the European Union. Madam Speaker, the CPTPP, again, 500 million people more that we're trading with, if you want, in a sense, with this new CPP deal. Again, most of the tariffs in the trade deal, CPTPP, have been removed. Most of the tariffs. 100% of the tariffs have been removed in seafood. So that's very important for Canadians, especially in Atlantic Canada, especially in Nova Scotia. 100% of tariffs removed. Some of those tariffs varied from 10% to 22%. So you just have to imagine the investments and the potential now of the industry in Atlantic Canada and across Canada. That is extremely powerful, Madam Speaker. Now the CUSMA, the new CUSMA here, is, as you know, so important. It's nice to say we could have had this, could have had that, but Madam Speaker, I don't know if you're aware of this, but let me share this with the House. It's a trade deal that represents $2 billion per day. Yes, you heard me right. $2 billion per day. That's $2 billion yesterday, $2 billion today, and $2 billion tomorrow, and so forth. Madam Speaker, that is big. Now, Nova Scotia, 68% of all products from Nova Scotia are traded with the Americans. That represents $3.75 billion per year. Wow, $3.75 billion. And it also represents 18,000 new jobs, direct jobs, and 7,000 indirect jobs. Madam Speaker, would you say Nova Scotia is happy with the trade deal with the Americans? Absolutely. Let me quote the Premier of Nova Scotia. Our message to them, really, is that Canada and Nova Scotia is open for business. That's exactly what our Premier of Nova Scotia, Mr. McNeil, shared with Nova Scotian and Canadians. Now, this new CUSMA deal, Madam Speaker, we have seen in the new piece since June, if you want, some very big improvement in certain areas. The first one, of course, is labor. And labor is extremely important to level the playing field again. Extremely important. So we've seen strengthening the standards. We can strengthen the standard and the enforcement. Because it's one thing to set standards, but do we have any enforcement? Are we going to follow through on that? And we're going to see now through inspections and various approaches, strategies, we're going to be able to see, making sure that the wages are acceptable in the fair playing field. If you're trading products and somebody's paying $1, then it's much different. The second one is the new obligation for the environment. We all know that the environment is a very important aspect for all Canadians. It's a big challenge, the biggest challenge of our time, I would say, Madam Speaker. And the dispute resolution, of course, now where Chapter 20 will be powerful once again because no countries will be able to block it, Madam Speaker. I know my time is running short, but I have to share what Trump did. You have to look back when Trump said, throw out NAFTA. He was tweeting out 3 o'clock in the morning. We have to do 3 things for sure. I'm not signing nothing. We have to set a sunset clause, 5 years. And then it's dead if you don't renegotiate. We said no, it's not in there. He said for supply management, there will be no supply management in any NAFTA deal. Is supply management there? Yes, because we as a government made sure that it had to be there. And the third thing that we said, he was tweeting it out, again, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, as he does, dispute resolution. No, it's got to be American tribunals. It can't be independent tribunal. It's got to be American. Is it American tribunal? No. Did he win? No. And then, Speaker, that is a good example of how our deal was negotiated. I want to finish with a quote from the Business Council of Canada, Madam Speaker. We applaud the government's success in negotiating a comprehensive and high standard agreement on the North American trade deal. That's pretty clear, Madam Speaker. You have to understand, when it's negotiation, it's negotiation. You're not going to win every point, but right across this country, we have now a deal that will allow us to continue to grow economically. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my very energetic colleague for his passionate remarks. And he talked about employment, he talked about a drop in unemployment, and that's fine and well. But I would like to point out to my colleague that there was a group of people who came from my region here with a complete, comprehensive study that shows and explains that because of the new NAFTA agreement, the clause on aluminum will jeopardize modernization projects. It represents 60,000 jobs, $60,000 a year. These are well-paying jobs, billions of dollars being jeopardized because the government didn't afford the same protection for aluminum that it did steel. So my question to my honourable colleague opposite, what does he think about the fact that $6.2 billion is in jeopardy in the Lac-Saint-Jean North Shore area and that 60,000 jobs are also in jeopardy in our region? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his question. With all due respect, Madam Speaker, he needs to acknowledge that prior to the agreement, there was zero protection, none existed for steel or aluminum. And with this agreement, we've got 70%. Now, I know that we can fine-tune the business about the parts and the aluminum, but with all due respect, they should have stopped in Quebec City on the way to Ottawa, and if they had, they would have realized that the Quebec Premier, Mr. Legault, said,
Québécois must defend the interests of les Québécois et Québécoises. And it is in the interests of les Québécois et Québécoises that the agreement is rectified and adopted. Point. Voilà, Monsieur le Président.
Period. That's the answer to my question, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Sackville Preston Chessy-Cook for his very lively speech. I think the people in this House are going to realize that he's just getting started. In Châteauguay-Lacolle, we have the Lacolle border, where a lot of the trade between Canada and the U.S. takes place at the crossing. I'd like to know from my colleague whether or not there are measures in place to facilitate trade, because sometimes questions arise at the border that delay the movement of goods across the border. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. As you know, borders can always be problematic. If you or I or anyone crosses the border, there are lots of questions. If we purchase something, if we buy a car, there are all kinds of criteria that exist. However, based on my understanding, With free trade, entrepreneurs, companies have different systems for the movement of goods. Now, there can always be some questions and whatnot, but at the end of the day, there is a system in place that makes it easy for them to move the goods. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his speech and his comments about the importance of trade. He talked about the new CPTPP. My question, though, is if it was that important, back in 2015, I think he remembers that 2 weeks after the Prime Minister was elected, his first international trip was at the APEC Summit. And at that time, Mr. Obama, who was the most progressive president in the history of the United States, his deal, the TPP, was there to be ratified and signed. And the Prime Minister chose at that time, he said it wasn't progressive enough, so he didn't sign that agreement. All our allies down there, New Zealand, Australia, Japan, were extremely upset. Now, eventually, the government did come around and they did sign the TPP, so obviously they thought it was a good agreement. A couple of years late, and there was 2 sidebars, but overall, it's been 5 years now. The original TPP was the renegotiation of NAFTA. So I was wondering if my colleague could just comment on what benefit it has done for the Canadian economy to have this amount of uncertainty over 4 years, where the agreement could have been signed exactly 14 months before Mr. Trump was even elected, 2 years before this became a big issue, and it would have been a great template for this North American free trade agreement. Why did they not sign it in the first place?
Parliamentary Secretary, very short answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. You know, even though the trade deal is not signed today, there's already trades happening on the ground. So it's not as if everything stops. That's what's important. But I do want to finish, Madam Speaker, with a couple of comments or a quote from Jason Kenney from Alberta, the Conservative one, who says on the CUSMA, relieved, he's relieved, imagine, that the renewed North American trade agreement has been concluded. He's relieved. I think that's pretty powerful. He's happy. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Revenue.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, it's with great pleasure that I rise today to speak to Bill C-4.
That I rise to speak on Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States. CUSMA, as it is commonly known, and from my days working and living in New York City, it reminds me of a song by the Village People, reflects over 2 years of negotiations by our Canadian, American, and Mexican trade officials. I firstly wish to commend and congratulate Canada's negotiating team and our lead trade negotiator, Steve Verhoeven, along with the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs and Member of Parliament for University of Rosedale for reaching an agreement that modernizes the original NAFTA, which came into effect on January 1st, 1994. I also wish to congratulate the Government of Mexico, as well as the U.S. Senate and House, on the ratification and ratifying the trade deal. This is an instance in the United States of bipartisan support between the Democrats and Republicans. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, excuse me, I've had the privilege of representing a dynamic and entrepreneurial riding, Vaughan Woodbridge. The businesses and their employees depend on trade certainty in my riding with the United States and Mexico, full stop. My riding is home to CP Rail's busiest intermodal facility in our country, logistics hubs for Home Depot, Costco, Sobeys, FedEx, facilities including Saputo, leading exporters of products including Martin Ria's flagship auto parts facility supplying the GM Equinox and Terrain, which are exported into the United States, assembled here in Canada, exported into the United States. Vision Plastics, employing thousands of employees in the York region and exporting over 75% of its products to the United States. Extrudex Aluminum, with their headquarters in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge and facilities in Ohio and St. Nicolas, Quebec, manufacturing high-quality aluminum extrusions for usage across North America. Madam Speaker, this trade deal brings certainty to Canadian businesses, Canadian, obviously, employees across Canada and our communities. It's very important that we move ahead in a bipartisan, or I would say multi-partisan support from all parties here in the House. As chair of the Canada-U.S. as Vice Chair of the Canada-U.S. Interparliamentary Association, I had the opportunity to visit the United States Capitol and speak with many congressmen and women and senators on trade. And during those conversations, it was evident that all parties and all political representatives wanted to come to an agreement to provide certainty between trade between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico. And, Madam Speaker, it is very important that as we look at in society and how we're doing, and we talk about inclusive growth, and we talk about growth for all citizens, and ensuring that the trade deal is a win-win-win situation for all involved, that we stop and think about how this trade deal prevents what's called the race to the lowest common denominator. What this trade deal has, which we can be very proud of, are provisions on labor, provisions on environment, maintaining the cultural exemption, which I know is so important for La Belle Province de Quebec. We know when there is a race to a bottom, that it creates inequality, that it can create resentment, it can create losers, and we don't want that. We want to make sure that workers in North America benefit from trade deals. We want to make sure that those workers have bright futures, that middle-class families across North America, that working-class families across North America, that all employees benefit from trade, that trade lifts all boats. We know that since NAFTA came into effect in 1994 and the precursor of NAFTA, that trade between Canada, the United States, and Mexico has exponentially grown, ninefold between Canada and Mexico, more than double between Canada and the U.S. Madam Speaker, these companies, as I referred to in my writings, have a few things in common. They continue to invest in Canada and in Canadians, which is helping to grow our economy. They need certainty in the markets they serve, and they need trade certainty, and CUSMA delivers that. I ask my colleagues across the aisle to support this deal, to come together and do what's best in the interest of all Canadians, Canadian businesses, employees, and communities. We know, Madam Speaker, that increased trade means jobs for Canadians, and since 1994, when NAFTA came into effect, it has generated economic growth and rising standards of living for peoples of all three member states. In fact, total merchandise trade between Canada and the U.S. has more than doubled since 1993, as I stated earlier, and grown ninefold between Canada and Mexico. Madam Speaker, since our government was elected into power, we have pursued an aggressive trade agenda. The signing of CUSMA has followed both the completion of the Canada-Europe Free Trade Agreement and CPTPP. Canada is the only G7 government and country, that has traded trade agreements with all G7 countries, enjoying free trade with nearly 1.5 billion people. Madame la Présidente, this gives Canadian companies unprecedented access to markets and, yes, allows for the creation of good jobs in all markets. Madame la Présidente, the world is a much more connected and interconnected place today than at any point in our world's history. Canada is leading the way, and our government, and I'm proud to be part of this government, is leading the way in policies on trade, on infrastructure investment, on immigration policies, to attract the best and the brightest here in Canada, to allow for trade-oriented firms to set foot in Canada, to continue to invest in Canada, and to create those jobs, and most importantly, ensure a high standard of living for today's generations, for future generations, including my children, as I want to ensure that they inherit, yes, a strong economy and also a strong environment, both filled with opportunity. Madame la Présidente, the 20-year agreement was in need of modernization. The world has changed significantly over the last 2 decades, and there are many necessary clarifications, as well as technical improvements that needed to be made in the original NAFTA in areas of labor, the environment, culture, and many other sectors. Madame la Présidente, our government's objectives in reaching a new revised free trade deal centered upon 3 objectives. Defend the national interest, which we did. Preserve and create jobs, which we have done. And foster economic growth. Madame la Présidente, Canadians can rest assured that the government from day one and the negotiating team was on their side. We're on their side, Madame la Présidente, I would like to take a big approach and take a step back and understand how important our trading relationship is with our southern neighbors. Let's examine a few statistics. Nearly 2 million, or realistically over 2 million jobs in Canada are connected or trade dependent on Canadian exports to the United States. Nearly 9 million jobs in the United States are connected to trade with Canada. Over 400,000 individuals cross the border back and forth every day, and over nearly $2.5 billion worth of goods and services cross our border every day between our 2 countries. In total, trilateral trade between the 3 countries, measured by imports between the 3 member states, total $1.1 trillion, while two-way trade in goods and services between Canada and the U.S. in 2017 totaled over $900 billion. Those are big numbers, Madame la Présidente, but behind those numbers are individuals getting up in the morning, going to work, saving for a better future, creating a better future for their family in our communities from coast to coast to coast. That's what it's about, Madame la Présidente. This trade deal is about people in Canada, the United States, and Mexico creating a better future for themselves and their families and ensuring a brighter future for their children. Madame la Présidente, the importance of this agreement cannot be understated. Trade certainty provides a path forward for businesses to invest in Canada, allows them to remain focused on ensuring Canadians have the right skills to succeed in today's global competitive economy, and ensures that they can undertake the investment decisions here in Canada and invest in Canada and in Canadians to continue to grow our economy. We know growth continues in Canada. We know we put in place the right policies. We've created, since the deal came into effect in 1993, Canadians have created over 6 million new jobs since this deal came into effect. If I can focus for the last 2 minutes of my time on the auto sector, CUSMA provides for revised automotive rules of origination, which will require higher levels of North American content in order to incentivize production and sourcing here in North America. These were ideas put forward by our Canadian team, and we'll see the robust rules of origin for the auto sector keep the benefits of the agreement in North America and encourage both sourcing and resourcing here in North America. The new agreement includes the following: an increase in the regional value content threshold for cars from 62.5% to 75%, stronger regional value content requirements for core car parts, such as engines and transmissions to 70%, 70% North American steel and aluminum requirements, and a new labor value content provision requiring that 40% of a value of passenger car, 45% for light trucks, be made up of materials, parts, and labor, including final assembly, which is very important, produced or carried out by workers in plants averaging an hourly wage of $16. This is what I refer to as lifting all boats. Not going to the lowest common denominator for employees, but allowing employees that are employed across North America to have a better future for themselves and their families. We were adamant about getting a good deal done for our Canadian workers. We got the deal done, with help actually from former members of the prior government who actually have approved of this deal. And it's interesting to see and really nice to see that premiers out in Western Canada are saying we need this deal signed. And I encourage them to continue adding their voice to this debate. The enforceable provisions that protect labor are the strongest in any Canadian trade agreement to date. By the labor chapter being further strengthened by establishing a new bilateral mechanism with Mexico, Canadians can be assured that state-to-state dispute settlements and facility-specific rapid response labor mechanisms are in place to ensure that we can keep tabs in facilities to make sure labor rules or regulations are followed. I thank you, Madame la Présidente, and I look forward to questions and comments from my honourable colleagues.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauce.
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for the question. Many companies are impacted by this new agreement, and the agricultural sector is one of the hardest hit. Supply managed to commodities, including dairy, is facing a 3% loss in market share. So what measures will be put in place to compensate for them? In addition to this cut for dairy producers, there's another important issue. That is an agreement to buy trade partners before developing new markets after the loss of Class 6 and 7 milk products. Where is our economic sovereignty under this agreement? How can the government claim to have made strides in this sector?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Je veux dire, through you, Madame la Présidente.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question.
To say our government, since inception, has been a staunch defender of supply management. And with the three trade deals that have been signed, CPTPP, CETA, and now CUSMA, anything doing with our agricultural sector, obviously we're there to defend farmers' interests, whether they're egg farmers or chicken farmers here in Canada, and we will ensure that they receive the appropriate compensation, but we will also ensure that they have access to new export markets. And that's what we've tried to do in these trade deals. I look forward to learning more about the agricultural sector. I do have milk processors in my riding. I have visited farms before here in Canada, and I look forward to continuing to defend supply management from coast to coast to coast, ensure that they have a bright future and a continuing future for them and their families. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Madam Speaker, trade agreements under the U.S. administration have been affected more and more by protectionism. And in all negotiations, this famous clause of national security has been mentioned. Whether we're talking about steel or aluminum, the Americans are using this tactic in their negotiations. So how is it that the Canadian government does not use the national security clause in its negotiations to protect the steel and aluminum industries? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, le Président. Madame le
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to say thank you very much for the question.
Here in Canada are very integrated between ourselves and the United States. The steel that is produced here in Ontario, for example, goes into vehicles in the United States. It goes into the United States military equipment as well. We are a key supplier for the United States on steel. On aluminum, I will say this. Many years ago, I visited the Alma smelter in I think it's the Lac Saint-Jean region of Quebec. In my riding, I have Extrudix Aluminum that produces extrusions and exported to the United States. We are dependent on trade between ourselves and the United States. It creates jobs, and what we do, we want to make sure we take in our national interests, our economic interests, and our security interests, and we've done so, whether it's been our government or prior governments, and we'll continue to do so.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Nicol Files.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Opportunity to put a question to a government member. I'd hoped to put one to the minister this morning, as was clear from our vote yesterday and a scrum we did. The 3 Green MPs are voting for ratification of the CUSMA. We think it's a massive improvement to get rid of Chapter 11, the investor state provisions, as well as the energy chapter, and there are a number of other items, although there are minuses. It's a trade agreement. We're not wild for any NAFTA, but between the old NAFTA and the new one, this is a vast improvement. So what I want to ask the honourable member is whether this government would consider reviewing other trade agreements to review these perverse, anti-democratic investor-state provisions which give foreign corporations superior power to domestic ones.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, briefly.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, pour la question.
Thank you very much for the question. The member for St. Nicol Files.
It's very important that governments around the world work in a rules-based trade system, and we know that when decisions are made by governments that are in their national interests are taken seriously and are put at the forefront. We want to ensure we're doing right for Canadians, and we want to make sure we're doing right for workers. In terms of the investor-state dispute resolution mechanism, the mechanism that's put in place here in the agreement, from my understanding, is a vast improvement. It's a bilateral mechanism. If I'm incorrect, I'll correct myself afterwards. And it's a vast improvement. And the trade deal, as I agree with the member, is a very good deal, and I hope all parties join.
Apology. Resuming debate. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député d'Abbotsford.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just wanted to say I'm sharing my time with the member for Calgary-Mindapur. And here we are, we're debating the new NAFTA, which is sometimes called USMCA. I know the government's calling it CUSMA. Others call it NAFTA 2.0, others NAFTA 0.5. We're going to call it the new NAFTA, and it doesn't matter what name you want to call it. A rose by any other name is still a rose, except this rose, the bloom has gone off it. A long time ago. This is a deeply flawed agreement that could have been so much better. And while I will be supporting this bill going forward to committee for review, this is really a story of a squandered opportunity, and I will explain that in a minute. But by the way, I've listened with amusement to my colleagues on the Liberals side claiming to now be the champions of trade. I hearken back to when the original Canada-US Free Trade Agreement was negotiated by another Conservative Prime Minister, Brian Mulroney, and it eventually morphed to NAFTA. And during the election, the Liberals actually said they were going to vote against it. they weren't going to approve this massive trade agreement between Canada and the United States. And of course, as soon as they got elected, they affirmed the agreement, right? And that's how Liberals do it. They try to take credit for the work of others and score political points. So, Madam Speaker, we won't take any lessons from the Liberals on trade. In fact, I want to highlight that basically 95% of the value of all trade agreements that Canada has signed has been negotiated under a Conservative government. Starting with the Canada-US Free Trade Agreement, going all the way through the Canada-EU Trade Agreement, the TPP, the original TPP, those are all Conservative accomplishments. And the reason this agreement is so important, this new NAFTA, is because the United States is by far the largest trading partner for Canada, by far. $900 billion a year of bilateral trade. In fact, Madam Speaker, did you know that every single day there's over $2 billion worth of trade in goods and services that crosses our common border with the United States? And that's why it's important that we get this right. In fact, our trade levels with the United States are somewhere in the order of 9 times bigger than our next largest trade partner, which is China. Now think about that. You know, a lot of people are saying we need to diversify, we need to focus on China. I say keep your eye on the ball. The United States will always be our largest trading partner, and we better get that relationship right before we look to diversify elsewhere in the world. So why is this revised trade deal, the new NAFTA, a squandered opportunity? Well, because this Liberal government got completely outplayed and outfoxed by Donald Trump. First, let's ask ourselves, by what standards should we measure this new NAFTA? By what measure should we determine whether this agreement is good for Canada and one that we should be supporting? Perhaps the standard set by the Prime Minister himself, who said he was going to come back with a better deal than we had before. In fact, by all measures, Prime Minister failed on that account. Remember, he said he was going to deliver a win-win-win. So there'd be a win for us, win for the United States, and win for Mexico. That implies there's a net gain for each of those parties. In fact, you look at this agreement, it's all about Canada conceding to the United States with virtually no concessions in return. And let's talk about that because, you know, we know that Donald Trump is the master of the quid pro quo, right? So you'd expect that he'd be involved in a back and forth. You give me a concession, I'll give you a concession. And that's the way trade agreements are normally negotiated, except this time. The Prime Minister did not deliver an agreement that was better than one we had before. We just conceded and conceded and conceded. In fact, you tell me, why on earth would the Prime Minister have embraced a negotiation with Donald Trump? He proactively reached out to Donald Trump, said, sure, I'd be glad to negotiate an agreement. Why on earth would anyone volunteer to renegotiate a trade deal on preconditions set by Donald Trump? In fact, I'm going to quote John Ivison, who said, he's with the National Post, politicians, like gamblers, need to know when to hold them and when to fold them. The Prime Minister's preemptive decision to tell one of the planet's most voracious deal makers that Canada was willing to renegotiate NAFTA without even being asked was naive. Absolutely. Our national media is saying that the Prime Minister was naive to proactively want to negotiate a new NAFTA. Because at the end of the day, what we've seen is we got a lesser deal than we had before. And what's worse, this is effectively an asymmetrical trade deal. Most of the benefits of this negotiation going to the United States, very few, if any, concessions given by the United States to Canada. So, let's quickly look at what Canada gave up or failed to achieve. One of the major failings, of course, is that the new NAFTA does nothing to address the long-standing softwood lumber dispute. Canada's forest industry, especially in my home province of BC, is in crisis mode because the Prime Minister has failed to deliver on his promise to resolve this dispute. In fact, remember back in March of 2016 in the Rose Garden of the White House, where our Prime Minister and President Obama promised to resolve this dispute? In fact, here's exactly what our Prime Minister said on that day. Quote, "I'm confident that we are on a track towards resolving this irritant in the coming weeks and months." Here we are, almost 4 years later, there is no softwood lumber resolution in sight. By all accounts, that's a failure that lies at the feet of this Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, the NAFTA renegotiation was a perfect opportunity to resolve this dispute, and it didn't get done. And then there's Buy America provisions. The United States has effectively said in many of the states across the United States that if large projects and large procurement contracts are tendered, that only American companies can compete or participate. They shut out Canadian companies. Those are called Buy America provisions. And this trade negotiation, the new NAFTA, was a perfect opportunity to resolve that dispute. It didn't get done. Another lost opportunity, another failure. Our Liberal friends also agreed to give major concessions on dairy, on eggs, on poultry, chickens, without any American concessions in return. In fact, those concessions were big enough that, as the colleague who spoke just before me mentioned, that the government had to come up with compensation to cover for those concessions. And guess who pays for that compensation? Canadian taxpayers pay for that. So this Prime Minister has actually cost us money as taxpayers as a result of this negotiation. And what's worse is that after making those concessions, the Prime Minister also agreed that he would limit the exports of value-added dairy products like powdered milk and diafiltered milk products. And to add insult to injury, it gets worse, Madam Speaker. Our fearless Liberal negotiators even agreed that if Canada ever wants to change its milk pricing and classing regime, we have to go begging, cap in hand, to the United States to ask for permission. We've effectively given away a piece of our sovereignty. Shame on the government. There's another concession the Prime Minister made. He gave up the right to investor-state dispute settlement, which protects Canadian companies, allows them to sue the American government if it acts discriminatorily against them. So now the remedy is you got to go to the American courts. There's another thing the Prime Minister gave away, and that was he gave away a veto to the United States on any trade negotiation with a non-market economy. In other words, any country that doesn't have a free market economy based on free market principles, the President of the United States can veto our ability to actually negotiate that agreement with a country like China. And yet the United States itself has already negotiated a deal, placing us at a competitive disadvantage. Madam Speaker, it goes on and on and on. This is a failed deal, and yet we are going to support it because this relationship with the United States is so critical, and we want the assurance for our Canadian businesses that they can continue to do business with the United States and with our Mexican NAFTA partner. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and answers. The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Hills. Thank you.
I have a question for my friend and colleague across the way. The answer, well, who knows? He knows very well the difficulties, the challenges of negotiating trade agreements. He was certainly well engaged in CETA. Not sure if the CPTPP was an issue when he was trade minister. But nonetheless, We noted with great interest that former leader, the former Prime Minister Stephen Harper's advice to Canada on these negotiations was to give the Americans what they want, because their trade relationship with the United States is prime. It's so key that we can't afford to annoy them. But in fact, that's not the advice we took. Canadians, though, understanding that it was the Liberal government that brought CETA across the finish line, brought the TPP across the finish line, brought this trade agreement across the finish line, wondering if the former Prime Minister's advice to just give whatever the other side wants was something that shaped his negotiations when he was negotiating those trade agreements.
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, the results of our Conservative negotiations over 10 years, where we negotiated free trade agreements with an additional 46 different countries around the world, reflects very clearly that we only negotiate in Canada's interest. But when you look at this agreement, the new NAFTA, it's very clear that the advice the Prime Minister and his negotiators got was, hey, just sign any deal you can. We just want to make sure this relationship stays. That's not the way that we negotiated when we were in government. I was the trade minister for 4.5 years, and I can tell you, we negotiated in a way that other countries around the world respected us. We had some of the toughest negotiators on our deals that you've ever seen. In fact, now I compare the outcome under the original TPP with the overall outcome with the deal the Liberals negotiated on TPP and now the new NAFTA. The concessions they made are way greater than we settled upon. So the evidence and the record speaks for itself, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. It is interesting to note, prior to the election, I think we heard from the Conservatives to say to the government, hurry up and sign the deal. And now it sounds like they're not that supportive of the deal, even though they're going to vote for it. That said, there are a couple of provisions to which New Democrats support. And of course, Chapter 11 changes is actually a good change that we see. Even changes, particularly changes for the patent, the drug patent is another piece that has not been talked about in this debate, which we see that as a positive change. Regardless, on those items, where it sounds like the Conservatives may disagree with me on that, I'm wondering, our critic had actually offered some suggestions to the government on how to improve the process for future trade deals, ensuring that Canadians would have a say and have open and transparency in terms of the process, much like perhaps in the UK and other jurisdictions. And it should be noted it was the United States who actually brought forward the changes to which the New Democrats had urged this Canadian government to bring to the negotiating tables, which they did not deliver. So my question to the member is, would he support changes to the negotiating process and the involvement and transparency that should be available for Canadians for other trade deals?
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for Vancouver East for that excellent question. She speaks of transparency, and transparency in our trade negotiations is absolutely critical because we're presuming to negotiate on behalf of all the key industries across Canada, millions of companies across Canada, including small and medium-sized enterprises. So it's important that we receive the input that we require to negotiate a really good deal. Now, there are elements within a trade negotiation that, of course, have to remain confidential. We're not going to spill all of our trade secrets. We're not going to spill our strategy so that our adversaries can see what we're doing. Of course not. And of course, the NDP wouldn't understand that because the NDP has never been in a position to negotiate these agreements. And on top of that, you reflect back on the history of free trade negotiations in Canada. The NDP has almost consistently voted against Canada's free trade agreements. If she's suggesting that she's going to support this new NAFTA, that's really a change of heart, Madam Speaker, and I welcome that change of heart.
Questions and comments? Honorable député.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Madam Speaker, from both the Liberal and Conservative parties, with all due respect, I'm hearing them disagree about who supports free trade more and who started the process. But we have always called out any obscurantism around those trade deals. So yesterday, if I understood correctly, I listened to the different parties saying that fundamentally this is a bad agreement and sacrifices were made. We've said that there were sacrifices made on aluminum, on green economy, and various other sacrifices. We were really pushing for a more transparent approach. And I think that if the parties don't agree with the deal, then they should have voted against the Ways and Means motion. But that was not the case. Now, what proposals are you going to make to actually improve things? The Bloc made proposals yesterday. So will the other parties be open to improving things for aluminum workers and high-quality jobs? I would just remind the honourable member that the question should be directed to the chair, not to the speaker who made this speech. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. And there is one redeeming factor in this agreement, and that is that it provides certainty for our business community. It's a worse deal than we had before, by any measure, but it does provide certainty in our relationship with the United States. So I would respond to her to highlight that. That is why we're in favor of sending this to committee for the fulsome review that it deserves. And she suggested that, what are our improvements? Well, that's why we want to get to committee, where we can dig down deep into this agreement and see what can be improved and see the willingness of this Liberal government to actually make those improvements, including the provisions that she suggested that really put Quebec at a disadvantage when it comes to the aluminum industry.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Caribou. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
This whole situation actually reminds me of a story of when I was young. It was my parents' anniversary, and my father came home, and my little sister looked at my father, and she yelled, "Roses, roses!" And so, my mother was behind me, and she was, kind of modestly smiling. And my father came up, and he presented to my mother a beautiful bouquet of tulips. And so, my mother was a little disappointed. She had wanted roses, but she had received these tulips. And so in this moment, she decided, I believe, similar to this agreement, that it was good enough. Because, I think we've had a big debate within our caucus. This is not a great deal, as the previous speaker indicated. We've lost a lot here, and why is that? Well, let's take a look for a moment. There was a certain memo written by a prime minister, as published in the National Post, which indicated three reasons why. The inconsistency that we've seen within negotiations, so taking strong stances without thinking that the President of the United States might actually cancel NAFTA, which I think was a very real possibility for certainly the opposition as well as all Canadians. It was the government's decision to work almost overwhelmingly agreeably in the beginning with Mexico. I joked, desearía estar Obrador. I'd love to be Obrador in this moment, with Canada wanting to work so closely. In fact, it was quoted as, "The U.S. is both irked and mystified by the Liberals' unwavering devotion to Mexico rather than Canada and Canadians." So that's the second part. And then the third, of course, it was a criticism of the Liberals for pursuing their progressive trade policies in these talks. And that did they really think that somehow they would force the Trump administration into enacting their entire agenda on union power, climate change, Aboriginal claims, gender issues? While the Canadian government was doing that, the Americans were laying down their real demands, and we did get outmaneuvered, outnegotiated, as my previous colleague mentioned. But then let's look at the actual things which we lost, which my colleague also touched upon, and I will remind again, aluminum, we weren't afforded the same provisions as steel. Dairy, 3.6% of the Canadian market opened up to imports. The Accord now dictates specific thresholds for Canadian exports of milk protein concentrates, skim milk powder, and infant formula. And if the export thresholds exceeded, Canada adds duties to the exports in excess to make them even more expensive. As well, within dairy, we've seen milk classes 6 and 7 eliminated. Now as well, the temporary entry for business persons, it hasn't been updated to reflect the new world, the new economy. As someone who studied in the States, I certainly have an appreciation for the J1 visa, and then of course going on to the HB1. And as my colleague recognized, Buy America was absolutely not addressed, another way in which we were outmaneuvered. And of course, finally, auto rules of origin, those were ignored. And I will add as well forestry, which my colleague expanded on quite significantly. The softwood lumber dispute not even addressed, Madam Speaker, during the negotiations. And I think that this quote actually says it very well. The United States measured this deal by what they gained. Our Deputy Prime Minister is measuring it by what she didn't give up. Not good enough at all. However, certainly we feel within the second reading that we had a duty to support this on behalf of Canadians, that perhaps this certainly would be better, Canadians would be better with it than without it, but certainly even the commentary around it is very lukewarm. We look at the commentary from the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. The CUSMA was an imperfect but necessary agreement to provide greater predictability in our relations with Canada's largest trading partner. Not very enthusiastic, Madam Speaker. As well, the Business Council of Canada, my good friend and colleague Goldie Hyder said that the new NAFTA is, as my mother thought the tulips were, good enough for Canada, something that gets us through this administration. I'll now refer to the Deputy Prime Minister's letter to Canadians. We faced a series of unprecedented trade actions from the United States. It was a protectionist barrage unlike Canada has ever faced before. Oh, I wonder why that is. The national consensus is remarkable. Yeah, that this deal is okay. And finally, that said, there is a reason why more than 75% of Canadians support ratification of this agreement. And I would argue, Madam Speaker, that it's fear and resignation. So who are the winners? Well, as my previous colleague mentioned, President Trump. This is clearly a win for the president. He got a legitimate, comprehensive deal done with 2 foreign countries and Democrats who, by the way, are trying to impeach him. He can also say he delivered a key campaign promise to renegotiate or terminate NAFTA. This deal should be a positive thing for the U.S. economy, another boost in an already improving economic picture for 2020. It gives him confidence and momentum as well in his trade battle with China, which is, of course, the reason why we have this special committee that we do. The Democrats, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, she played this right, Madam Speaker. She made the decision to focus on the one issue of labor rights rather than asking for an overwhelming barrage of a number of interests. We really got outplayed there without question. As well, U.S. workers. It is said in this Washington Post article that USMCA will create 176,000 new jobs in the United States. Well, congratulations to them. I wish we could say the same. Now, what did they say about Canada? The Canadians managed not to cave too much to Trump. Too much to Trump. That's pretty sad. That's hardly good enough, I'd say. And they go on to explain all of the things which we lost, which is very unfortunate because, certainly as we can see, there is a lot. But the question is, Madam Speaker, why? Why are we pushed into a corner on deals such as this? And I will tell you, Madam Speaker, it's because this is a government that has no clear foreign policy strategy based on consistent values like the previous Conservative government. And we've seen this consistently. We have absolutely seen this consistently. In 2017, Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister, promised to lead Canada into a new era of international engagement. He said his foreign policies would focus on improving Canada's commitments to multilateralism, human rights, the rule of law, and effective diplomacy. But when it comes to foreign policy, This Liberal government has fumbled every single step of the way. They've conducted their foreign affairs, including this trade agreement, with style over substance. We could go on and on, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister's disastrous trip to India, the concessions he certainly made here, his government's inability to bring home 2 Canadians arbitrarily detained in China. All of this has done everything to damage Canada's reputation on the world stage and our relationship with trade partners. Rather than following proven approaches to diplomacy, the Prime Minister has chosen to rely on social media, and this has absolutely hurt Canada. The Deputy Prime Minister has also done this. She irresponsibly tweeted about civil society and the imprisonment of women's rights activists in Saudi Arabia. And of course, Saudi Arabia responded by freezing all of its investment in Canada and expelling our ambassador. And as a result there, Canada was left with zero ability to influence Saudi Arabia on human rights. So the Prime Minister has failed to deliver the new era in Canadian international engagement that he promised. And Canada's inaction and lack of strategy when it comes to major players has allowed these countries to expand their spheres of influence around the globe. And make no mistake, Madam President, others were watching, including Donald Trump. So the fact is, being a good ally and contributor on the world stage requires more than just talk, and strength and confidence are respected. So I say, it's time to renew Canada's reputation globally, promote the values which we stand for, and assert our sovereignty as a nation once more, which we did not do in the negotiation of this agreement. Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve better than good enough. Would you have surgery by a doctor who was good enough? Would you fly on a plane with a pilot who was good enough? Canadians deserve a principled, well-thought-out foreign policy, but this government isn't delivering it. But we care about the Canadian people, Madam Speaker, the dairy worker, the auto worker, the rig worker, and their families. And this is why we have supported it in second reading and are bringing it to committee. But I will finish, Madame la Présidente, by saying Canadians deserve better than good enough. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Don Ballynor? No. Kings Hanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her speech. She really keyed in on 2 things, supply management and the dairy worker towards the end of it. And, you know, I find it very rich that the opposition benches will sit and talk about how important supply management is, when the fact that the member from Abbotsford, who just previously spoke, was the minister responsible for negotiating away major parts of our dairy sector under CETA and CPTPP. And I was at the Dairy Farmers of Nova Scotia AGM last week, and I said to them, remember, it was the United States that was pushing the fact that they wanted to get rid of supply management. It was the Conservatives that simply gave it away under CETA and CPTPP. So will the member opposite recognize, or maybe perhaps enlighten the House on that inconsistency where we fought to maintain the system, they got rid of it under no pressure?
Member for Calgary Midnapore.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to my honourable colleague for the question. I think that coming up upon 3 years ago, this May, we made a clear decision as a party to support the dairy sector. I believe that we have, in policy, supported this sector. And as well, I take offense to the member trying to pass upon the responsibilities, the negative effects, in fact, of his government's work onto us. This accord was negotiated by their own hands, not by us. So I would say we have been consistent in our principles and our policies. We didn't have a chance to act, Madam Speaker. The Canadians, the dairy farmers, were counting on this government to effectively negotiate this part in addition to the whole NAFTA agreement, and they failed. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage? No. Where? Okay, Saskatoon Grasswoods, yes.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank our colleague from Calgary Midnapore talking about the issues that Canadians coast to coast are concerned about with this trade agreement. You did a very elegant speech on softwood lumber that we've seen major concerns in Western Canada, particularly BC, along with the aluminum and milk. My concern, though, is we've lost our sovereignty. Now, when we have the non-market economies that we want to trade with, like China, we have to get the approval from Big Brother, the United States. And why does this happen? Why did this government relent to now, when we go out and start an agreement with China, we first have to get the approval of the United States? So I would like the honourable member from Calgary Midnapore to comment on that situation.
Honourable member for Calgary Midnapore.
Madame la Présidente, and thank you to my
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For that question. You know, it is such a good point, and I actually think it speaks to a bigger problem, and a problem which I tried to address within my speech, and that is just the complete lack of a strategic, coherent foreign policy by this government, including a great power strategy, which was evidenced by our discussion today at the Canada-China Committee. So sadly, I think what my colleague is referring to is just a symptom of the greater problem which exists, which is an overabundance of selfies and costumes, and not enough strategic, coherent policy. Madame la Présidente, merci.
The commentaire.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Kitchener South Health.
Madam Speaker, and the member mentioned that auto rules of origin was avoided in her speech. I'd like to remind her that in my riding, I have Toyota Motor Manufacturing there. And when I spoke with the organization there, they mentioned that this was a great deal for Canada. Many of their vehicles, their Toyota vehicles, are exported to the United States. And we wanted to ensure that we had a great deal. And one of the things that the United States administration was very focused on is 50% of its U.S. content. With exports, has to be 50% U.S. content. We fought vigorously hard, and we mentioned to them at no cost will we have this at all, and we strictly opposed the United States for this. Also, in terms of originating content, it was at 62%. We bumped that up to 75%. And now auto workers, particularly in Mexico, have to be making over $16 an hour. So can she mention how the auto rules of origin was avoided? And can she please mention that to the chamber?
A answer from the honourable member from Calgary Midnapore.
Well, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You know, when you lose, you lose. I think of a great commercial that I saw over Black Friday in the United States, and it was stay home, save 100%. And so, you know, I think that this would apply in this situation, which is, you know, fine. Look for little gains. I mentioned this, that, you know, this is good enough. Ultimately, it will raise probably prices for Canadian consumers for automobiles. But again, a loss is a loss. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Colchester, Cumberland Colchester. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A year, Canada has been negotiating very hard for a modernized free trade agreement with the United States and Mexico, and now called COSMA, or the new free trade NAFTA. We knew how important it was to get it right and to get a fair deal that was good for Canadian workers and good for Canadian businesses and communities right across this country. We did everything in our power to protect jobs, create more opportunities for Canadian workers and their families, and to ensure the growth of our economy. And I believe it's paid off. NAFTA will benefit, the new NAFTA will benefit Canadians from every corner of the country and will reinforce the strong economic ties between our three countries. And I hope to see support from all colleagues in this House to get the job done. The new NAFTA also maintains our country's preferential access to the United States and Mexico, which is Canada's largest and third largest trading partners, respectively, while modernizing long outdated elements of the North American Free Trade Agreement. And this includes labor obligations regarding the elimination of employment discrimination based on gender. And Madam Speaker, this new NAFTA is the very first international trade deal that recognizes gender identity and sexual orientation as grounds for discrimination in its labor chapter. And I think that that is very worthy of our support.
Hear, hear.
This includes our obligations regarding the elimination, as I said, of discrimination based on gender. That's huge, Madam Speaker. The other thing is, when it comes to supply management, the U.S. starting position was to completely dismantle Canada's supply management. The U.S. summary of objectives for NAFTA renegotiation was eliminating remaining Canadian tariffs on imports of U.S. dairy, poultry, and egg products. And our government has defended our supply management system. This agreement will provide some market access, but most importantly, the future of supply management is now not in question. This is very good for our dairy farmers, for eggs, for many, many of the sectors. Our farmers and our dairy producers will be compensated, and dairy farmers can start receiving their first checks this month. Yay! From Nova Scotia, we are very pleased about that. I also forgot to say, Madam Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member for Vancouver Centre. Madam Speaker, another aspect of this trade agreement which is important to me in Nova Scotia is agriculture and seafood as well. But our government has worked extremely hard to negotiate and to defend these interests of Canadians. We've protected the North American agriculture and agri-food trade. We've protected the Canada-U.S. bilateral agriculture trade of $63 billion, the Canada-Mexico bilateral agricultural trade of $4.6 billion, and through the new NAFTA, we've also made gains for farmers, and through CETA, the CPTPP, and the renegotiation of NAFTA, which are the biggest free trade deals in Canada's history, we have been able to preserve, protect, and defend this supply management system. When it comes to forestry, Madam Speaker, we do feel that Canada's forestry industry supports really good jobs across the country, and especially in Nova Scotia, this is important to me, but we feel that the U.S. duties on Canadian softwood lumber are unfair and unwarranted. So this remains to be worked on. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotia remains Canada's #1 leader in seafood exports, with more than $2 billion in exports, or 29% of Canada's total seafood exports. And the U.S. does remain our closest and largest market, but China is now second, with an increase of 36% of our seafood in the last few years, and we're hoping that the new virus does not affect us too much. We've seen some effect momentarily, but we're hoping that that does not last. Finally, Madam Speaker, our government will always stand up for our cultural industries because it means protecting a $53.8 billion industry representing over 650,000 quality jobs for Canadians. That's 75,000 jobs in Quebec alone. The new NAFTA has important benefits for Quebec, including preserving the cultural exemption, and it gives Canada flexibility to adopt and maintain programs and policies that support the creation, distribution, and development of Canadian artistic expression or content, including in the digital environment. This is very, very important to the creative industries, Madam Speaker, and as a former actor, writer, producer, I for one, know how important that is to our bottom line here. That's why Canada stood firm to protect the cultural exemption and our economic interests during the renegotiation of the new NAFTA, and we will always defend our cultural sovereignty because that's just the right thing to do for Canada. Madam Speaker, when it comes to the environment, the new NAFTA has a new enforceable environment chapter. This replaces the separate side agreement of before. It upholds air quality, fights marine pollution. We believe that commitments to high levels of environmental protection are an important part of trade agreements. After all, without the environment, we don't have an economy. These protect our workers and they protect our planet. Madam Speaker, when it comes to drug prices, our government knows how proud Canadians are of our public health care system. And as Canadians, this is part of our identity. We don't have to sit here arguing whether or not universal Medicare is good. We know it is. We also know that the affordability of and access to prescription drugs remains an important issue for so many Canadians, especially our seniors. That's why Budget 2019 takes bold, concrete steps to lay the foundation for national pharmacare, like the creation of a new Canadian drug agency. This is an important issue for our government, Madam Speaker. Our government will always stand up for our public health care system, and the changes to data protection for biologic drugs may have an impact on costs. So I can assure you that we will work with the provinces and the territories on the potential impact of these changes. Madam Speaker, we've worked hard to achieve a very good deal that will benefit all Canadians. And the enforceable provisions that protect women's rights, minority rights, Indigenous rights, and environmental protections are the strongest in any Canadian trade agreement to date. And of that, I believe we can all be very proud. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And with that, I'll take my seat.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? L'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to my Nova Scotian colleague very carefully, and I reacted to the fact when she mentioned that producers would be receiving checks. And producers are depending on subsidies these days. Some have said that they wanted to be able to contribute without relying on subsidies, but with the concessions being made in the past 3 agreements, that's 10%. So their incomes are being affected. Is the member opposite satisfied with the compensation going to farmers under this agreement?
Berlin Colchester.
I feel that it's a lot better than it was, that's for sure, especially when you start at the starting point of where the Americans did not want to even allow any subsidies whatsoever. And as I quoted in my speech, they were dead set to try and get rid of these things that we have in Canada, which they don't have in America. The supply management, they wanted to get rid of it. And when I was running in this last election as a newcomer, I definitely supported supply management. I think it's so important. And I know it's important for the Quebec, for the dairy farmers in Quebec. You have many different the member has many different industries in Quebec that this is very, very important to. And although I always believe we can do better, I believe that this is very good negotiations on our part with America at this time.
Commentaires, questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I pose my question through you to the member. You know, one of the frustrations on this side of the House is we are going to support the deal at the end of the day. We understand that the Canadian economy wants bankability and stability. We get it. But they aren't happy. They're plugging their nose and they're saying, let's get bankability and stability, but it's not as good as what we had before in a lot of ways. And there's a simple example of things that they could have done in this deal that would have made things more progressive right across North America. And one is the labor mobility. Why didn't they modernize that area? Why didn't they take the companies from 1994 and actually modernize it to 2020? So we got all the high-tech sector, biotech sector, you got all these professionals that are new technologies that can't travel back and forth under that labor mobility chapter. Why wouldn't this government, if they're looking forward, why wouldn't they have modernized that part of the chapter?
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Colchester.
Cumberland Colchester. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's okay. Listen, I hear the member opposite, but when it comes to the 21st century and tech jobs and also IT, you can do that from anywhere. You don't have to be in one country or another. And many countries are working together on these types of jobs. And you can do it from, a small place in Yarmouth and be in touch with somebody in Carolina. So I think movement is rather an old-fashioned idea now. We can do things on screens. We can be talking to somebody from across the world on a screen and still be working together. So I think that, as I said, things can always be better, but I think that given the circumstances we have now and with our trading partner to the south, we're doing extremely well, and I'm really pleased that we got the deal that we did. Thank you.
Joseph Commentaire, questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe. Yes? No? Aren't you in London? The Honourable Member for Victoria? Yes, sorry.
The Honourable Member talked about drug prices and about fundamentally being on Canadian side. Yet, when it comes to pharmaceutical prices, when it comes to transparency in trade deals, the Liberals have consistently shown that they are on the side of big corporations. The Liberals promised an entire chapter to promote gender equality, but where is that? Only superficial language on gender equality. They promised an entire chapter to promote Indigenous rights, yet there is no mention of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. New Democrats believe in strong environmental provisions that can be fully enforceable, and in making sure that we are in line with our obligations in the Paris agreements. We only got rid of Chapter 11 and investor state provisions because of the work of Democrats in the U.S. Why do Canadians need to rely on U.S. Democrats to stand up for them?
Very quick answer from the member from Cumberland-Colchester.
Again, this is the first time we've ever had women's and gender rights expressed in a free trade deal of this sort. So I think that is a huge step forward. And personally, having lived in the United States and worked in the United States as an actor, I came home to Canada and to Nova Scotia because this is a much better country to live in. I will fight for Canada. I will stand up for Canada. I feel we are much better off here. And I will always fight, and we will always fight for our rights, for Indigenous rights, for First Nations, for women's rights, and for multicultural rights, because that's just the right thing to do, and we are Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I want to say that, as you well know, since August of 2017, when we were told that NAFTA was going to go by the board and we had to start thinking about how we renegotiate, a lot of things were put out there as this is not going to happen anymore. And so since August 2017, until we actually are able to ratify this and sign on the new CUSMA, we have done a great deal of work, and Canada did that work. And I think one of the things that we need to talk about, because everyone can find loopholes in this deal, you just have to look at it and realize that any deal, any negotiation means one side is going to get everything they want. There's a bit of give here and take here in order to get this and keep this. And so we had a very strong set of negotiators. And I want to point out that our negotiators were not just our Minister of Foreign Affairs and our Prime Minister, and our bureaucrats, but we brought labor and we brought industries to the table. We brought Canadians and farmers and people who had a vested interest in this to our table. And we all began to talk about what were the most important things for us to get when we are at the table. Having negotiated for the doctors in British Columbia on occasion, I can tell you that you got to go and say that I'm not going to budge on this. We knew what we wanted and we dug our heels in, and that was decided on by the team of people that were negotiating with us. And they all realized that they had to give up, and we all decided what was strong. I think one of the things I want to say is that this actual deal is better in many ways than the old NAFTA. And that was because this team decided on what was most important. I think we have maintained, and we mustn't forget that, privileged access to the U.S., who is our largest trading partner, and we do 76% of our trade with the United States. So that was an important thing. And I think it's important that we've heard that people talked about sovereignty. Canada's sovereignty went by the board. I want to say that one of the things things that was very clear that we dug our heels in and retained was what indeed is sovereignty for Canada. We managed to keep control over our key cultural sector. Canada is different culturally than the United States. We know that. And our cultural sector, especially where we see a huge $54 billion cultural industry in Canada, which has created about 650,000 jobs across this country, with 75,000 of those alone being in Quebec. And because our culture is distinct in Quebec with language and culture, we have been able to maintain that we can keep sovereign control over that part of who we are as Canadians. And I think that's important to remember. We also kept true to some of the more important things. Our values, our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And our values are very clear in terms of what we stand for as Canadians. Gender equality, LGBTQ rights, minority rights, those were negotiated and they were kept strong, and we have strong and enforceable language on all of those things that we don't see, that we didn't have in the old NAFTA. So we do, and so when people say we gave up our cultural sovereignty, etc., we didn't. We kept the things that were vital to us. And again, I want to remind everybody that those decisions were not just made by the government, it was made by a team of everyone coming together that decided that these are the things we're going to fight for and we're not going to give up on. And we got most of those things. I think, we've heard about the cultural sector that we've protected. In my province of British Columbia, the film industry is a massive industry. In fact, in British Columbia, the #1 special effects globally comes out of British Columbia in terms of special effects. We were able to keep that moving and growing. So these are important when we talk about jobs and the people that are benefiting. I mean, when you look at British Columbia, we'd heard a lot of talk about the softwood lumber and the forestry sector, but we did do something very important. We managed to keep a very strong and enforceable dispute resolution mechanism when it comes to looking at things like softwood lumber. And when it comes to look at our supply management, we have not. That was something that we were promised by the United States that they were going to take away from us. We've kept it. So supply management is no longer on the table as a debate. How we get better deals for all of our dairy produce, etc. This is something that keeps ongoing. Negotiations is something that we need to look at how we move forward. But what it did do is that in British Columbia, where 77% of our agricultural exports go to the United States, we have managed to keep that. We have managed to also allow our farmers access to Mexico, which we did not have extremely good access to. So now we've broadened our market within Canada. And I think, again, we used to, for those of you who have long memories, we used to go every time we had to go to the WTO on softwood lumber. We were always going. We would struggle for years and years debating this, going to the WTO. The United States ignored us. Now we have enforceable and strong dispute resolution mechanisms. So we don't have to spend a lot of time dealing with what we know is going to come up. Everyone is still going to try to deal with some protectionism, but we have ways now of fighting that very, very clearly. So I just wanted to say that for me, there are a lot of things that are important. One of the things that is key to being a Canadian is Medicare, our public health care system. That has not been touched. Our ability to maintain and to change and to deal with our public health care system in the way we've always done, that is sacrosanct. That is still there. So let's talk about sovereignty. We talk about that as being sovereign. We're bringing in pharmacare. Our government is working on this. And the ability, for instance, to bring down from 10 years to 8 years our biologics information and data, and to be able to put that out for generics means that we're going to get cheaper drugs, especially inexpensive drugs like biologics. So there are some really important things that they don't actually have to do only with trade, but they have to do with maintaining who we are as Canadians and what we stand for and what we think is important. And I think so this is going to enhance our ability to continue our health care, especially when health care and Obamacare is being under great threat by the United States. We know that we can keep what we have and that we can see how important that is. And I think, again, one of the things we're enforcing, and have got enforceable language on, is environmental standards. But in forestry, in our agricultural sector, we've also maintained our plastics ban and all of those kinds of environmental issues that Canada has done. And we're talking with a country that doesn't believe in global warming. And we have still managed to keep us intact our own ability to deal with it. And our Oceans Protection Plan, which protects species at risk in our oceans, that we brought forward as a government, $1.5 billion, that remains intact, and we have got agreement to help to look at how our whales and our turtles are a threat and how we need to maintain that and to sustain those threatened species. And also to look at fishing. How do we look at stocks and compare stocks now and say, is overfishing harming our ability in British Columbia to maintain ordinary stocks of fish, salmon, etc.? And so while we have endangered species, we also have ordinary fishing species to look at how overfishing isn't going to impact on that, and we can maintain some of those stocks. And I think that, again, is extremely important. Looking at labor. That ability that we had to enforce the fact that there are going to be strong standards around labor, that in fact the ability to put in things like discrimination based on sexual orientation is no longer there in the United States, and especially in Mexico, where we see a strong pushback against union and against labor rights. And so we've got that in there. It is there. It's enforceable. And we also have dispute resolution mechanisms that are very strong to deal with a country that is denying the labor rights. So we have moved forward on a whole lot of things that we did not have before. And I think one of the important things to remember that I want to end with, Madam Chair, is that this is good for my province, very, very much so, in terms of the fact that 50% of all the lumber that goes to the United States comes out of British Columbia. This is important for us. And this clear dispute resolution mechanisms is going to stop us from running back and forth in the old days we used to do with the WTO. But at the end of the day, I just want to say, I am sure that every one of us in this House, including me, can pick holes in this agreement. Of course we can. There are going to be things we wish we could have had everything we wanted when we went to the table. But if any of you have ever negotiated before, you know that when you go to the table, you go to the table with 100 items, and you know that you're going to go to bat and dig your heels in for 50 of them, because you're going to have to give some up to get some. And so this is what happened. This is a great deal. It's a better deal than we ever had. And I hope that all of you in this House will recognize it and to think of Canadians, to think of our economy, to think of the jobs that are going to come out of this and ratify this. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague. She mentioned in her speech British Columbia and the effect of softwood lumber disagreement, and I was wondering if she could really clarify her comments. I wasn't quite sure what she said in regards to this agreement and the softwood lumber dispute mechanism. I was wondering if she could clarify for all the people who depend on the softwood lumber industry for their jobs and the economy in British Columbia. Does this agreement, is she saying that this is this kind of gets rid of that dispute?
Vancouver Centre.
No, it doesn't. We're always going to have dispute over softwood lumber from the United States because they have softwood lumber producers as well. But I think what we managed to do, given that in British Columbia this is important to people, to all of us, we have 145,000 jobs coming out of our softwood lumber sector. And I think the important thing is that we're not going to have to do this 5 and 6 year going to the WTO and coming back, and then the United States ignores what the WTO ruling is. We've won on every one of those. But if we now have a clear process, a clear dispute resolution mechanism, then as we win those, they will be enforceable. And it won't be the sort of tracking around for 10 years and 7 years trying to negotiate softwood lumber. And I think that's important.
The commentaire? Yes, the Honourable Leader of the House for the Opposition, please, yes.
Madam Speaker, I did want to rise on a point of order actually regarding the point of privilege that the whip brought forward yesterday, as well as the recent comments and explanation that was given from the member from Vimy. I wanted to just take a couple of moments to do that, and then we can continue with the debate, and I appreciate the opportunity. I want to begin just with the onset by saying that I thank the member from Vimy for her explanation today, and I think we all understand what it's like being a new member of Parliament and not always sure of what it actually means possibly to be in the chamber when the vote is being when the question is being read. So I did from the onset, I wanted to extend that and let that member know that not to feel bad about about that. We do all understand that, and we're glad that she now understands where she needs to be when the question is being read. But, Madam Speaker, there are a couple of points that I wanted to just point out regarding two issues that I know the Speaker, you indicated that you would be looking at and making some decisions on. And I'll begin with the first one. It is on the issue of misleading the House. There is some precedent that I think it's important we have the opportunity to hear and consider as the Speaker makes this decision. On February 25th of 2014, the House Leader of the Official Opposition raised a question of privilege regarding statements made in the House by the member for Mississauga-Streetsville. The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville had deliberately misled the House during debate on Bill C-23, the Fair Elections Act, when he stated that he had witnessed evidence of voter fraud firsthand. He further argued that the matter was not resolved by the statement made by the member for Mississauga-Streetsville on February 24th and 25th, where he admitted that, contrary to his original claim, he had not witnessed what he had originally claimed to have witnessed, and he apologized to the House. On March 3rd, the Speaker delivered his ruling, citing what Speaker Milliken was faced with in February 2002, when the then Minister of National Defence, Art Eggleton, provided contrary information to the House. And in that case as well, the Minister indicated that he did not intentionally mislead the House, and he too apologized. Speaker Milliken went on to conclude, and I quote, "In keeping with that precedent, I am prepared to accord the same courtesy to the member for Mississauga-Streetsville." So, Mr. Speaker, we have two precedents where prima facie causes of privilege were found despite members indicating that they did not intend to mislead the House and after apologize. So I think that there, Madam Speaker, is precedent where when this House and the Speaker is misled, that there still is a case of prima facie and there is a consequence that needs to be found for that action. With respect to my whip's motion to send this matter to the Standing Committee to Procedure and House Affairs, I refer to I refer you, Madam Speaker, to Monget's second edition of Parliamentary Procedure in Canada, page 227. And this is what was said. In the final analysis, in areas of doubt, the Speaker asked simply, does the act complained of appear at first sight to be a breach of privilege? Or to put it shortly, has the member an arguable point? If the Speaker feels there's any doubt on the question, he or she should leave it to the House, unquote. So I'm asking you to leave this matter to the House to decide. And if the House decides to send this issue to committee, then the committee could look at, in addition to the misleading statement, the issue that my whip raised as to establishing a mechanism for the Speaker to be able to deal with disputed votes, which is particularly important in a minority parliament. Madam Speaker, we do need to deal with the issue of deliberately or not deliberately misleading the House, and there's precedent for that, as well as we need to deal with the matter of the importance of votes. In a minority parliament, we still have this question of how we would have dealt with it if that had been a matter of confidence and the government had lost that vote, which we all know is of grave importance. And so I wanted to make sure that that was presented as the Speaker continues his deliberations. Thank you.
Good point. The Honourable Member for her submission and her presentation, and we'll take it under advisement. Thank you. Resuming questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that the American cultural industries are really the most powerful and largest in the world. Their product covers the globe, and they are always, I would say, aggressively looking for new markets. Despite their power within the United States as a stakeholder, we were able to achieve an agreement that has a carve-out for cultural industries. So I would like the member to speak to that in the context of the way Canada stood firm and negotiated smartly and strategically vis-a-vis the United States on this issue.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I want to say that this is a really key part when we talk about sovereignty. This is a key part of who Canada is, our identity, our sovereignty, that we have strong cultural institutions that are very different from the United States. And you're absolutely right. I remember in the late 90s and in the early 2000s when Hollywood, quote unquote, used to really push back against any kind of filmmaking here. And yet everybody wanted to come here because we had excellent opportunities to have good location that could pass for anything, any forest, any mountain, anywhere in the world. And at the same time, we had very good camera people and producers and directors and writers. And so that was a very important fight that we took up in the late 1998 that would have allowed us to get there. But we had to do that in constantly facing pressure to put this into our negotiations on CUSMA, and to know that we can keep this strong sense of Canadian identity, Canadian cultural industries, which, as I said before, is a $57 billion industry in this country and doesn't even count film. It's a very important thing to do, and I'm proud that we were able to achieve that, especially because BC is ground zero for all the best things that are being done in film.
Commentaires, questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague talked about how proud she was of protecting supply management with this agreement. Her colleague even said that checks were already being delivered to farmers. And yet I have 3 points about this. First, we know that those checks are not automatic. People need to go fill out forms to get them, and farmers in my riding are concerned that not all farmers will be able to fill out those forms, or maybe will actually get the money that they're entitled to. Secondly, yes, there's a check, but what will happen after that? The future is very uncertain. And thirdly, people are worried that this might turn into more of a situation of credits rather than checks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The important thing is that this first check, and if many farmers are having trouble filling out the forms and getting access, then thank you for bringing that to our attention. Then we will be able to look at how we make that process easier and how we modify the process to make it very user-friendly for farmers. But this is not one check and then farmers are going to be dropped into a hole in the ground. We're going to be continuing to reimburse our farmers and help them to sustain themselves, because we have had to give up some things in the dairy sector. But supply management per se...
Debate. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to start off by saying that I will be sharing my time with the member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa. It's... Well, thank you. Look, it is always a great day when you get to rise in this place and defend the interests of the wonderful residents of my riding of Dufferin-Caledon. And I want to start off by saying that what has been said by members on this side of the House is that we do support this agreement because it is good for business, it's good to have certainty, and that is one of the benefits of having this trade agreement resolved. However, there are a number of issues that we have been asking for information on from the government, not just for a week or 2 weeks. In fact, we've been asking for some information for several months, and we're not getting that information. And specifically, we've been asking, when will the government release the economic impact for this agreement? You would think that's something that they would have and be willing to share. Members on this side of the House, when we have to choose how we vote on this issue, we would like to be informed. But instead of releasing this information to us and to all Canadians, we get no information. And in fact, what we do get is, please approve this as quickly as possible. Now, Madam Speaker, when you're asking someone to dance, you actually have to ask them to dance. You don't just grab them and pull them out onto the dance floor and start swinging them around. It's not the proper way to do it. So this is a very clear request that we have made. And to date, we get no response. Effectively, we're being asked to vote in favor of a trade agreement without knowing what the economic impacts are going to be, not only in our own ridings, but all across this country. And quite frankly, I think that request is inappropriate. they should be giving us the information that we're demanding. Now, my friends on the other side of the House, they will say, oh, but we've offered you a briefing. A briefing is not an economic impact analysis. And I am wondering when this government is actually going to raise the curtains and give not only parliamentarians, but give all Canadians the economic impact of this agreement so that they can make an informed decision about this. Now, that's bad enough that we're not getting the economic impact. But actually what I find is far more insidious and odious is the fact that there actually is a report on the economic impact on dairy and SM4. And guess what? It's been kept confidential by the government. Why would they be keeping an economic impact analysis on important agricultural sectors confidential? Why is it not being released? Again, we're being asked as parliamentarians to vote on something without information. Some information they clearly don't have. They clearly don't have an economic impact analysis, despite years of negotiations. But they actually do have a very specific economic analysis that is very important to members in my riding of Dufferin-Caledon. In Dufferin, the #1 economic driver is agriculture. And in that agriculture, we of course have dairy and other supply-managed industries. And they are nervous because they know that there are going to be economic impacts. But this government is choosing not to release that information, so they don't know the extent of the impact. I met with dairy farmers in my riding 2 weeks ago. They are concerned about the agreement itself without still knowing the economic impacts. One of the things that they are of course concerned about is that dairy products coming in from the United States are not going to be subject to the exact same standards as Canadian dairy producers are subjected to. There are hormones that are used in dairy production down in the United States that will allow greater production at lower cost, and this is not allowed to be used in Canada. So they've negotiated a deal not only for further access to the supply-managed dairy market in Canada, but they've also not leveled the playing field. So it's a double hit on our dairy sector, one that they don't know the economic impact of. And they don't know what the compensation is going to be either. We ask repeatedly, what is going to be the compensation for sectors that are adversely affected? Again, like so many things that we get from this government, there's no transparency. We get no answer. And a great example of the lack of transparency exhibited by this government was how they opposed the parliamentary budget officer looking into their infrastructure spending. This is a government that said, we are transparent and open by default. Well, that's not what's happening specifically with that vote. It's certainly not what is happening with this trade agreement. All we're asking for is information. It seems like a very simple and basic request. They are saying to us, we need a partner in this chamber to pass this trade agreement. But we're not going to give you any of the information that you need in order to make a really informed decision, especially for the residents of my riding who are going to be affected by the changes to the dairy industry. And, Madam Speaker, what did the government get in return for negotiating away milk clauses 6 and 7? We've asked this question. Again, we don't have an answer. What did we get in exchange for effectively giving a tariff on exports in the dairy market that go above a certain threshold? There's now going to be a tariff put on. What did we get in exchange for that? What did we get in return for negotiating away our sovereignty over exports of milk and protein concentrates, skim milk powder, and infant formula? These are real questions, legitimate questions that we're not getting answers to. And this is becoming a pattern with this government. They do not want to answer the tough questions. I sit here, like all of us, during question period. There are lots of great questions that are asked with very specific questions that can have very specific answers. But of course, we don't get very specific answers, do we? On this side of the House, we know the answers are, the old Ottawa spin and twist. Spin the question around, don't really say anything, and then your time's up. Well, that's what we're getting here on this trade agreement. We are actually getting no answers. And I know what my friends are going to say, oh, you were given opportunities for briefings. That's not sufficient. It's not enough. I have two final points to raise on this. Number one, why hasn't softwood lumber been included in this trade agreement? We know that this is a very serious issue, not in my riding, but in ridings all across the country. And why was Buy American not addressed? This is a major, major impediment for Canadian companies who are trying to do business in the United States. These are simple, basic questions. All it would take is someone on that side of the House to take the time to actually answer a straight and direct question. To date, they're not doing it. I am losing faith that it will happen going forward. Madam Speaker, we want to approve this trade agreement. We want to vote in favor of it because Canadian businesses and industry need certainty, but we actually need the information. And my request is that this government start providing us some answers instead of pulling down the curtains and saying, vote blind on this issue. Thank you.
The member will have 5 minutes for questions and comments after a question period. We will now go to statements by members with the honourable member from Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honour a giant from the Canadian theatre and art scene, Mary Thornton. Mary was an instrumental member of the magical puppet theatre company, Famous People Players, located in my riding. The entire company consists of people with developmental and physical challenges. Their work pays homage to famous people. Liberace loved them so much he brought them on tour. Since then, they have created almost 30 productions and attracted supporters such as Paul Newman and musician Phil Collins. Mary created the signature style of the company, designing the brilliantly colored props, costumes, and life-size characters brought to life by the performers, earning her praise from critics around the world. Mary made a difference in the lives of many. Yesterday, we celebrated Bell Let's Talk. Today, I would like to honor someone who achieved so much, gave so much every day to provide an opportunity for success to many people who are marginalized in our society. Mary continued to work with the company until a few months ago when she died on December 11th at age 103. Mary, thank you.
The honourable member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the tallest wooden church in North America is in Church Point, Digby County, standing at 185 feet high. Église Sainte-Marie boasts 41 stained glass windows, and the architectural detail is stunning. I highly recommend this landmark to anyone visiting the Clare region. While the structure of the church remains sound, the 115-year-old giant needs maintenance and repairs and comes with a price tag of $3 million. La Société Édifice Sainte-Marie de la Pointe mène une collecte de fonds pour...
They're doing a fundraising event until September 2021. If they don't obtain their objective, they're going to have to demolish it. It is an important symbol of our heritage. As a proud Canadian, I'm concerned for that important historical site, and we have to make all the necessary efforts to preserve it. And I am going to follow up with this file. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Few people have the honour of receiving such an distinguished award as the Governor-General's Literary Award. There's a woman from Châteauguay, Anne-Marie Voisard, who has won this award for the essay category for her book, Le droit du plus fort, nos dommages, leurs intérêts. This book was published by Éditions Éco-Société. With an interview, we said that she showed great courage by criticizing this sector. Ms. Voissard had the courage to shake up the legal representations, which we've assumed to have been normal, and she has been rewarded for this. On behalf of Châteauguay-Lacolle, I would like to thank her for her contributions to a more just society. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, it's with great admiration that I'd like to offer my sincere congratulations to Mr. Marc-André Lachapelle, a young man of 17 years old, a resident of Saint-Zotique, for his brave act in saving Ms. Yvette Gingras. Mr. Chapelle went to work on January 5th, and he saw Ms. Gingras in distress by the side of the road. The young man quickly ran to the woman and performed CPR on her until the paramedics arrived. Mr. Lachapelle, your brightness of spirit, your maturity, and your sense of duty saved the life of Ms. Gingras. And, of course, I'm sure you'll make a wonderful ambulance driver, and I hope you will be working in Salaberry-sur-Roi. I'd like to join the Gingras family in offering you my warmest thank you, and I'd like to wish a quick recovery to Ms. Gingras.
For Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to recognize the incredible work of an organization with roots in Brampton, the Sikh Sewa Society, which provides free meals for the less fortunate in our community. Weekly, they serve over 400 meals and have been doing so each and every Sunday for the past 4 years. The mission of the Sikh Sewa Society is to have an open platform for citizens of all ages, races, cultures, and faiths with a simple motivation of selfless service for the whole of humanity. The Sikh Sewa Society aligns their mandate with the core teachings of Sikhism, including working hard, giving back, and serving our communities. And their actions are inspiration to many Canadians. I'd like to extend kudos to the organization's volunteers and founders, including Peel Regional Police Officer Manjeet Singh Basran, Gurjeet Singh, and Parmjeet Singh Aujla. Their profound dedication to the betterment of our community does not go unnoticed and is much appreciated. In this new Parliament, may all of us in this House not lose sight of the importance of our role in serving those who allowed us to serve them. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand in the House today to celebrate an important community event in my riding, the Sunnydale Winterama. The event, which kicks off tonight in the town of New Lowell, is celebrating its 45th anniversary this year. Winterama is organized by a small, dedicated group of volunteers from the area who work hard to put on an exceptional weekend of activities. There's something for everyone, from kids' games and free fireworks show to community dinners and a charitable silent auction. Winterama is also a major showcase for small business and at the craft market, and an excellent opportunity for our many talented local musicians who are playing at events throughout this weekend. My family and I look forward to seeing many familiar faces at the spaghetti dinner tomorrow night. Thank you to the many hardworking volunteers and community members who have helped make this event possible this year and the past 45 great years.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The downing of Ukrainian Airlines Flight 752 is a national tragedy that struck very close to home. Pillars of the North Shore community were lost, and families are going through a time of unimaginable grief. In the aftermath of this heartbreaking tragedy, fellow Canadians have stepped up to support their Iranian Canadian neighbours. Nowhere was this more evident than the memorial organized by Nazreen Filsouf of the Iranian Canadian Foundation. Hundreds gathered to remember the 57 Canadians, 29 permanent residents that were on this flight. The North Shore Jewish community hosted this important event at the Har El Synagogue. It's fitting that these two communities came together to support each other and that we recognize both this tragedy and the Holocaust this week. While this event might have been surprising just about anywhere else in the world, it's another poignant example of national unity and a reason we should all be proud to be Canadian. When one community suffers, it's felt across our country, and we support you so you're not alone. Thank you.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Correctional Service of Canada celebrated
the Citizens Advisory Committee Awareness Week. This citizen-led movement ensures that the public is involved in corrections, increasing openness and transparency. I would like to thank the over 400 Canadians who volunteered with the Citizens Advisory Committees across the country. I applaud their dedication in the institutions and parole offices, and I am proud of the work they do in my own riding and, of course, those across the entire country. Please join me in thanking all the Citizens Advisory Committee members for their tireless efforts and contribution to public safety for all Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, on January 27th, just 3 days ago, the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada released the review panel report on CN's proposed truck rail hub in Milton. The panel determined that this project is likely to have a significant and adverse environmental impact on air quality and human health in Halton Region. It's now in front of the federal cabinet for review and a decision. The review panel recognized this project will have a negative environmental impact. The region of Halton has concluded this project will negatively impact the communities of Burlington, Oakville, Milton, and Halton Hills. And most importantly, the people of Halton have voiced their strong opposition to this project. I'm calling on the Liberal government and Liberal members from Halton Region to do the right thing, protect the environment, and listen to the people of Halton Region.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Coquitlam,
Mr. Speaker, Canadians across the country are mourning the victims of Flight PS 752. In Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, this tragedy hit at the heart of our community with the loss of all 3 members of the Hamidi family. Ardalan Abnadan Hamidi, Nilufar Rezaghi, and their son Kamyar Abnadan Hamadi. Over the past few years, I came to know the Hamadi family as engaged community supporters. In particular, Cam spent many hours volunteering with me this past fall. He was following in the footsteps of his parents, developing the same commitment to community activism. I feel their loss deeply and offer my sincerest condolences to their friends and family. Thank you.
The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Canada's fisheries have declined significantly in recent years, despite Liberal promises to reverse those trends. Threats to Pacific salmon stocks grew exponentially last year with the discovery of the Big Bar Slide on the Fraser River. Efforts to capture salmon and move them around the blockage benefited a few fish, but few fish survived the ordeal. After 6 months of Liberal promises, work has finally begun to remove the blockage and hopefully avert the extinction of some of these salmon stocks. I thank the engineers and the workers currently working to fix Big Bar, but I also join many Canadians in asking why it took half a year for this government to get to work on this urgent job. All along, the government promised to resource this work, but their delays cost the essential loss of resource time. This is only one of the challenges facing our fisheries, and we will be holding this government to account on the actions they take or do not take on this file.
The member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, something that is often overlooked is the impact of the carbon tax on farms and agriculture. Who's going to feed Canadians when this government continues to raise taxes and tax farmers out of business? I'm disappointed that yet again, the Liberals are overlooking the struggles of millions of Canadians. Vague platitudes will not put food on the table. The carbon tax is failing farmers, and it does not reduce emissions, especially in our rural ridings. All pain, no grain, Mr. Speaker. The carbon tax makes everything more expensive. I had a farmer who sent me a bill and in 1 month had to pay over $7,000 in carbon tax to dry his grain. Profit margins are already so low for so many farmers, and the Liberals want to tax them more, squeeze everything out of them. As the member for Lambton Kent Middlesex, I promise to stand up for our farmers and fight Trudeau's job-killing carbon tax.
Here, here.
I just want to remind the honourable members, when referring to someone else in the chamber, not to refer to them by their name, but refer to them by their title or their riding. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
For many Canadians, having a home people can afford that fit their needs is becoming harder and harder. For some, it's impossible. There is a problem all across the country. Yesterday, Ottawa declared a housing and homelessness emergency. Women's shelters are having to turn away victims of domestic violence. We see people sleeping in tents out of desperation. In Vancouver East, we've had a tent city at Oppenheimer Park for more than a year. There is no recognition of the overwhelming homeless population in urban, rural, and northern Indigenous communities. For the Liberals, when something is urgent for their corporate friends, they will go to any lengths to make it happen. But for Canadians who need a place to live, they have to wait. Enough is enough. We need to see a substantive increase in funding for the National Housing Strategy and a dedicated program led by Indigenous peoples for Indigenous peoples.
The honourable member for Beloeil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, Super Bowl Sunday is this week, and like many Quebecers, I will be rooting for Mr. Duvernay-Tardif. Like all Quebecers, I will be looking at the actions of an exceptional player who is from the riding of Beloeil-Chambly, Mr. Laurent Duvernay-Tardif. He plays for the Kansas City Chiefs, and he'll be in charge of protecting his team's quarterback, and he's also quite an exceptional player. So the number 76 could become the first Quebecer to wear one of these famous champion rings. He will also be the first professional football player to be a medical professional. Mr. Duvernay-Tardif was a brilliant student who showed that through perseverance, young Quebecers are capable to carve out extraordinary destinies. And I would like to encourage Mr. Duvernay-Tardif through his foundation that bears his name. This foundation offers scholarships, so go Chiefs, go.
Okay, the honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
We're seeing just how out of touch with ordinary Canadians this Liberal government is, giving $50 million to MasterCard. If we were to create a Liberal credit card commercial, it might sound like this. Canada's deficit, $27 billion. Canada's debt, $800 billion. New fridges for Loblaws, $12 million. An airport in Cape Breton for millionaires, $18 million. MasterCard's quarterly revenues, $4.4 billion. MasterCard size by market value in the United States, bigger than Walmart. Canada's Prime Minister giving MasterCard $50 million tax dollars, priceless. There are some things money can't buy, but for everything else, there's the Liberals. How can the Prime Minister justify this reckless borrowing using the Canadian taxpayer credit card to give MasterCard a single dime of our tax dollar?
The honourable member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker.
Canada and music lost a virtuoso, legend, and hero to millions of air drummers the world over. Neil Peart, drummer and lyricist for Rush, succumbed to glioblastoma after a 3.5-year fight and tragically only 4.5 years after Rush's final concert. Rush
was a major group that was very successful in Quebec and across Canada. They had famous albums, and they gave some of the most legendary concerts at the Forum of Montreal.
Fame. Neil Peart was generally recognized as the best rock drummer in the world and the driving force behind one of the most successful touring bands of all time. I offer our condolences to his family and all his fans in between the bright lights and the far unlit unknown. Thank you for your words and your music.
Oral oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, last Wednesday in a hotel room in Quebec City, 22-year-old Marilyn Levesque was brutally murdered. The 51-year-old accused, who'd murdered his wife 15 years prior, was on day parole and had been encouraged by his parole officer to hire Marilyn for sex. Will these Liberals, at a minimum, condemn unreservedly what the parole board and this parole officer did and commit to correcting this so it never happens again?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said previously, we extend our deepest condolences to the family. We understand and we share the concerns of Canadians about this case. Public safety must always be our first consideration in all parole decisions, and the parole board makes these decisions independently. But in response to the concerns that are being raised, Mr. Speaker, I have asked the chair of the parole board and the Commissioner of Correctional Services to initiate a full investigation and a review to determine the circumstances under which that have led to this tragic case and to ensure that all established protocols were in fact followed.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that's an incredibly weak answer from a so-called feminist government. Why couldn't that minister have stood up and said unreservedly, they will make sure changes happen so this doesn't happen again? Protocol, Mr. Speaker, it should never have happened. Now, I have another question for this Liberal government. We know that MasterCard, a company with over $16 billion in revenue last year, is getting $50 million from the Liberals. Everyone knows that MasterCard does not need this money. So will the minister do the right thing and reverse this terrible decision to give MasterCard $50 million?
Oh, the Honourable Minister for Economic Development. I'm sorry.
Set the record straight. The Government of Canada has invested in a major new cybersecurity center, which will make Canada world leading when it comes to countering cybercrime, ensuring cybersecurity, as well as developing new technologies. This new investment made by the government will create hundreds of jobs across the country, in particular in British Columbia. Thank you.
Well, Opposition House Leader.
MasterCard made $16 billion last year. I think they can afford to develop their own cybersecurity. They are making this $16 billion off of Canadians who can't afford to pay their credit card bills at the end of the month. MasterCard didn't need the $50 million. Actually, no credit card company needs $50 million from this Canadian Liberal government. How can the Liberals keep defending giving millions of dollars to billion-dollar companies?
The Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of this House, we believe in job creation, and we believe that we need to make sure that we make the right investment to ensure this job creation.
Time to look for a different talking point. Check your book. You got to have some
Maybe somebody can answer my question. How long before everyone's quiet? Okay, very good. We'll let the Honourable Minister continue, please.
Not only do we believe in job creation, but the facts are clear. We were able to create 1 million new jobs over the past 4 years. And that is why we are supporting the development of the tech sector in British Columbia, in Western Canada. We believe that we need to do more to create good jobs all across the country, and that the growth that we're seeing is shared all across the different regions. Thank you.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
Auditor General to investigate the Liberals' $186 billion Investing in Canada plan. Last year, the Auditor General said clearly that the Liberals were not providing the appropriate funds for the office to do its work. This House asked the Auditor General to do an important job, Mr. Speaker. Can the Prime Minister assure this House that the Auditor General will have all the resources necessary?
The Honourable Minister of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to answer this very important question
investing in middle-class Canadians, investing in further economic growth, investing in our infrastructure across Canada has been a key part of our plan since 2015. We look forward to having good conversations with all people in this government, including the Auditor General, to make sure that our investments are as effective as possible.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable.
They don't even know what middle class is, Mr. Speaker. Jamais dans l'histoire.
Never in the history of Canada has a government spent as much to accomplish so little. In fact, the Prime Minister is the biggest spender and the most careless with taxpayers' money we've ever seen. The Auditor General of Canada stated last year that he lacked sufficient funding to do his job. Yesterday, the House gave him a mandate to investigate the Liberals' $186 billion infrastructure plan. Will the Prime Minister make a commitment today to give the Auditor General all of the necessary funding to carry out this important mandate? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague to give me an opportunity to answer this question in French. 1 million jobs have been created since 2015. Many Canadians lifted out of poverty, economic growth, the strongest in developed countries, a solid fiscal framework based on all people who have studied this issue. Mr. Speaker, we have not only done a great deal, and we look forward to continuing to work for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tech Frontier will put an end to the Paris Agreement. 260,000 barrels per day, 4 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions. Questions on this? It's insupportable down there, intolerable down there at that end. And the Prime Minister lacked his normal levels of respect towards my colleagues, and he said that he worked and made decisions based on science, but she didn't.
Ministre de l'Environnement, je crois.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
C'est qui répond? L'Honourable Ministre de l'Environnement.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement tient.
Mr. Speaker, the government will take into account many factors when making a decision on this factor. Our commitments to be carbon neutral by 2050 and to advance reconciliation, to create good quality jobs for the middle class, and to promote economic growth. This is a major project that our government is examining carefully. As the environmental requirements stipulate, a decision will be made by the end of February. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. And I lost some time on the last question because of the noise at that end, Mr. Speaker. This project will also need an a pipeline in order to proceed. And it's a 40-year project, and it goes 20 years beyond the limit when the government wants to achieve its carbon neutral status. So is the government afraid of saying no to Jason Kenney?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
This is a major project that our government will examine very carefully. As the Environmental Assessment Act requires, a decision will be made by the end of February. As with all other projects, the Cabinet can approve it upon conditions, reject it, or extend the time frame. Our government is currently examining the matter, and currently a decision has not yet been made.
Mr. Speaker, there's a difference between saying the right things and doing the right things. The Liberals like to use pretty words. They named a ministry, but they can't define what the middle class is. They're putting forward a tax cut that actually most benefits the wealthiest 10%. Well, New Democrats have a solution. Will the Liberals, are they prepared to put in place a targeting of that tax cut to benefit those who need it most, and then use the money that's left over to develop a national dental care program to help Canadians who can't afford to take care of their teeth?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'd like to start by saying how much I appreciate this question. We want to, every day, remind Canadians that the very first thing that this new government did is put in place a tax cut for 20 million Canadians. Of course, this follows on the heel of the last Liberal government that also put in place a tax cut for millions of Canadians. What we want Canadians to know is that we are going to continue to work on their behalf. We're going to deal with the real challenges of affordability now and in the future.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, people don't need words, they need action. The Liberals appointed a minister, but they can't even define what the middle class is. They've proposed tax changes that will give the most benefits to the wealthiest people. We have solutions. We have proposals. Are the Liberals prepared to target these tax changes so that they can put in place a dental plan to help people who don't have access to dental services? The Honourable Minister of Finance. I'm very happy to have a question regarding our approach in this area. The first thing that we did was cut taxes for 20 million Canadians, and that's very important. This is exactly what we started in the last mandate with the tax cuts for Canadians. Our approach is to ensure that to improve the situation for Canadians, and we will continue to do so for today and for the future.
Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday a government-appointed panel enthusiastically recommended that the government should control what news coverage Canadians should be allowed to see. Under this Liberal plan, the Liberals would be able to force all news sites to prominently link all of their coverage to Liberal government-approved websites. This would have an instant chill effect on free speech and diversity of thought in the Canadian media ecosystem. Does the government think that Canadians are too dumb to think for themselves?
The Honourable Minister of Heritage.
Speaker, there seems to be some confusion on the other side of the House between members of the Conservative Party. On the one hand, mere hours after the report was published, a member for Durham declared that he would throw it in the garbage. Contrairement au député de
On the contrary, the member for Bellechasse, Etchemin Levy, was very open to cooperating with you, and we're happy to hear that. So, Mr. Speaker, this will help to create a new ecosystem to protect Canadian content.
Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, that's the exact type of fake news that the Liberals want these news sites to implement. You know, between this proposal yesterday, their chosen one, print media bailout fund, and even the minister's mandate letter goes as far as to suggest that he should implement the Thought Police, a Ministry of Thought Police for Twitter and Facebook. Like, this is not free speech, and free speech should be something we should be standing up for. Exactly. When is he going to abandon his proposed Ministry of Truth?
Here, here. The Honourable Minister of Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, we thank the Yale panel for their ambitious work they have devoted the past 18 months to, and for the report they delivered yesterday. We will look carefully at the 87 recommendations made in the report on telecommunications, broadcasting, and online content, Mr. Speaker. Our government is determined to support this sector in Canada. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Quebec government unveiled its proposal for the third link in Quebec City, which will link Quebec City to Lévis via tunnel, and it will be using public transit. Conservatives have always been in favor of transportation corridors and the third link. However, we know that during the election campaign, the Liberals showed great contempt for this third link. Will the Liberal government, and this is a yes or no answer, tell us whether or not it agrees with this third link? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question. We have not received the project, so we can't make a decision yet. The honourable member. Well, if the minister hasn't received a proposal, the people of Quebec have, and they're even more in favour of it because it's based on public transit. It's at the heart of the decision. So, Mr. Speaker, there are people here, and particularly the Minister of Heritage, who have always been staunch proponents of the third link. Can the government tell us today whether or not it's in favour of this third link project? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. The member opposite could perhaps ask the Quebec government to give us a project. I'll tell you what we've done in Quebec. We are investing in the Blue Line, the tramway, the Champlain Bridge, affordable housing, and I could go on and on. We are here for Quebec to build our country, to create jobs, to cut greenhouse gas emissions.
For Brendan Souris.
Last fall's harvest was incredibly challenging due to rain and snow, and now farmers are stuck paying the Liberal carbon tax to dry their grain. The Minister of Agriculture is stalling and failing to support our farmers. Even the Green Party wants to have grain drying carbon tax exempt from grain drying in last fall's harvest, Mr. Speaker. So when will the Prime Minister keep his word and stop punishing farmers who are being forced to pay the carbon tax for the grain they were drying, and when will he reimburse them for the taxes that they've already collected?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that 2019 has been a very, very difficult year for our farmers because of the weather, because of the trade disruption as well. And this is why we are working so hard with the stakeholders, with the representatives of the various sectors, with my provincial counterparts. We are working on finding real practical solutions for them. They already have some programs through some safety nets through our business risk management programs that they can rely on, but we are working to improve them.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Speaker, for Canadian farmers, this has been a harvest from hell, and the Liberals are only making it worse. They don't even understand it. Canadian farmers have had to dry their grain, heat their barns, and they are being crushed by a Liberal carbon tax. Jeff Nielsen from Grain Growers Canada says, and I quote, "These costs are adding up and we cannot continue to pay the price for this inaction." The Agriculture Minister has already admitted she is not even keeping data on the impact of the carbon tax on farming. When will the Liberals exempt Canadian farmers from the carbon tax, give them back the money they've already taken, and end this ridiculous field of schemes?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that 2019 has been a very, very difficult year for our farmers because of trade disruptions and because of weather. And we are working closely with their representatives. I'm working closely with my provincial counterparts also because we want to find practical solutions to what they are going through. This is important to take the good decision based on data, and I'm working with them to work around all of this. Mr. Speaker, I'm really committed to supporting them.
Outstanding. The
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, free trade agreements are having a huge impact on Quebec. Before ratifying the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the International Trade Committee heard from no fewer than 400 experts. For the new NAFTA, the number of experts that have appeared is 0, Mr. Speaker. The committee hasn't heard a single witness. Between 400 and 0, there's a huge difference. It's hardly surprising that the government sacrificed farmers and aluminum in this hastily signed agreement. Will the government acknowledge that it was in such a hurry that it cut corners and that Quebec is going to be paying for that? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I disagree 100% with my colleague opposite. The reality is that the new NAFTA agreement has significant benefits for Quebec, as Premier Legault, among others, said. The new NAFTA agreement preserves millions of dollars of exports to the United States, including cultural ones, and it's important not only for Quebec. We have also maintained supply management at a time when the U.S. was calling for its demise. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, in the new NAFTA agreement, the government chose to protect steel over aluminum. We'll repeat this again. 70% of automobile parts, steel parts, will have to be North American, but the steel will have to be melted and cast in the region. 70% of parts that are made of aluminum, but the aluminum in those parts can come from anywhere in the world. So there are no details on where the metal comes from. You don't need to be a Nobel Prize winner to understand that. Will the government be honest enough to acknowledge that aluminum isn't receiving the same protection as steel? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the only thing we need to understand the benefits of the new NAFTA agreement is an understanding of mathematics. 70% is better than 0%. That is the reality for the aluminum industry. And the Premier of Quebec understands this clearly. He said, I believe that the Bloc Québécois must adopt this agreement because it's in the best interest of Quebecers, and I agree with him. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, we're going to talk about mathematics then. Mr. Speaker, there is zero protection of Quebec aluminum under this agreement. Abandoning aluminum means that auto manufacturers are going to be taking advantage of dumping at the expense of Quebec. And I'll explain this to you again. What this means is that Mexico can buy auto parts and call them a North American product. I've been repeating this for 2 months now, and the government doesn't seem to understand it. How can the government have signed an agreement that encourages Chinese dumping at the expense of Quebec aluminum? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague on one point, the fact that Canadian aluminum is green aluminum, that Canadians must be proud of our aluminum industry, and that we must all work together for the aluminum industry. We did that here. Our government did so by working in close cooperation with the industry. The example is that we had all tariffs on aluminum lifted.
Mr. Speaker, the government has confirmed that they now have a plane which at some point is expected to bring Canadians in China back home. However, there is very little information being shared about the plan to get these individuals home. The minister has said that they will be quarantined, but her officials confirmed at yesterday's Health Committee meeting that they still don't know what that means. Can the minister tell Canadians what her quarantine plan is?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to correct the record. I have said that all options are on the table to make sure that we're protecting the health and safety of Canadians here in Canada and those that are abroad. I can confirm that the 196 Canadians have registered for help to get back to Canada. I'm working closely with my partners at Global Affairs and the Public Health Agency, and we will be putting together a comprehensive plan that ensures the health and safety of all Canadians, regardless of where they're residing.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, at the request of the Conservative Party, the Standing Committee on Health held an emergency meeting last night to get an update on steps taken to protect Canadians from the coronavirus. Unfortunately, many of the questions asked by the Conservatives went unanswered. Mr. Speaker, no one wants to be alarmist, but Canadians want answers. Can the Prime Minister tell us how the return to the country by Canadians will unfold, and whether or not they will be put into a quarantine? The Honourable Minister.
Our Chinese counterparts to repatriate Canadians. I will say information that we are hearing preliminarily from China is that patients who are ill will not be able to travel back to Canada, which raises important questions about how we can best support them while they are still in the region of Hubei. As we speak, as I said, officials are working closely together to ensure the safe transfer of Canadians and support for Canadians who remain in a heavily quarantined area that is making movement and other services very difficult to acquire.
The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Foreign Affairs said that the government is working out the logistics on how and when to bring home the Canadians in China affected by the coronavirus quarantine. What criteria will be used to determine which individuals will board the evacuating flight? Will the evacuation include permanent residents of Canada traveling abroad, unaccompanied Canadian minors, spouses? Who else? Will the minister immediately outline the specifics of the plan to bring Canadians home?
The Honourable Health Minister.
As I said, Mr. Speaker, it is very important that we work with our partners, both here in Canada, but also internationally, to make sure that we protect the health and safety of Canadians regardless of where they're residing. I provided information about what we know to date in terms of the Chinese government's perspective on ill passengers traveling. I will tell you right now that the process we put into place will have of utmost importance the safety of Canadians that are here in Canada, but also the health and safety of the Canadians who are desperately seeking to be reunited with their families and community. Thank you.
Honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, in 2018, this House unanimously approved my motion to address marine plastic pollution. We all agreed. Plastic pollution hurts our economy, the marine environment, and all Canadians. Countries all over the world are banning single-use plastics. France has banned plastic cutlery, plastic plates. Rwanda banned plastic bags. This isn't hard. But today the minister said we need to wait another 60 days for more findings. The government needs to stop talking and start acting. When will they move to zero-waste plastic, and when will they stop shipping our plastics to developing nations? What are they waiting for?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The colleague for his question and also his work on this issue. Something that we promised last year, Prime Minister promised last year, is that we would ban single-use plastics, harmful single-use plastics, by 2021, Mr. Speaker. We're very proud that today we put forward the science assessment, the draft science assessment, Mr. Speaker. We want to do this with Canadians, so we're asking Canadians, we're inviting them to give us their feedback and be a part of the process. 60 days from now, we'll start the process of moving forward with that ban, Mr. Speaker. We know it's important, not just for us, but for future generations of Canadians.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the World Health Organization is meeting to determine if the coronavirus is an international public health emergency. And we learned yesterday that Canada intends to send a plane to evacuate Canadians trapped in affected regions in China. But what the government hasn't answered yet is when this plane will land and what measures will be taken to quarantine passengers who may be infected. With an incubation of 14 days, this virus can easily spread without proper planning. Will the health minister reveal what her full plans are on when and how the evacuation of Canadians can safely be carried out?
The Honourable Health Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's really important that we remember that there is a difference between quarantine and isolation. People need to be in isolation if they're sick to prevent the spread of illness, because the spread of illness, of course, is transmitted through droplets. But quarantine is there when there are people that are asymptomatic. And right now, what we know about the virus is that it cannot be transmitted while people are asymptomatic. The plan that we put together, we will reveal to Canadians as soon as it is complete. And as I've committed before, I will be fully transparent with this House and with Canadians as I have been to date. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement recently visited a very important initiative for Nova Scotia, for my constituents, and for our Navy and Coast Guard. She saw Canada's burgeoning shipbuilding industry up close. The economic impact, which can be felt across the region, includes enhanced skills training and spin-off jobs. Will the minister inform the House of the importance of the middle-class jobs being generated and the exceptional craftsmanship of the new vessels produced at the Irving Shipyard in Halifax?
Minister for Public Services.
Speaker, thank you to the member from Halifax West for the question. I saw firsthand many Canadians hard at work building Canada's next generation of vessels. This work is contributing to over $1 billion annually to Canada's GDP and creating or maintaining over 11,000 jobs per year. I can assure Canadians that they can take pride in these new vessels and in the workers who are equipping the Navy, and the Coast Guard with the ships they need to serve all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Charles-Bourreau-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, yesterday during the debate on Bill C-3, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice said that police forces should not be monitoring themselves. So when the Prime Minister says that the Parole Board will be investigating its own members in the case of Marie-Hélène Lévesque's murder, it's not surprising that Canadians find that unacceptable. An internal investigation isn't good enough. When will the government authorize an external investigation?
For public safety.
I thank the member for his question, and let me assure him and all Canadians that I and our government take very seriously this heinous crime committed against an innocent Canadian, and we will do all that is necessary to ensure, first of all, justice for her, but also to ensure this terrible crime is not committed again. Mr. Speaker, we have asked for a very comprehensive review and investigation. First of all, the criminal investigation will be conducted independently by the Quebec Police Service, and we've asked the Chair of the Parole Board and the Commissioner of Corrections to conduct an extensive review to look at all of the circumstances so that we may have the facts and respond appropriately.
The Honourable Member for Charles-Bourreau-Saint-Charles. Well, if he really wants to give justice to the victim's family, I have an idea. Order in Council number 2018-0802 was passed in order to appoint the two parole board members who decided to release the murderer. The order states that a member can be fired with valid grounds. It's absolutely unconscionable that a murderer found guilty of killing his partner should be released and given permission to receive sexual services from women. Marie-Hélène Lévesque didn't deserve her tragic fate. When will the minister take action and fire those two parole board members?
For public safety.
I certainly agree with the member that Marie-Hélène Lévesque did not deserve her tragic fate, and we are going to take steps to make sure that these circumstances are not repeated. It is precisely why, Mr. Speaker, we've asked the Parole Board and Correction Services Canada to conduct a full investigation and a review. If individuals have engaged in malfeasance or misconduct, they'll be held to account. But we are also going to look at our policies, our procedures, and the training of our Parole Board members so that we can ensure that the Canadian safety is always protected.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the electronic surveillance report tabled recently in this House showed that for the first time there were 0 judicial authorizations issued to keep track of returning terrorists. We know from numbers provided by CSIS that there are approximately 60 ISIS terrorists in this country. Can the minister explain to Canadians why none of these terrorists appear to have been monitored in the last year?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
And, Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear that those who leave to support Canada to support terrorism are utterly reprehensible, and our goal is always for these individuals to arrest, charge, prosecute, and convict them. We have now charged, in fact, 5 of these extremist travelers and convicted 4 of them for traveling abroad to engage in criminal activity. Despite their concern now, during their term as government, no one was charged or convicted by the Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, we condemn the acts of these individuals, and we will act to ensure the safety of all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, my question is a simple and straightforward question for the Minister of Public Safety. When will he bring Canada into full alignment with the Palermo Protocol? Yes or no?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, to be very clear, we are absolutely committed to fulfilling our responsibilities to our agencies and departments in protecting the health and safety of all Canadians, and we will ensure adherence to all of the legal requirements to do so.
L'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the 3,900 civilian members of the RCMP are anxious about having their pay transferred to the Phoenix pay system, or should I say the Phoenix nightmare, which created problems for 74% of public servants just last year. Worse, these workers are now being threatened. The government has told them, if you don't want your pay to be managed by Phoenix, no problem, you have until tomorrow to submit your retirement papers. Will the government, 1, stop threatening people and push back the February 1st deadline, and 2, stop forcing people to board the sinking ship that is the Phoenix pay system?
The Honourable Minister for Public Services.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, public servants in Canada deserve to be paid correctly and on time for their important work. We have made significant progress in stabilizing the pay system. Our government recognizes that pay problems continue to be a source of stress for employees and their families. In the meantime, we will continue to give employees flexible repayment options in order to minimize any consequences they may be facing. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, in her mandate letter, the minister was asked to replace Phoenix with a new system because Phoenix is beyond repair. What a perfect example, Mr. Speaker, of federal bureaucracy. On the one hand, they try to kill Phoenix as fast as possible, and on the other hand, they're pushing even more people into the system. What genius thought of that? Will the government spare these 3,900 civilian RCMP members the nightmare of Phoenix?
The Honourable Minister.
Our public servants deserve to be paid correctly and on time. The Conservatives botched the Phoenix pay system, causing real suffering for thousands of public servants who are working very hard. With the help of public servants, unions, suppliers, and others, we are working to find a modern and reliable system. Public servants deserve no less.
For Lethbridge.
The previous government took concrete action, and that was to say they banned the practice of prisoners within federal penitentiaries from being able to access sexually explicit material on their televisions. I'd like the minister to confirm that this ban is still in place.
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
I can advise the member opposite that I have not been advised that there has been any change in the established protocols of Corrections Services Canada with regards to this matter.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, mayors from across the GTA have called on the Liberals to keep convicted gang members behind bars longer, stop the revolving doors for releasing known gang members out on bail, and stop gun smuggling. These are all measures that have been rejected by the Liberals in favor of a soft-on-crime approach. That approach will cost billions of dollars and do nothing to keep us safe. Will the Minister of Public Safety listen to GTA mayors?
Good question.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
I thank the member opposite for the question, and I'm delighted to tell him that he's simply wrong. Our government is absolutely committed to the safety of our communities. We have made a commitment, Mr. Speaker, to strengthen gun control, for example. We are going to redouble our efforts at the border to prevent these crime guns from being smuggled into our country by increasing the presence of CBSA officers, adding technology, and supporting the police in their investigations. We're also preventing theft by strengthening storage requirements and preventing criminal diversion with new rules, new offenses, and stricter penalties. We, unlike the previous government, have invested in policing to support guns and gangs investigations, and we will invest in communities to help our kids.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, despite being a veteran infantry officer fully trained on a number of prohibited and restricted firearms, I recently completed both the Canadian Firearms and Restricted Firearms Safety courses. These courses are integral to knowing about the firearms safety and ensuring Canadians store and use firearms. These courses would also be incredibly valuable to any of us in the House of Commons looking to craft firearms legislation. Can the Minister of Public Safety please confirm he has completed these courses?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, through you, I'd like to offer my congratulations to the member opposite for a successful completion of his course. I'm also pleased to advise him that I actually carried a firearm for 39 years, and I have taken extensive training on it.
Excuse me? Order. I want to remind the honourable members that if they have a comment or a question, to direct it through the chair, not directly across the floor. L'honorable député de
Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of International Development recently returned from a trip to the Congo and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Could she update this House as to the goals of that trip and tell us about how Canada is working with its partners to build a more peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world? Thank you. Honourable Minister, I thank my colleague for the question. During my trip, I had the opportunity to see the work that Canada is supporting there, as well as the needs that still exist in the region. I saw how 170 million people were impacted by devastating floods in the region that started last September. And in the DRC, I announced urgent humanitarian aid for survivors of sexual violence and to help fight the second largest Ebola epidemic in history. I'd like to express our appreciation for the extraordinary work of all of our partners in the region.
For Kildonan to St. Paul.
2019, Winnipeg had the highest rates of violent crime in Canada. Robberies are up 45%. We had 44 murders, double from the year prior. Almost all of this related to the meth crisis, not from legal gun ownership. 27-year veteran of Winnipeg Police Constable Rob Carver said a handgun seizure, quote, won't change the threat level in iota. And Winnipeg, or police chiefs across Canada agree. Mr. Speaker, will the Liberals admit their policy is completely out of step with police on the front lines and does nothing to keep Winnipeggers safe?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And actually, unlike the previous government, I've consulted very extensively with police chiefs from across the country, and I will tell you that we know that there are three ways in which criminals get guns. They are smuggled across the border, they are stolen, or they're criminally diverted. And we are taking action to strengthen gun control laws to prevent those guns from being smuggled into Canada, to prevent them from being stolen from legal gun owners, and to prevent them from their legal purposes.
Bill, Minister, sir. I'm sure the Honourable Minister appreciates the coaching he's getting, but I'm sure he can answer all on his own. So I would encourage everyone to listen to what the Honourable Minister has to say. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in addition to strengthening gun control laws, we've listened to the police when they said they needed additional resources to do their job. We've committed $347 million to law enforcement to enable them to conduct gun and gang investigations and to support the prosecution of people that commit these crimes. We've all...
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse is Chemin-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, instead of attacking honest citizens, the minister should focus on those that need to be deported, because there are 50,000 people who are in Canada illegally. And there's just been serious negligence at public safety. The CBSA says that there are 50,000 people in Canada illegally who deserve to be deported. Where are those 50,000 people, and what is the minister doing to protect Canadians instead of going after honest, law-abiding citizens?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Just to go past a little bit the rhetoric and get to the facts, Mr. Speaker, and in fact, I have nothing but respect for law-abiding firearm owners in Canada, and it is our reliance on their adherence and upholding of our laws that helps keep us safe. But we know that some of their guns can have been stolen, for example, and so we're asking them to adhere to stricter storage requirements. There is nothing in our plan that will interfere or interrupt the legitimate lawful activities of hunters and farmers in this country, and we will continue to uphold their rights and to treat them fairly. We are also not bringing back a long gun registry.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Toronto Police Chief Mark Saunders revealed in December that 82% of handguns involved in crimes were smuggled in from the United States. The Minister of Public Safety had previously stated that half of crime guns come from domestic sources. The statistics, when the minister was chief in Toronto and carried a gun, show the same picture as today. A very small percent of firearms are from legal sources, while many crime guns are prohibited and from the United States. Can the minister table the source of his information that has now been proven incorrect?
The Honourable Minister.
Unfortunately, my friend has some of his facts wrong. When I was the chief of police in Toronto, we had a firearms verification unit that traced the source of all handguns. And during my tenure as chief for 10 years there, 70% of the crime guns that we seized, handguns, were smuggled from the United States. The other 30% were stolen or illegally diverted. The 50% number actually came from Chief Saunders in his first public statement, but he has since, as a result of some investigations they've done into smuggling, come up with another number. I acknowledge the facts there, but the reality is guns are...
The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, our government has made great strides when it comes to supporting programs and services for seniors. Can the minister tell this House what our government is doing to ensure that seniors get the support that they need to remain active members of their communities? Thank you. The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
I want to thank my colleague from Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle for her excellent question. Our seniors have built the Canada that we know and love, and that they deserve a secure and dignified retirement. Last week, I was pleased to announce $1.5 million in the New Horizons for Seniors funding in support of community-based projects in Manitoba. In Budget 2019, we boosted New Horizons for Seniors funding by $20 million annually so that we can provide even more support for healthy aging and encourage active participation among seniors. We'll have more news on the New Horizons approvals in the coming weeks. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, just minutes ago, the World Health Organization declared the coronavirus an international public health emergency. This is a profound step that has only been taken a handful of times over the last decade. And one of the chief reasons for this move is their concern that this virus will spread to countries who are not prepared to deal with it. A serious state of affairs that increases the risk for all nations. Given this global escalation, when will this minister table her full plan for all Canadians to see? Time is wasting, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we are so fortunate to have Dr. Tam as our Chief Public Health Officer, who is an expert advisor to this very committee. We've been following the World Health Organization recommendations since we noticed the cluster in late December. We'll be closely reviewing the recommendations. I will mention, though, that some of them really do speak to the need to support weaker countries that don't have the same integrated systems that Canada has, and also to prevent the misinformation that's leading to racism and stigmatization for so many Chinese Canadians and other people of Chinese descent around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Vancouver Island Health Authority recently had to take over administration of 3 seniors' care facilities due to unsafe conditions. 3 years ago, this government approved the sale of these facilities to Angbang Insurance, which is now a Chinese state-owned corporation. Foreign corporations have no connection to our communities and should not be profiting from poor quality seniors care. Will the government exclude seniors care facilities from foreign ownership?
Absolutely.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, Cedar Tree Investments is bound in this arrangement, Mr. Speaker. It has been reviewed. It's being reviewed constantly by provincial authorities. They are supposed to adhere to a number of different standards, Mr. Speaker, and I know that the Minister of Industry, Science and Economic Development is following that case closely.
Good answer.
That's all the questions for today.
The Honourable Whip for the Bloc Québécois has a point of order. If I may, Mr. Speaker, When our leader was addressing the government, our members clearly heard the member for Dufferin-Caledon say something completely inappropriate, so we are asking for an apology on his part. I apologize, but I did not hear the name of the riding. Dufferin-Caledon.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon. Okay. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon. Yes, did you want to?
I must say I don't know what he's referring to. If he'd like to, was it during my speech on the free trade agreement? I don't know. I don't know what he's referring to.
Wrong writing. Edmonton West.
The Honourable Whip. Inappropriate words were said, and the member should rise and apologize. What he said cannot be tolerated. The Honourable Whip, I did not hear the entire argument. Would you please continue? Are you the member for... The member should apologize.
Did he want to reply on a comment that he may have made?
Mr. Speaker, my comment was in regards to the Leader of the Bloc's attack on Alberta energy workers in our energy system. I asked him if he actually walked to Ottawa today, and that was my comment, and I stand by that comment.
The Honourable Whip. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I cannot hear. I'm trying, Mr. Speaker. With all due respect, the member called our leader a hypocrite. That's unacceptable in this chamber, and I demand an apology. We are going to take the issue under consideration and come back to you if there is reason to do so.
Sorry, the Saanich Gulf Islands. Excuse me, I'm going to look up to the crow's nest up there and ask them that my microphone or my speakers are not working correctly. I'm having a hard time hearing. Can they check to see if the volume is up? Okay, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you.
Merci, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to speak, and it's only because I'm really troubled by the behavior of the member from Edmonton West. It's not what he said. He said something that went against our orders.
It is not allowed to interrupt speakers when they are speaking. Le chef du Bloc Québécois.
The leader of the Bloc Québécois was asking his question, and the interruption was a breach of our standing orders.
How did you get here? Did you take a plane? That is completely inappropriate and falls below the standards of this place.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands has a very good point, and it is a true point. And that's why we want to keep the heckling down during proceedings. We want to keep them to a minimum. If non-existent would be better. Now we'll leave it at that, and I'm hoping that all the members in this House will remember that as we proceed. Thank you. The honourable member has a question. I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It being Thursday, I'm sure Canadians from coast to coast to coast are tuning in for the weekly business statement. So it is my pleasure to ask the government House Leader what business he intends to bring before the House for the remainder of this week and into next week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon we will continue with the second reading debate of our first key priority bill, the CUSMA implementation.
We will resume debate on the Canada-US-Mexico trade bill next Monday and Wednesday. Tuesday will be an opposition day. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, Thursday and Friday of next week, we will continue debate on Bill C-3 on border services. Thank you.
I like that. Okay. Resuming debate. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon has 5 minutes remaining for questions and answers. I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. We'll go to order. We'll have to wait a moment. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States.
Don has 5 minutes remaining in questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
For Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's been a good day thus far where we have the minister bring forward a substantial piece of legislation, which is good news for all Canadians in all regions of our country, as it is an agreement between Canada, United States, and Mexico. And what's really encouraging is that we're seeing cross-party support. We're getting support for the legislation, and that really speaks volumes for the negotiators, whether it's the minister or, most importantly, the Canadian team of negotiators that have done a phenomenal job at representing Canada's interest, and they've demonstrated that ability not only with this agreement but with previous agreements. They have demonstrated that they can actually work with different ministries, different political parties, in ensuring that Canada gets the best deal possible. And I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide his thoughts in terms of just that Canadian team of diplomats or civil servants that brought this and made this deal possible.
Fern Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I am flattered that I was confused with the eloquent and debonair member from Edmonton West. I thank my Bloc colleague for that confusion. It's quite a compliment. With respect to the trade agreement, yes, I know that we have a fantastic group of people that worked on this agreement, and they worked very, very hard. What I still am waiting for and getting increasingly despondent that there will not be an answer is to these specific questions that I raised in my speech. These are questions that not only people in my riding are asking me for answers about, but Canadians from coast to coast to coast are asking. What are the economic impacts of this agreement? We've been asking for 2 months. I met with dairy producers in my riding. They know there has actually been a report prepared with economic impacts for the supply management sector, and the Liberals have kept it confidential. Why won't they produce these reports? What are they hiding?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Yes, I want to thank my eloquent colleague for this wonderful speech. I did want to ask him about timing here, because he's well aware that the original Trans-Pacific Partnership was the renegotiation of NAFTA. It was ready to be signed back in 2015, 2 weeks after the Prime Minister took office, and it was Mr. Obama's deal, the most progressive president in the history of the United States, and our Prime Minister decided that it wasn't progressive enough for him, so instead he delayed the signing of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Now, obviously they didn't have any problem with it because they did eventually sign it, but they gave 4 years of uncertainty on the NAFTA, and of course we ended up with a worse agreement out of it. Could the member please comment on what these 4 years of uncertainty has done to the business sector in Canada, and that investment that could have been brought to our country that wasn't available at the time because of the uncertainty of the trade agreement?
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for a great question. Look, uncertainty is, of course, the antithesis of good business practices. With uncertainty, businesses, of course, do not know how to plan and budget to expand, and these delays and the amount of time it's taken has caused all kinds of damage within our business sectors. And not knowing what is going on with the economic analysis of this new trade agreement is creating further uncertainty. It is creating incredible anxiety and uncertainty in the dairy sector and other supply managed sectors because they do not know what the impacts of this agreement are going to be.
And not to, continue to repeat myself, we've been asking for these documents for over 2 months. I do not understand why these documents are not being produced. Why are we not given the understanding of what the economic impacts are going to be? Effectively, what we're being asked to do is support a trade agreement without knowing the implications of the trade agreement, and quite frankly, I think that's wrong.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
I'm proud to give my first speech to address the 43rd Parliament on a very important agreement that will impact many Canadians, not only in my riding, but throughout this nation. Firstly, I would like to thank the constituents of Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa. It is an honor and a privilege to represent you each and every day. Additionally, I'd like to recognize and thank my lovely wife, Lee, our children, Hannah and Michael. Without you, standing in this house today would not be possible. Before I begin my comments on the new NAFTA, I think it is important to take this opportunity to describe my constituency to the House in order to properly reflect its priorities in response to such a significant piece of legislation and its impact on Canada's international trade. Dauphin Swan River Neepawa is a constituency slightly larger than the province of Nova Scotia. It is a region that is deeply rooted in riches of a social and natural heritage which holds a significant place in our country's history. That history is tied to the physical environment, which is defined by its majestic hills, rivers, and plains. Its bounty has been the lifeblood of our region for thousands of years, beginning with our Indigenous ancestors and later the Eastern European homesteaders of the early 20th century. More recently, our constituency has welcomed many newcomers from across the world, most prominently from the Philippines. Together, Dauphin Swan River Neepawa has become a diverse constituency made strong by the contributions of the land and its peoples. Those traditions, that history, that work ethic is what drives me as their representative each and every day. As a region, our economic wealth is derived from our abundant natural resources and agriculture strengths. But more importantly, our economic wealth has been derived from our ability to export our excess production. Therefore, it is without question my constituents would expect me to rise and address this important piece of legislation. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. Our party strongly supports free trade initiatives that will generate increased economic activity and job growth. After all, it was our party that had negotiated the original NAFTA agreement. With that said, it is our democratic obligation to analyze this legislation that is brought before this House, especially when that legislation is a free trade agreement with our neighbor, a neighbor who we hold our most important trading relationship with. Furthermore, it is my democratic responsibility to analyze this agreement, to ask the questions, and to raise the concerns so we can ensure that the people of my riding are not forgotten again by this Liberal government. Myself, our party, will fulfill that democratic obligation. So what are the facts of the new NAFTA, Mr. Speaker? Firstly, the Liberals failed to work with the opposition parties during the negotiation and ratification process, and now are rushing to get this deal done without proper consultation. Secondly, the Liberals have failed to provide documents outlining the impacts of the new trade deal, despite numerous requests from opposition members. As a farmer, as a steward of the environment, and as former representative of a farm organization, these failures were evident each and every day during the negotiation process, specifically in our dairy sector. Mr. Speaker, the agriculture and agri-food processing sectors are key drivers in my riding, providing economic growth, good jobs, and social stability, linking rural and urban businesses together, and supporting other sectors of our economy. The agriculture industry is the bedrock to not only my riding, but to this nation. In my province of Manitoba, the dairy industry plays a key economic role, generating over $250 million in farm gate revenues every year. a Canadian industry that proudly produces the highest quality of dairy products in the world. Our party recognizes that the contributions that the dairy industry makes to family farms, allowing them to be profitable, to be financially stable, and to be able to give back to their communities. This, in turn, grows and connects our rural and urban economies. Yet, our farm families and rural communities will bear the brunt of these changes. So now let's examine a few of these impacts. Firstly, an additional 3.6% of Canadian dairy market has been opened up to imports. Secondly, the new NAFTA dictates specific limits for Canadian exports of milk proteins, skim milk powder, and infant formula. And if the export limits are exceeded, Canada will add duties to the additional exports. This will make them more expensive in countries that trade with the U.S. and limit us to help nourish developing nations. And as a result of these changes, current and potential future investments in food processing are increasingly threatened in Manitoba and across Canada. We have heard the concerns from across the industry. David Weedens, the chairman of Dairy Farmers of Manitoba and vice president of Dairy Farmers of Canada, noted that Canada's dairy farms are losing 20% of their market share. And I quote, "There's going to be locally produced milk from Canada dairy farms that are going to be pushed off the shelves to bring in dairy product from the U.S., unquote. The more dangerous precedent in this agreement for Canada dairy farmers is the new NAFTA puts limitations on Canada's ability to enter foreign markets or operate in a foreign dairy markets that the U.S. are also in through tariffs. Mr. Ween also said it will further limit our ability to export dairy products, further noting that their largest exports are products like milk proteins and baby formula. He adds, with that tax, it will be very difficult for us to compete against the U.S. dairy industry in any foreign market they are in. So here we are, Mr. Speaker. We have a new NAFTA that is threatening our domestic food supply, and this government should be informing Canadians on how they will be impacted. It is their duty to be transparent and accountable, something I hope they learn during this Parliament. Dairy farmers and Canadians have been betrayed by this Liberal government for not providing the complete details of this new NAFTA and the real impacts it has on their livelihoods, on their families, and on their communities. The members opposite do not seem to recognize the realities of this new minority Parliament. They do not seem to recognize that they will be held accountable at every step of the legislative process to ensure my constituents, Manitobans, and Canadians understand the full impacts of this agreement and what it means to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians know and understand the importance of trade agreements. With this administration, we have seen many trade agreements that have been signed off, which makes this one most significant than the previous 28, 30 trade agreements, as this is the one with our greatest trading partner. We are very much dependent on trade. There is no more of a country other than the USA that we have to get that deal finalized. And it's really encouraging to see the type of support that we're getting. You know, yesterday when we had votes, we had the New Democrats and even the Green Party recognizing the value of this agreement. The question I have for the member across the way, is there anything in the old agreement that he believes was lost by us not incorporating into the new agreement, or would he not agree that this is indeed a better agreement than the previous agreement?
The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. I guess the more problem with this agreement is there's still more unknowns, especially on the standards. The type of things that we're going to be importing into Canada now, because of the new agreement, they have some standards that still have to be figured out. And I happened to, in my previous life as being a farm leader, I sat on the board of the Canadian Standards Association. And in there we looked on the Ag Technical Committee, we looked at different standards that were required for couplings for hydraulics, but also roll bars for tractors. and the metallurgy that was required for a manufacturer to import those into Canada. And interestingly enough, if you make a manufacturer in a warm climate, there's manufacturers attracted down there and try to import it in Canada, there is certain standards that have to be met to Canada before they can import it, or it's considered a grey market tractor. Unknowingly, what happens is if that is brought into Canada, it becomes the Canadian's responsibility, and the Canadian owners that bought that tractor, it's his liability to that farm worker, which is totally unacceptable for a Canadian government to be standing by its side and looking at that and letting that happen every day. So I only have 1 minute for that.
Questions and comments? Que se commentaire? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
First, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. Speaker, this government has, well, it wasn't this government, I guess it was the United States Democrats that pulled out the Chapter 11 clause from the previous NAFTA agreement in this new agreement, and something that we've been very happy to see happen, the investor state provisions that, threatened our sovereignty, really, Mr. Speaker, and it's something that we saw the U.S. Democrats lead on. We hope that in future trade deals that this government will also make sure that that clause is no longer something they would support, and that's the investor state provisions. My question through you, Mr. Speaker, is does the colleague support this decision that the Liberal government is now supporting, provided because the United States is leading on it? And would he like to also see that this provision and clause be removed from future trade deals to protect Canadian sovereignty and the environment?
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to see something, plain and simple. We haven't seen enough. We haven't seen enough details on many impacts. As you can imagine, these agreements are very complex, and one decision impacts another one. So without seeing the documents, I cannot honestly answer that question.
We have time for one more question. The honourable member for Foothills.
Speaker, and it's really a pleasure to have a colleague, my colleague from Manitoba, with the experience in agriculture that he has, to have his opinion on the impact this will have on agriculture. But really quickly, Mr. Speaker, I don't know, or maybe to my question to my colleague, does he know of another trade deal that a Canadian government has ever signed which actually puts a cap on an agriculture commodity that will stifle future growth for that commodity, which has happened in the dairy sector through the new NAFTA agreement, which puts a cap on Canadian dairy farmers and processors to be able to expand their market when it comes to certain types of protein and skim milk powder. That is capped in this agreement. Can my colleague name any other trade agreement that a Canadian government has signed that has put a cap on future growth in a Canadian agricultural commodity?
Honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Not offhand. And no, and I think that's the game changer in all this. It limits our ability to go out and develop our good quality food products to the rest of the nations. Wherever the U.S. is, we can't go. And that is the biggest problem with all this agreement when I look at it first. So thank you for the question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Kitchener South Hespeler. Mr. Speaker, I represent Surrey Centre in particular. It's a port city, a major logistics centre for goods, particularly trade, and a home for some of the most amazing produce, berries, dairy, and poultry in the country. I'm pleased to stand today to talk about the Government of Canada's unwavering support for supply management in our dairy, egg, and poultry industries in the context of the new Canada-US-Mexico agreement and our other international trade deals. These industries are pivotal, and I have met many hardworking Canadians in this sector, whether it be Donya Farms, who've been continuously family-run since 1955 and produce high-quality grass-fed milk, or Gurpreet Arneja and Vineet Arneja, who had humble beginnings by launching Nanak Foods in Surrey, a large specialty dairy processor who now exports Canadian products, dairy products, to over 15 countries around the globe. These are real people who have worked hard. As a new member on the Standing Committee on International Trade, I hope to ensure that our government prioritizes their needs. Let me begin by stating straight out of the gate that the future of supply management in Canada is not in question. Our supply management system is fundamental to the overall success of Canada's agriculture and agri-food industry. Our dairy, poultry, and egg farmers provide high-quality, delicious, and nutritious food to Canadians at an affordable price. Combined, the sectors drive a strong economy with almost $34 billion in sales and tens of thousands of jobs. They are vital to the prosperity of our nation. That's why in our negotiations for the new NAFTA, the CUSMA, the government fought hard to maintain the three pillars of Canada's supply management system: production control, pricing mechanisms, and import control. This same commitment to Canada's supply managed sector also guided Canada in negotiations for CETA, the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnerships. The new NAFTA, like Canada's other trade agreements, preserves and maintains Canada's supply managed system. Canadian dairy farmers will continue to supply the vast majority of the Canadian market. As well, Canada has negotiated reciprocal access to the U.S. dairy market, including ton-for-ton access to most dairy products. We are united in our goal to help our dairy sector innovate and drive our economy for future generations. Across Canada, we're helping dairy producers purchase state-of-the-art equipment to boost productivity and efficiency. Innovation is driving significant growth in chicken and egg production across Canada. Canadian egg producers like to talk about the tale of the 350s. Over the past 50 years, they've increased production by 50% while reducing their environmental footprint by 50%. And that's all thanks to innovation. And we continue to roll out investments to support innovation in our supply managed sectors. Our government has clearly recognized the great value of the supply management system. Canada will continue to defend this system at home and abroad. Our government has committed to fully and fairly support the supply managed industry. This support will help chart a path forward so our supply managed farmers can continue to innovate, grow, and remain competitive and sustainable for future generations. In the fall of 2018, the government announced the formation of supply management working groups. These groups were tasked with looking at providing support and helping the industries adjust to recent trade agreements, including the new NAFTA and the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnerships, the CPTPP. The overall goal is to ensure Canada maintains its robust dairy, poultry, and egg industries now and in the future. Mr. Speaker, together with industry, we have one common goal, and that is a strong Canadian supply management system. For our farmers and food processors, the new NAFTA will protect and secure our $30 billion agri-food exports to the United States. In addition to preserving key aspects of the original NAFTA, the new agreement helps open new market access opportunities in the U.S. market. This agreement provides Canadian exporters with new market access into the U.S. in the form of tariff rate quotas for refined sugar and sugar-containing products, as well as certain dairy products including cheese, cream, milk beverages, and butter. It also eliminates U.S. tariffs for whey products and margarine and provides a more liberal rule of origin for margarine. As my honourable colleagues well understand, trade is vital to Canada, and Canada is a trading nation. Our farmers depend on trade. They export about half the value of their production. That is why the government is seeking to expand market opportunities and promote the interests of Canadian farmers by negotiating new trade agreements and modernizing existing ones. And that is why our government has big plans for agriculture trade. Our exports hit a new record in 2018, but we're not stopping there. We've set our sights on $75 billion in agriculture exports by 2025. And the 2018 report of the Agri-Food Economic Strategy Table has challenged us to think even bigger, proposing a target of $85 billion. In addition to preserving Canada's supply management system, Canada's existing trade agreements play a key role in realizing these export goals. CETA has been providing Canadians with preferential access to the European market since September 2017. Canadian farmers and food processors are already taking advantage of access to the world's single largest market for food. From 2018 to 2019, Canadian agriculture exports to the European Union increased by 24%. While it is still too early to measure the full impact of CPTPP since it entered into force in December 30th, 2018, there are early signs of success for Canada's agriculture sector. For example, Canada's exports of pork to Japan increased by 11%, and exports of beef grew by 68% during the first 11 months of 2019, compared to the same period in 2018. Mr. Speaker, we're advancing Canadian agriculture in international markets while preserving and protecting our supply managed systems. I'm proud of the federal government's incredible achievements in this regard. We will continue to support and defend our dairy, egg, and poultry industries while ensuring a strong and competitive future for Canada's agriculture and food sector. With this new agreement, we will be helping Canada's farmers and food processors harvest the benefits of Canada-United States-Mexico agreement has to offer. I urge all honourable members to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Kese Kamantaya, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
First, I want to thank my friend and colleague from British Columbia for his speech. My question through you, Mr. Speaker, is we've heard a lot of concern, and for good reason, around the Chapter 11 provisions that were in the past NAFTA agreement, and that it has huge concerns and affects our sovereignty in terms of protection of the environment and Indigenous rights. Mr. Speaker, it's something that New Democrats have been calling to be removed in any future trade deal. We're glad to see the U.S. Democrats actually pull that out in their side of the negotiations. We wish it was coming from Canada, but we actually don't even know what Canada put on the table. But in terms of moving forward, can we ask the member if we can count on him and his government to ensure that Chapter 11 and those sort of provisions that threaten our sovereignty and the environment will make sure that they won't be included in any future agreements that Canada does, because that's something that I know that Canadians have voiced concerns about. We've been bringing that forward around investor state provisions that protect corporations instead of people and communities, the environment, and our sovereignty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you to my friend and colleague from British Columbia for his great question. In fact, if I recall from my days in law where I studied some of this international trade, Chapter 11 has actually been more helpful for Canadians in most of those cases, and I think the provisions protecting and arbitrating on trade laws between the two nations must be strengthened, protected, so that companies have and the governments have protection on both measures. I take my colleague's point very seriously. I think Canada has now entered into a new arbitration agreement for WTO's trade mechanisms with China and others, which is now the envy of many others, and I think the U.S. is left behind. So we've been doing better at these, and I definitely urge our ministers to even do better going forward.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I was listening to my colleague's speech, and I was wondering how he could be so proud of the free trade agreements his government signed, because we know that when it comes to supply management, they made concessions that triggered compensation for farmers. How can he be so proud of the deal when just yesterday there was a delegation from all the areas that produce aluminum in Quebec, and all those workers came to say that this deal would mean slow death for the aluminum industry? The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
I'm very proud. We faced a a trading partner in the U.S., a president in the U.S. who wanted to destroy supply management, who wanted to end supply management. In fact, it was his electoral goal to eliminate supply management to appease his interests in some dairy farming sectors and states. And we upheld our end to protect our own supply management systems and gained access for Canadian farmers into the U.S. with allowing a very small amount of gain from them. So the alternative option of having no trade agreement, a scrap NAFTA, was much more worse than what we have now, which was, I believe, much more robust and healthy for our industry. As to the aluminum sector, we have now protection that 70% of the aluminum for the auto sector will come from our states, as opposed to what was there before, which was zero protection. So 70% is a lot more than zero, and I'm very proud of our trading team for negotiating that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the Honourable Member, and thank him for his intervention today, especially looking at supply managed sectors. Last Parliament, I was on the Agriculture Committee, and coming from Guelph, it's really a topic that we've been discussing. He's talked about the working group that also included the Dairy Farmers of Canada, the Dairy Processors Association of Canada, that collaborated with the Government of Canada to develop mitigation strategies to protect the supply managed sector within this agreement. We also had an expert negotiating team that's internationally recognized for its world-leading efforts in negotiating what's best for Canadians. One thing that I heard last time, Mr. Speaker, was that it's very important for Canadians to know and recognize Canadian-built products, Canadian products such as our dairy products, so that consumers can make that choice to support our industry. Could the Honourable Member maybe comment on how important it is for our industry to have a protection in place so that we know that Canadian products are Canadian products?
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you to my colleague, and a great question. I think it's very vital to have Canadian dairy produce, our own poultry, our own eggs. Our standards are stricter, our farms are better, our farms are world-class, to eat locally, the GHG emissions used to get that food to your table is much easier. In fact, I've, in my personal life, been advised by my doctor to drink only Canadian milk, and in fact, grass-fed milk in this case, grown very close to home, is much better, much healthier, and I think this agreement is the only way that it has protected our homegrown industries that are generational. These are industries that have, from one generation to another, been passed down to their children. And I think this protection will only make it even stronger, and we'll have a robust industry which will help consumers have better products, and it will help farmers that are producing it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to start by first rising in the House today to thank my constituents of Kitchener South Hespeler for electing me to this place. I also want to thank everyone that volunteered on the campaign, everyone that worked in the constituency office, strangers that offered me water when I was campaigning. I just want to thank everyone in Kitchener South Hespeler. We couldn't be here without them and all their hard work. Mr. Speaker, Canada is among the top automotive producing countries of the world. The motor vehicle manufacturing industry directly employs nearly 137,000 Canadians and indirectly employs nearly 420,000 people in sales and market services. The majority of the vehicles produced in Canada are exported, and over 90% of our automotive exports are sent to the United States. Given the importance of our automotive trading relationship with the United States, a key government objective throughout the negotiations of the new NAFTA was to ensure the agreement continued to provide the industry with stability and opportunities for growth. This includes maintaining duty-free access to the United States and Mexico, ensuring the rules of origins meet the needs of the Canadian producers, and securing an exemption from potential U.S. Section 232 tariffs on automotive goods. Mr. Speaker, I want to take a bit of time and mention a little bit about my riding. So I'm from Kitchener South Hespeler. Toyota Motor Manufacturing is within my riding, and also down the 401, not too far, is another Toyota manufacturing plant in Woodstock. Between the two plants, it supports 8,000. It employs 8,000 employees, and also just a couple years back, in 2018. $110 million investment through the Strategic Innovation Fund was allotted to Toyota. This helped support 8,000 jobs. It helped create 450 new jobs, and it will create another 1,000 new co-ops. And also in April 2019, there was an announcement at Toyota. They will be building, as of 2022, building the new Lexus NX and NX Hybrid in Cambridge, and this is the first line of Lexus SUV vehicles that will be built outside of Japan. And it's great to see that it's in my hometown riding of Kitchener South Hespeler. The rules of origin are the criteria used to determine whether a good has undergone enough production in the North American region to receive preferential tariff treatment. These rules ensure that the benefits of the agreement go to the North American workers and producers. The final outcome on rules of origin meets Canada's objective and has broad support from all segments of the automotive industry. It was, however, far from clear during the early stages of the negotiations that we would be able to achieve an acceptable outcome. Initially, a series of proposals were put forward, and Canada believed would have undermined North American integration in the sector and done lasting damage to automakers and parts producers in Canada, and indeed the United States and Mexico. Canada was especially opposed to the proposals that would require that every Canadian vehicle exported to the United States included 50% U.S. content. Canada's position was unequivocal on this point. There were no circumstances under which the proposal would be accepted. In response, Canada put forward a counter-proposal designed to encourage production and sourcing in North America. These ideas were instrumental in reaching an agreement on new rules of origin that will incentivize the use of North American-produced materials and supporting the long-term competitiveness of the North American automotive industry. In order to benefit the preferential tariff agreement under the new agreement, automobiles must meet a number of requirements: 75% originating content for the finished automobile core and auto parts alike, engines, transmissions, and bodies. 70% of the steel and aluminum purchased by automakers qualify as originating, and 40% labor value content. The 70% aluminum and steel requirements did not exist under the original NAFTA. This requirement will apply to all vehicles traded among the Canada-United States-Mexico agreement when the new agreement enters into force. Certain elements of the requirements were expanded upon as a result of the December 10, 2019 amendments to the agreement, such that after 7 years, the steel purchased will have to undergo more manufacturing in North America in order to fulfill the 70% requirement. In addition, after 10 years, the parties will evaluate if the aluminum requirement needs to be further strengthened in a similar way. The labor value content provision means that 40% of the value of the vehicle must be from a plant where the workers earn an average wage of $16 US an hour or more. Wages in automobile assembly facilities and parts production plant located in Canada exceed this threshold, which will help improve Canadian automotive manufacturing competitiveness. Throughout the negotiations, consultations were held, and Canadian producers of both vehicles and parts industries associations, as well as the union that represented Canadian auto workers. All of the proposals put forward by Canada were based on extensive consultations and final outcome and the support of Canadian stakeholders. Regrettably, overshadowing these negotiations were threats by the United States to impose tariffs of up to 25% on automobiles and auto parts imported to the United States. These threats were real, as Section 232 of the United States Trade Expansion Act of 1962 provides the means to impose restrictions on imports on those imports that are deemed to pose a threat to the U.S. national security. The notion that Canadian autos and auto parts could pose a threat to the national security was inconceivable. Canada strongly rejected this notion on all levels, and we saw our negotiating teams, we saw it in the media mentioning that this is absurd, that Canada was a national security to the threat to the United States. At the same time, it was clear that the prospects of a tariff as high as 25% on Canadian automobiles and auto parts would be a significant challenge for Canada-US trade relations and the Canadian economy. As such, Canada was steadfast in its position that an exemption from Section 232 measures on automobiles and auto parts was necessary as part of the negotiations. This exemption was secured through a binding side letter to the new agreement that took effect November 30th, 2018. Should the United States impose Section 232 tariffs, the side letter guarantees an exemption from such tariffs for 2.6 million Canadian automobiles annually. It also guarantees an exemption of $32.4 billion worth of Canadian auto parts exported to the United States annually. In addition, the side letter guarantees that Canadian light trucks, such as pickup trucks, are fully exempt from any Section 232 tariffs and do not count against the annual 2.6 million automobiles exemption. These levels are significantly higher than Canada's exports of automobiles and auto parts to the United States, thereby providing significant room for growth in Canadian production and exports of vehicles and parts, even in the event of U.S. Section 232 tariffs of these goods. As a part of the negotiations, Canada also secured a commitment from the United States to provide at least 60-day exemption to Canada for any future measure under Section 232, including for automobiles and auto parts. This side letter also took effect November 30th, 2018. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to reiterate the importance of Canada's automotive industry to Canada's economy. The sector is heavily integrated within a broader North American economy, and its ability to trade freely with North America is imperative to its success. That is why we worked tirelessly towards achieving outcomes for the new NAFTA in support of this sector. As a result, the future prospects of the Canadian automotive sector are very bright. The industry is competitive and innovative, the quality of our workforce is second to none, and Canada has preferential market access to the United States, Mexico, Europe, and key markets in Asia, taken together with 14 free trade agreements covering 51 countries, Mr. Speaker. Connecting us to 1.5 billion consumers worldwide, Canada is the only G7 nation with trade agreements with all other G7 nations. The Canada-United States-Mexico agreement is central to Canada's trade with the world, and the automotive sector is central to this agreement. The new NAFTA maintains tariff-free trade, strengthens the rule of origin, and removes the threat of new and prohibitive Section 232 measures. It also provides the Canadian industry with the stability and market access certainty it needs to grow and continue to provide high-quality, well-paying jobs for tens of thousands of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I just want to mention that I am very much in support of this bill. I hope other members in this chamber is supportive of this bill. On average, the Canadian auto sector manufactures one car every 30 seconds, and we're supporting over 500,000 jobs and contributing $18 billion annually to our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The
Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. However, you can't make numbers say whatever you want them to say. 70% for cars, but that only applies to steel. And it says clearly that this could change over a 7-year period. But there's no such requirements on the source of aluminum for parts made in Mexico. So the same advantages are not available to aluminum workers in Quebec.
Kitchener South Hespeler.
Merci pour ma collègue.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. My French isn't very good. I need to practice.
For that question, we're protecting 70% of our steel and aluminum. That's better than zero. We were dealing with an administration that put on, as I mentioned in my speech, put on tariffs, 232 tariffs, which were mentioning that it was in the national security of the United States, that Canada was a threat to the United States. However, they tried to impose a 50% U.S. content on our automobiles. Our negotiations team and alongside with our government, we pushed to ensure that we didn't have a 50% U.S. content. We export 90% of our vehicles to the United States. We got a good deal for Canada. We got a good deal for the automakers here in Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for Kitchener Hespeler. We are, as the Green Caucus, supporting the passage of this revised NAFTA. We see a lot of improvements over the previous NAFTA, and we always, for those who have criticisms of NAFTA, we remind people that we don't have a choice in this place between no NAFTA and some other NAFTA. We have a choice between the old one and the improved one. And the old one included an energy chapter that was against Canada's interests, the Chapter 11 investor state provisions, which worked very much against Canada's interests. And I'm interested to know if my friend from Kitchener would like to see the improvements made in this CUSMA agreement brought into all our trade agreements so we could systematically work to remove the investor state provisions that give foreign corporations superior rights to those granted to Canadian companies.
Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for that question. And I believe she was alluding to part of her question was on Chapter 19, which was a dispute resolution. We ensured that we kept that dispute resolution, but in all negotiations, when we do negotiations with, whether it's with the United States or with other G7 countries, we want to ensure that we're protecting jobs and the economy, and our Prime Minister have always mentioned that those go hand in hand. We want to make sure that as we move forward, we're creating greener economies, brighter economies, and Toyota within my riding has also produced cars that are hybrid. They're putting more investments in research and development, and they're looking at ways to always have more fuel efficient vehicles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time just for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague mentioned the importance of Toyota in his riding. I wanted to ask him a question about 5G. One of the things with this agreement, it now means that we can really trade equally across the border, and Canadians have always done really well if we have a level playing field. Unfortunately, the Americans have been moving ahead with their 5G network. I think one company alone, T-Mobile, can supply up to 200 million Americans, and now the Liberal government is just dragging their feet on it. And to put it into perspective, Mr. Speaker, the 4G network, it's like driving from Halifax to Vancouver. 5G is like flying a jet there. And if our automotive industries don't have that network here, it makes us less competitive. So I wondered if the colleague could comment on the Liberal rollout of the 5G network. They talked a lot about broadband, but they've basically done nothing about it. And if we don't have it, we'll have a huge competitive disadvantage between Canada and the United States.
Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. We have put in significant amount of investments in broadband, as you alluded to. We want to make sure that all rural communities have access to internet. We shouldn't be living anywhere in Canada and we're not having access to internet. In terms of 5G, I know that I've just heard in a news release that the UK has incorporated that or some element to it. For sure, Canada needs to advance in the future, and having 5G is something that will advance our technology, advance our economies. I can't comment on it at this point, but I know that our government is looking at ensuring that all sectors of our economy, of our industry, has access to faster networks, and that will be something that we'll be looking forward to in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to share my time with my colleague, the member for Niagara West. Mr. Speaker, I did not hesitate to vote in favor of the Ways and Means motion yesterday so I can play my democratic role in debating on the new NAFTA. I'm proud of my region, but I want to talk about all issues which affect my region. Whenever I can, I talk about the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean region. I believe in my region and in its proud, innovative, and welcoming people. The qualities and the know-how of these people go back to 1925, and that's why today we produce the greenest aluminum on the planet. And I'll come to this later on. The three economic drivers of the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean area are forestry, agriculture, and aluminum. And if you come into my office, you'll see the flag of our region, which was introduced by Monseigneur Victor Tremblay on July 4, 1938, and which features four colors: green for forest, yellow for agriculture, gray for the aluminum industry, and red for the workers who gave and give of their blood, sweat, and tears. So you'll understand why it's important for me today to speak about the shortcomings of the new agreement and the fact that they will affect the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean area. First, there is nothing in the new NAFTA which addresses the softwood lumber crisis. Will we have a solution one day? You will also know that the new NAFTA opens a new breach in supply management. Farmers and producers are still waiting for compensation following the implementation of the most recent free trade agreements, and this compensation has to come quickly. Further, we're still waiting for answers on what market share gains and sales revenues the aluminum sector will get under the new NAFTA. No study on the impact of the new NAFTA has been undertaken by the government. We're still waiting for such a study. A third of Canada's aluminum is produced in the Lac-Saint-Jean area, and so I will spend the rest of my speech on that topic. I will hammer this topic inside and outside of the House of Commons. I will talk about it in parliamentary committee and whenever I can, wherever the media is present. Canada produces the greenest aluminum in the world. Companies like Apple and Nespresso choose to use our aluminum for this reason.
Canada, the greenest aluminum on the planet. Businesses like Apple and Nespresso choose to buy our aluminum for this reason. Cette prouesse.
Now, this achievement is possible because of our hydroelectricity and also because of our know-how, which goes back to 1925, and because of our proud, creative, and innovative workers. You'd think that this fact alone would be enough to ensure the sustainability of our aluminum sector, but there's more. Whereas the new agreement says that steel used in manufacturing must be smelted and cast in North America, it does not say that aluminum must be produced by electrolysis and cast in North America. As you know, there are very few aluminum smelters in the United States and none in Mexico, which is why our workers, our processors, our consumers, and the industry itself have reason to be concerned about the traceability of aluminum. There is a real risk that the aluminum value chain will move to Mexico, where import controls are not as robust as they are here in Canada. And that's why the Conservative Party suggested that the government implement an action plan and a one-year deadline to put in place an aluminum traceability system in North America. In other words, the United States and Mexico should also have as robust an import control system as Canada does. The aluminum sector has changed a lot since the original NAFTA was implemented. New players who don't care about labor standards or about their impact on the environment have deeply altered the aluminum sector. The world needs more Canadian aluminum. We must not only focus on the North American market, we have to export our aluminum around the world, which, as I said, isn't only greener, but which contains the highest quality alloy for the automobile, aerospace, and construction sectors. Our government must promote our aluminum around the world. It must secure new markets and help our companies export their products. Aluminum has an abundant and endless future. It must lie at the heart of a national environmental strategy, and it should even be made into a supercluster. Applied research, which is being done at the Regional University in Chicoutimi through the University Center for Research on Aluminum, is yielding results, and aluminum will one day be used in application we can't even imagine right now. We have to use more of our aluminum, steel, and wood. We have to see how we can put in place a low-carbon footprint supply policy in North America through bilateral agreements. This will help us secure the North American market because we are by far the greenest producers. And this national environmental strategy must also rely more on the circular economy of aluminum. According to certain estimates, we recycle only 40% of our aluminum, whereas it's 91% in Switzerland. So clearly there is room for improvement, and the trend is moving towards more recycling. In fact, increasingly, more small and medium-sized companies are using aluminum. We have to remain our position as a leader in the aluminum sector, and we have to do this through innovation. Everyone knows that competition requires a lot of effort if you want to be a leader. The next step is always the hardest. If we don't focus on aluminum, we might lose our position as a leader in this sector. We have to keep on investing in the sector, but not just that. Major investments still have to be made in our region. We're still waiting for these investments, and if they're not made, we'll lose our position as a world leader. Our workers, whose know-how goes back to 1925, their creativity, their innovation, and their concern for health and safety help us remain competitive. We as parliamentarians must take this moment and study this issue more closely in committee. Lastly, we need to bring about tax measures to help stimulate the steel and aluminum sectors. I know that the government has set aside $2 billion, but that will not help the sector in the long term. I would ask the government to be more transparent and that SMEs get their fair share. Pre-budget consultations are happening right now, And Budget 2020 must address the fact that we might lose our position as a leader in the aluminum sector. The Conservative Party and myself are looking for constructive solutions. We want to maintain and even increase aluminum research tax credits for the regional university. I have 1 minute left. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We also need an accelerated capital cost allowance for aluminum. We cannot wait for more investment in the sector if we want to maintain our position, if we want to consolidate it as a leader in the aluminum sector. We want the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean to keep on being a key player to create more jobs in this area. We can't force private companies to invest, but we can create winning conditions for investment. And as I mentioned to government ministers when I congratulated them for their positions, I am open to working with the minority government in the national interest and in the interest of the citizens of my riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for his thoughtful presentation on the issues. And I was reviewing the challenges that we faced in the negotiations in NAFTA for supply management and how difficult it was to get this supply management that U.S. wanted to dismantle. So would he not agree that the new agreement, CUSMA, has enabled our farmers to be protected and to get access to more diverse markets, increase and ameliorate the trade that we've had with U.S. of $63 billion and Mexico for $4.6 billion, and that our farmers are now satisfied with the supply management that we have protected?
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Well, one thing is sure is that in the farming sector, our farmers complained that compensation they were entitled to came very slowly. They weren't happy about that as well. As far as I'm concerned, the free trade agreements are not fair because farmers are finding it really hard to export their products, whereas other countries are able to bring their products into Canada very easily. So farmers are at a disadvantage and they're very disappointed. So they're hoping that compensation will come quickly. Again, this compensation has arrived very slowly. Some haven't been compensated at all. Will there be an improvement? Who knows? But for my part, I will not let up and keep the pressure on the government so the compensation comes. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for Chicoutimi-Le for his speech. I was a little concerned yesterday. I was wondering whether he was still supporting the aluminum sector because, as everyone knows, there was a huge demonstration a huge delegation which came to the House of Commons, and the member, though, was not part of that delegation. So does the member agree to be part of the coalition from the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, which would give aluminum the same status as steel? The member for Chicoutimi-Le I'd like to thank my colleague for Jonquière. I'm very pleased because we're working hand in hand for the same cause. In our region of Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, aluminum is an extremely important sector. My colleague for Jonquière and my colleague for Lac-Saint-Jean are newly elected, and I'm very pleased they were elected, but they must understand that I've been working at this for a long time now, and we've been pressuring the minister for a long time to find solutions which would help the industry. And in fact, we have presented several suggestions. I've noticed that my colleagues agree, since what they're saying looks a lot like what we're saying, and I'm very happy about that. So this So we've proposed an action plan to the government. So this action plan would have a deadline of less than a year, and we are calling for the traceability of aluminum in North America. We would like the United States and Mexico to have import control mechanisms, and that these mechanisms have the same standards as those in Canada. I'm sorry, but the member's time is up. So we have time for one more question.
River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the member's speech. You know, in my riding of North Island Powell River, we have multiple dairy farms, and I've spent a lot of time on the farms talking to them about some of the challenges. And I know that one of the biggest losers in this trade agreement is supply management and the dairy sector. So when we look at the concessions of CETA and the CPTPP, this latest hit means a 10% loss of market share for our Canadian producers. I'm just wondering if I could ask the member through you, Mr. Speaker, if his party supports supply management and about the concerns that he may have for this industry that's so important to our communities.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Supply management is extremely important. It's a system which allows our farmers to sell their goods in a market. Farmers, though, are extremely disappointed with the negotiations which took place. Again, they're very disappointed with everything that happened. And they still have many questions for which there have been no answers. The Trans-Pacific Partnership affected them. They're still waiting for compensation, and it's not clear as to when that compensation will arrive.
Member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to speak on a subject that I've been quite involved in, especially in my previous role as the Shadow Minister for International Trade, and also as a passionate supporter of free trade. I'm well acquainted with the benefits of trade with the United States. I represent a southern Ontario riding that is very close to the border. We have many successful companies in Niagara West that do a significant amount of business, not only with the United States, but throughout the world. I personally met those business owners and operators, and I can tell you that their companies are world-class and are full of potential. They provide community with excellent jobs and economic development. I can also say that these business owners are asking for certainty that the free trade agreements provide. Free trade is essential to our country. 1 in 5 Canadian jobs are created, and as a result of free trade agreements. I also believe that members of the Conservative Party are the strongest supporters of free trade. We are really the party of free trade. The Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement, the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement with the European Union, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement were largely negotiated by Conservative governments. Conservatives negotiated these deals to remove tariffs and quotas and eliminate non-tariff barriers to trade. Free trade agreements improve transparency, predictability, certainty, and fairness to exporters. I believe all members in this chamber would agree that free trade agreements open markets for Canadian businesses, including small to medium-sized enterprises. This was why it was so concerning when the United States announced that NAFTA would be renegotiated. The uncertainty had ripple effects throughout virtually all of Canadian industries that do business with American clients and purchasers. Why did the uncertainty cause so much anxiety in our business community? Well, the short answer is we are very dependent on one another. Total merchandise trade between Canada and the United States has more than doubled since 1993 and has grown over ninefold between Canada and Mexico. In fact, 75% of total Canadian exports go to the United States and roughly 3% go to Mexico. Also, the total trilateral merchandise trade, the total of each country's imports from one another, reached nearly $1.1 trillion US dollars. This is a tremendous amount of business that more than 1.9 million Canadian jobs depend on. The lack of certainty over the status of the renegotiation of NAFTA caused a reduction of business investment, which I think has been well documented. particularly in Canada, as some companies move to the United States to offset potential losses while also directing their investments to the United States. I saw the impact of this uncertainty when I did the Defend Local Jobs Tour in July to September of 2018. During that time, I met with over 150 businesses and trade organizations and chambers. In Ontario, I attended roundtables and meetings in London, Brantford, Kitchener, Welland, Niagara Falls, Beamsville, Orillia, Windsor, and Toronto. I went to Vancouver, where the BC Chamber of Commerce organized a roundtable with their members, as well as Kitimat, where I met with LNG Canada. In Alberta, I met with business owners in Edmonton, Calgary, and Leduc, where I saw firsthand the effects of this government's misguided policies and the anger that these policies were producing. I did this tour to see firsthand the effects of U.S. steel and aluminum tariffs and to bring those concerns back to Parliament. I also took back the personal accounts of business owners in terms of how the uncertainty created by the renegotiation of NAFTA was impacting business operations. What I heard at the time was very worrisome. Stakeholders were asking for immediate support in order to prevent job losses or bankruptcy in the event in medium or short term. They wanted to see improvements to Canada's business environment that reduces red tape and enhances our competitiveness. I'll get back to Canadian competitiveness shortly, because I believe this government has failed terribly on competitiveness. But back to the findings of the Defend Local Jobs Tour. Businesses at the time had begun to cut orders, reduce shifts, and in some cases had even laid off workers. The key word was uncertainty. Businesses that had been investing in Canada saw that the U.S. is a safer bet because they didn't know what was going to happen here. I do have to say the business impacted by the steel and aluminum tariffs at the time had not yet seen any of the $2 billion in support promised by the government, which was extremely slow to roll out. The Liberals were quick to announce relief, but very slow to roll out any support for our businesses and workers. Since then, the Liberal government has fumbled the NAFTA file several times. They've agreed to many concessions in the renegotiations, and so here we are today. Mostly importantly, I have to mention the concessions they made with respect to our dairy sector that are particularly damaging. And by the way, there's nothing on softwood lumber, as been mentioned by other speakers, while the forestry workers are really hurting. Look, I want to be clear that Conservatives support and want free trade with the United States. It is no secret that NAFTA is a legacy of Conservative government. However, we must carefully look at the legislation first. Rushing it through wouldn't be wise. After all, when it comes to a trade deal with Canada's largest and most important trade partner, we need to do our due diligence. I say this because the Liberal government failed to work with us during the negotiation and the ratification process and are now rushing to get this legislation through Parliament, not giving us much time to do our homework on it. They have also failed to provide documents outlining the impacts of the new trade deal despite numerous requests from opposition members. The government doesn't seem to recognize the realities of the new minority government and are mistaken if they believe that we'll simply just rubber stamp this deal. I want to reiterate that doing our due diligence is crucial. We want to ensure that there are no surprises that could hurt our businesses and our workers. Hurting businesses and workers has been something this government knows something about, especially when it comes to competitiveness. In fact, according to the World Economic Forum, Canada is now number 14 when it comes to competitiveness. We're behind Singapore, the United States, Hong Kong, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Japan, Germany, Sweden, UK, Denmark, Finland, China, and South Korea. Mr. Speaker, this is worrisome news. This government has put legislation forward for the updated NAFTA, but is keeping Canadian businesses handcuffed to red tape, excessive regulation, and high taxes. Just look what they've done in the West. It's been an absolute travesty. Workers in Alberta and Saskatchewan can't find jobs for months and some for years because the Liberals have drowned the resource sector in over-regulation, over-taxation, and ridiculous amounts of red tape. The most famous anti-energy legislation passed by the Liberal government being Bill C-69 and C-48. These two bills have done tremendous damage to the economies of our Western neighbours, and we need the government to finally do something about this. Yes, we need a free trade agreement with the U.S. We absolutely do. But if this government continues to stifle the growth of our business sector, including our world-class energy sector, how effective will this trade agreement be when Canadian businesses stall, fail, or move south of the border, either to the U.S. or Mexico because of this government's flawed domestic economic policies? The Oak-and-See policies that are putting forward are just recipes for more wasteful spending, more sky-high taxes, and more reckless borrowing. All the while, we see worrying economic signs on the horizon. Mr. Speaker, the possibilities of a made-in-Canada recession are becoming more and more real. If this government doesn't believe me, then perhaps they would like to listen to the Wall Street Journal. Quote, Canadian exports and imports fell steeply in November of 2019, offering fresh evidence that the country's economy has hit a rough patch. The broad-based decline in trade from October 2019 is the latest in a string of disappointing economic indicators. Among them, a sizable loss of jobs in November and a decline in the gross domestic product in October. Some analysts indicated the data was symptomatic of a stumbling economy. And what does the government do? Instead of lowering taxes to stimulate growth and job creation, they're thinking about hiking taxes again. They're looking at the carbon tax hike. It's almost like they've spent the last 4 years making life harder and more unaffordable for Canadians. Canadians should be punished every time they drive their kids to school or turn up their thermostat on a cold winter day. Especially in my riding of Niagara West, public transportation is almost non-existent. My constituents need to drive to work, they need to drop off their kids, and they need to pick their kids up from school. They need to drive them to hockey practice and all kinds of other activities. Mr. Speaker, we were very honest with Canadians in the last election. We warned them that the Liberals would raise their carbon tax. The Liberals denied it. But here we are today, and they are thinking of raising it, and probably will very shortly. That this isn't good for Canadian families, businesses, or our global competitiveness. If they intend to raise the carbon tax, they will finally come clean with Canadians and tell them exactly by how much. Because in order to hit our Paris targets, they would need to raise it by an additional $50 per ton. This would increase the price of gasoline by 23 cents a litre. Let's think of what the extra cost would do to job creators, never mind to the families and the children who have no other options to have to drive around. Virtually everything is delivered to your favorite store by truck. Every cost on gas will either be absorbed by the businesses in order to keep their clients, which may bankrupt some businesses, or will be passed on to the consumer again, will increase the price of everything. Mr. Speaker, before I finish, I'd like to say that we will carefully look at this legislation. We all owe it to our constituents to do our due diligence and ensure that Canadian workers and Canadian job creators will stand to benefit from this new NAFTA agreement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulate my honourable friend on his speech, which didn't seem to have too much to do with the subject at hand, but was kind of a litany of every sin known to mankind. I was just wondering which statements he disagrees with. Business Council of Canada. We applaud the government's success in negotiating a comprehensive and high-standard agreement for North American trade. Premier Moe, Saskatchewan, the signed USMCA trade deals, good news for Saskatchewan and Canada. Wow. Premier Kenney, relieved and renewed that North American trade agreement has been concluded. Possibly the Canadian Labour Congress, I shouldn't mention that statement, that they are congratulating. But the steel producers, the CSPA is urging all members of the House of Commons and the Senate to support this bill and swiftly ratify it. Which of those statements does he disagree with?
Well, Member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much to my colleague very much for the comments, the question. As I said, we will be supporting this. I guess the challenge I have is that is what I talked about in terms of competitiveness. I think that this is definitely not as good a deal as we could have had. I think everyone admits that we had to take what the U.S. offered to us. They also talked about the fact that Mexico was negotiating with the U.S. while we weren't at the table. So I realize the importance of certainty. There's no question about that. We need to have certainty, and that's what business organizations have told us. Even if it's a bad deal, we need to make sure that we have the opportunity to actually solidify what the rules are going to be, because it's just too unpredictable. And when you look at a country like Canada that takes investments in to make sure that we compete around the world, this certainty is definitely required in order for us to move forward.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, yesterday one of my questions to the Prime Minister was about aluminum, and he said 70% of aluminum was protected, but actually that's not the case. 70% of aluminum parts are protected. So what that means is that aluminum part producers can bring in aluminum from wherever they like in the world at a lower cost, and that aluminum is dirtier than our aluminum. And I've been trying over and over and over again to make the point to the government that our aluminum should be protected and used. So I'd like to ask my colleague if he thinks that Liberals are answering in bad faith, or have they simply misunderstood the agreement?
West.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I guess this goes back to what I originally said before, is that we have been a taker in this agreement, and so this is what has been dictated to us. And so to go around and say this is a great deal is just actually factually incorrect. Now, is it the best deal that we could get? I don't know. I guess time will tell. But I can assure you one thing, that this speaks to the issue that I've been talking about, competitiveness as a nation. Regardless of the deals that we have in terms of trade, if we can't be competitive at home, which means getting our most economically and also sustainable, environmentally sustainable aluminum to the rest of the world, then we're competing at an unfair disadvantage. And these are the things that we need to continue to work on to be competitive at home so that we can do well here at home and around the world.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. You know, in my riding of North Island Powell River, one of the biggest concerns that folks had around NAFTA was the investor state provisions, which really left Canada in a very weakened space where we were sued again and again by investors. When you look at these things, that was negotiated by a Conservative government. Now, it's hard for me to be complimentary, and actually who I should be most complimentary to, of course, would be the Democrats in the United States. The reality is, in this agreement, the investor state provisions are not there. I'm just wondering if this member who just did the speech, Mr. Speaker, could share with us his thoughts on that.
Honourable Member for Niagara West.
I want to thank my colleague for the question. As I said before, I think one of the things that we need to continually focus on here in Canada is competitiveness. That includes a whole range of issues, and I've said part of the challenges that we have as we compete in a global economy is that there are some things that we, if we're paying more for energy, if we're not mobilizing and getting the most of our workforce, if we're not treating people in terms of education and being able to get the jobs that they need to do, all these things factor into competitiveness, and taxes play into that, trade deals, all these other kinds of things. And so I would just say that we still need to continue, even with deals like this, to work on our competitiveness domestically so that we compete globally and around the world.
Before we go to resuming debate, it's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable on international trade.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Women and Gender Equality.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to let you know, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Scarborough-Gilbert. Mr. Speaker, as this is the first time I'm rising in the House for the 43rd Parliament, I'd be remiss if I didn't take a moment to thank the wonderful constituents of the Long Range Mountains for re-electing me and returning me to this place to work on their behalf. The support from each and every community, of which I have well over 200, is greatly appreciated. To my many volunteers, friends, and most of all my family, a heartfelt thank you too. And congratulations to you, Mr. Speaker, and all the colleagues in the House on being elected. Working together, we can accomplish so much for this magnificent country we're blessed to call home. I'm pleased here today to speak about the new Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement and highlight its benefits for Canada's agriculture and agri-food industry. In my riding of the Long Range Mountains along the western coast of Newfoundland and Labrador, you'll find dairy and beef cattle farms. You'll find sheep and goat farms of all sizes. All these are found in the rural parts of my riding, and they're a mixture of small family-run businesses and large enterprises. You'll find as well innovative produce and grain growers, many using hydroponic techniques and environmentally friendly practices. And of course, the fishery is a traditional and vital part of my riding and my province, and both the fishers and the fish processors are excited about this new trade deal and the benefit it'll have in my riding and the country. Our farmers and food processors not only put food on our tables, Mr. Speaker, they drive our economy by contributing over $68.6 billion to our gross domestic food product in 2018 and $61.6 billion in agricultural exports. They contributed over $13.4 billion to our trade balance, and they support over 550,000 jobs in agricultural and agri-food in 2018 alone. and the majority of these jobs, Mr. Speaker, are in rural Canada. The government's ambitious agenda for agriculture includes a strong focus on trade. Canada has always been a trading nation. We have been for a very long time. And our farmers, they depend on trade. They export about half the value of their production. Canadian canola and soybean growers depend on trade for 80% of their sales. Wheat growers export 70% of their product. Pork producers produce 67%. That's why we can and must engage in international trade. And that's why our government has big plans for agricultural trade. Our exports hit a new record in 2018, but we're not stopping there. We've set our sights on $75 billion in agricultural exports by 2025. And the report of the Agri-Food Economic Strategy Table has challenged us to think even bigger, proposing a target of $85 billion. To help us get there, over the last 5 years, the government has concluded and implemented 2 major trade deals: the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement with the European Union, CETA, and the Comprehensive Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, or the shorter version, CPTPP. Together, these gold standard agreements have opened new markets for our farmers and food processors, and these agreements are part of our government's strong strategy to strengthen and diversify our trade. CETA has been provisionally applied since September of 2017. Canadian farmers and food processors are already taking advantage of access to the world's single largest market for food. A second major milestone in trade was the 1-year anniversary of the CPTPP on December 30th, 2019. The CPTPP strengthens and diversifies Canada's trade and investment position with some of the world's fastest growing economies. A wide range of Canadian agriculture and agri-food products are already benefiting from reduced tariffs, from pork to beef, blueberries to ice wine, canola to pulses, and lobster to salmon. Our government pushed hard for Canada to be among the first 6 nations to ratify this landmark agreement. That means Canadian farmers will be among the first to benefit from new sales in the CTPP countries. For example, our wheat growers are now able to take advantage of the Japanese Canadians' specific quota for food wheat. And while it's still too early to measure the full impact of CPTPP, early signs of success are evident. For example, Canadian exports of pork increased by 10.8% to Japan, and exports of beef grew by 68% during the first 11 months of CPTPP alone. That's an incredible increase. While diversifying our agricultural trade, we're also securing our business with our largest trading partner through our new NAFTA. The North American Trading Zone is vital. It's vital for our farmers and our food processors. Under the 25 years of NAFTA, our nominal GDP has tripled. Meanwhile, agricultural and food trade in North America region has risen to a value of US dollars of $100 billion. That's just about $275 million each and every day. The new NAFTA means stability and security for our farmers and food processors when they're trading with their largest customers. And it means a strong foundation for growth in the future and growth in rural Canada. With this new agreement, we have maintained the tariff-free access to the U.S. market for Canadian exports that we enjoyed under NAFTA. For our farmers and food processors, the new agreement will help secure $30 billion in agricultural exports to the United States alone. The new NAFTA will modernize, stabilize, and re-energize our continental trading partnership, and it will drive even further integration of our North American supply chains. Under the new agreement, access for Canadian refined sugar into the U.S. market will almost double. That's great news for our sugar industry, especially our sugar beet producers who are looking to expand access for their high-quality sugar, which is 100% Canadian grown and 100% Canadian processed. For our world-class wines and spirits industry, the new NAFTA provides for protection of Canadian whiskey as a distinct product of Canada. It also protects the definition and traditional production method of authentic ice wines. As well, Canadian wineries and distilleries retain the authority to sell only their own products on site. And our new NAFTA is forward-looking, Mr. Speaker. It will ensure our farmers have access to current technologies and will also benefit from future innovations in biotechnology. The agreement will encourage both innovation and trade in North America by mandating practical and trade-friendly approaches to getting safe agriculture biotech products to market. There's a requirement for more transparent regulations for current and future agricultural biotech products so everyone knows what requires approval and how to obtain those approvals. And there's a provision to drive greater cooperation on agricultural biotechnology on the global stage as North America will lead by example. Mr. Speaker, the new NAFTA will set the stage for further growth and help our agri-food industry keep a step ahead of the competition as we get ready to feed the world. Throughout the negotiations, our government worked extremely hard to advance the interests of Canadian farmers and food businesses. We know that they are key economic drivers for this country, and we know they create well-paying jobs, particularly in our rural communities. Over 2 million jobs in Canada depend on trade with the United States. The agreement provides increased market access for the U.S. into Canada for dairy, poultry, and eggs, but most importantly, maintains the 3 pillars of the supply management system: production controls, price controls, and import controls. It's important to remember that the U.S. administration was calling for abolition of this, but we knew how important supply management is to our agricultural industry. Our government has pledged to fully and fairly support our dairy, poultry, and egg producers. And furthermore, successful trade depends on successful trade routes. That's why our government invested $10 billion in trade and transportation corridors to help get agri-food products to market. We enacted the Transportation Modernization Act. This legislation is delivering a more transparent, fair, and efficient freight system that includes a number of new tools to support the grain industry. It's a long-term solution to help farmers get their products to market in a safe and timely manner. Mr. Speaker, our government has strong and ambitious growth plans for our agriculture and food industry. Together, we'll give our farmers and food processors a competitive edge in 2/3 of the global economy, and the future is bright. I'm confident honourable members will join me to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. I enjoyed listening to it. I've been trying since the beginning of the week to ask a question, a simple question, and I'd like to get a simple answer. So far, I've been told that according to the Liberals, steel and aluminum have the same protection under the New Deal. And I'd like to hear whether my honourable colleague opposite thinks that steel and aluminum are being treated in a similar fashion in this deal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Women and Gender Equality.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from across the way and welcome to this House for great debate and discussion. The focus of my conversation today and debate was on agriculture, but trust me, I know you heard the Minister today. We will make sure that aluminum and steel, they're all looked after in this way forward with the new NAFTA.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech, and I definitely know that my ears perked up when she talked about Canadian whiskey. I know in my riding, Shelter Point Distillery, it makes some of the best in the world and has recently in Canada won several awards. I'm really impressed with their product, and they're doing a great job, so it's good to see that that's going to be protected. But the question I have for the member is simply this. You know, as this whole process unfolded with NAFTA, we were told, well, NAFTA's good, you know, hopefully we won't have to negotiate, it's the best deal. Then we had CUMSA come back to us, and we were told, then we were told, well, this is the best deal we can get. And the NDP was very clear. Let's send this back. Let's see what can happen with the U.S. Democrats. And they weren't interested in that. So now here we are again. Finally, it's been fixed by them, by the U.S. Democrats, and we're here again hearing it's the best deal ever. I'm just wondering, at what point do we measure, and how do Canadians measure what the best deal is ever?
Well, Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. We also have in my province of Newfoundland and Labrador some incredible distilleries, so maybe we'll have to bring some up and do an example sometime. Yes, matter of fact, we have one that's based on seaweed. So, anyhow, Mr. Speaker, the reality is, I just lost this. Whoops, sorry. I'm on? Jeez, what did you ask me? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I just lost everything there for a minute. Where did you? Yeah, my honourable colleague left the House, but yeah, I look forward to working with her on the new NAFTA. It's been ratified by many people and supported by many people. Bruce Heyman, the former U.S. ambassador to Canada, says Canada should be especially pleased with the new agreement. It's a really good deal. Every so often you're able to come out with what I call a win-win-win solution. This is it. We're here. So I'd like to take the advice of the past U.S. ambassador and listen to Mr. Heyman.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased and would like to say thank you to my esteemed colleague from Newfoundland and Labrador for that great speech this afternoon. I'm glad she found everything back again in the order that it should be. I noticed in her speech that she did mention the fishery and the importance of it to her riding. I'd like to expand that. It's so important to the entire province of Newfoundland and Labrador. And she said that this deal had great benefits for the fishery, which is the economic driver in just about all of our communities in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. I wonder, could she comment further on that aspect of the agreement?
The honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague and friend from Avalon. We share a passion not only for the fishery, but a passion for our province. Some folks might realize that Canada exports nearly $4.3 billion worth of seafood every year to the U.S. markets. That's 62% of all exports from that sector. A stable and protectable tariff-free arrangement is critical to maintain the growth of those exports, especially from Atlantic Canada. This will have significant benefits in coastal and rural communities where processing facilities are situated. And I know the lobster and the snow crab fishers especially, and the processing companies are excited about the benefits and the stability this new trade agreement will allow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to participate in this historic debate. And I just want to start off by congratulating the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister and, in fact, the former leader of the official opposition who has made a significant contribution to seeing that this agreement gets to the place it is now. Indeed, all colleagues, particularly colleagues who are part of the Canada-US Parliamentary Group, led by the honourable member from Malpeque. Indeed, all of us were down to Congress many times in many senators and congressmen's offices extolling the virtues of an agreement. It really was a Team Canada approach, and I think all members should see themselves in this agreement as we debate it and ultimately, I hope, ratify it. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to take a slightly different approach to this agreement and talk about its security benefits. So it's trite but true, Mr. Speaker, but countries that trade together don't very often go against each other in war or any other form of conflict. And so, if I may, I'd like to take these few moments to talk about the security element that is generated by virtue of this agreement and other agreements. We in Canada are extremely fortunate. Possibly our public and even members in this House don't realize how fortunate we are to have a European trade agreement, we have a Pacific trade agreement, and we are about to have a North American trade agreement. That, Mr. Speaker, is 1.4 billion customers with which we have access to those markets. 41 countries. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, there is no other country in the world that can claim such privileged access to such a large pool of customers. And of course, Mr. Speaker, it is up to us to take advantage of this agreement, not only the North American agreement, but the European and the Pacific agreement as well. But 1.4 billion customers, Mr. Speaker, and we should not only look at these citizens, these customers as trading partners, but we should also look at them as allies. Mr. Speaker, that gives us, without going into business about NATO or anywhere else, 41 new allies. And those allies provide us with a level of security that we have not enjoyed for a long time. I contrast that, Mr. Speaker, with, say, Russia. Who can Russia say is an ally? Maybe Belarus, Kazakhstan, Syria, Iran, maybe not the A list of allies that one would want, or China. Who can actually say that who is the ally of China? Possibly North Korea. North Korea may not be the most reliable ally that China's ever had, but contrast that with these three agreements taken collectively, where we put together, in effect, not only 41 trading partners, but 41 allies. And that is all to our collective security. So the collateral benefit of this trade agreement is clearly security. In fact, it is mutually reinforcing, Mr. Speaker, because security creates trade, trade creates security. These trading alliances are huge assets to Canada. Now, some would argue that trade comes first, security follows, and they'd point to the Auto Pact, they'd point to the first free trade agreement, then they point to NAFTA 1.0, and now the Canada-U.S.-Mexico trade deal. But I'd like to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that actually security came before trade. And I'll go back 80 years, Mr. Speaker, and I know as soon as you say that, somebody starts to nod off because not a lot of people appreciate history, but I direct your attention, Mr. Speaker, to a meeting between President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Mackenzie King in Ogdensburg, New York, where the two leaders negotiated a security arrangement for North America, known as the Permanent Joint Board of Defense. And from that agreement, the entire security architecture of Canada and North America was revamped. In 1941, Mr. Speaker, we were in the middle of World War I. In 1941, at the time the Prime Minister and the President were meeting with each other, was the Battle of Britain. And at that point, there was no guarantee, there's no assurance that actually Britain would emerge from the Battle of Britain as the victor. In that context, and at that time, there was enormous resistance by the American public, particularly led by the ambassador for Great Britain, Joe Kennedy, to engaging in any European conflict, yet another war. Yet President Roosevelt realized that North America was a vulnerable space. It was vulnerable on the Pacific side, and it was vulnerable on the Atlantic side. Prime Minister Mackenzie King was in a very delicate position because he realized that while we were going to continue to be allies of Great Britain and continue the fight, the shifting of empires was pretty obvious. We were going to be taking ourselves out from the security blanket of the British Empire and placing ourselves in the security blanket of the American or the emergent American empire. And that, Mr. Speaker, has been our security reality for the last 60, 70 years. Out of the Permanent Joint Board of Defense, a number of real decisions were made which continue to this day. Gander Airport, for instance, was developed as a military airport. It existed prior to the war, but it was really enhanced over the course of the war. That was a result of the Permanent Joint Board of Defense. The Alaska Highway was a result of the Americans' concern that the Japanese may come in through the west coast of Canada and separate Alaska from the continental United States. And there were quite a number of other institutions and military to military arrangements that were made, the most significant of which is NORAD. NORAD is clearly our most significant military treaty, and it was a direct result of the negotiations between Prime Minister Mackenzie King and President Roosevelt. Hence, Mr. Speaker, we created a security environment, and that security environment in turn led to the Otto Pact. That in turn led to the first free trade agreement with the United States. That in turn led to the first NAFTA. That in turn leads to where we are today. Because, Mr. Speaker, nations that have good security also have good trade. Those that have good trade generally have good security. So, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister Mulroney used to say that the job one of any prime minister is to manage the U.S. relationship. And there is great truth in that. And I want to just recognize that in very difficult circumstances, our Prime Minister has managed this relationship as well as it can be managed. Hence, we are here today with an agreement that many, many members of this House will be able to sign on with conscience. The other consequence of this agreement, Mr. Speaker, was that we've got preferred nation status with respect to military procurement. So in military procurement, we are treated as a domestic supplier. Similarly, we treat the Americans as domestic suppliers. And that has relevance to the peripheral debate about aluminum, aluminum and steel in particular. And that was what was so silly about the 232 tariffs. We are effectively making each other's cost of military security more expensive. And that, Mr. Speaker, is the difficulties with tariffs. So congratulations to the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister. However, in my judgment, Mr. Speaker, the next most important treaty to be renegotiated is the NORAD treaty, because, as I say, good security makes for good trade makes for good security. Thank you for your time and attention.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my friend from Scarborough, Gilwood. I also want to congratulate him for his re-election, because he is one of the senior members of his House, and his constituents obviously love him because they voted him in over and over and over and over. And it's good to see him, and I must say, in this Parliament, his ties are getting much better too. But he'll be a little bit surprised that I did listen to his speech, and I want to thank him for his speech, because I'm in agreement with him. I think it's extremely important when we have these trade agreements and how they're linked to security and the importance of that. I'm also in very strong agreement that the treaty with NORAD is so important to us. He also talked about the importance of economic collaboration, especially in supply chains for our manufacturing sector, our defense sectors. So I have a question for him, because we're seeing with business the importance of being connected internationally, and I want to talk to him about the 5G network. The Americans seem to be so far ahead of us. Now we're in a trade agreement where we are going to be having easy flow back and forth. I was wondering if he could explain to the House the importance of moving forward with this 5G network, and if he has any insight to the government's plan of implementing one here in Canada, and what would be the date it would be functional.
Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you to the member from Oshawa for his kind remarks. It's probably the last time that will happen in this House. With respect to the 5G network, and particularly the decision about Huawei, the Americans have taken a very clear position and have said that that will not happen to the Americans. We, of course, are in the Five Eyes. The British have arrived at another decision which they feel they can secure critical infrastructure while still using the Huawei 5G network. The Australians and the New Zealanders have also been very firm about not going to 5G. That decision will have to be taken sooner rather than later. I hope that we will all have some significant input into that decision, but I do know that it is before the minister as we speak.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. He talked about national security and of the importance of the auto sector. But what about protecting Quebec's major industries, agriculture, undersupply management, and the aluminum sector? The agreement might be good for some provinces, but it's not good for Quebec.
Goldwood. Well, Mr. Speaker, I would defer to the opinion of Premier Legault, which goes to the effect that this agreement needs to be signed sooner rather than later. I believe that he has done an analysis of all of the sectors that affect Quebec. The protection of the supply chain of the dairy industry in particular was critical. The honourable member will recall the assiduousness with which the president wanted to dismantle it. I think the government has done a magnificent job of protecting the supply chains.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I appreciated what he said about security. And in fact, I have a question about security, but food security. It's one thing to open up our markets, but what guarantee do we have when it comes to the same standards being applied elsewhere as compared to the ones we have in Canada? In the area of dairy production, the Americans allow the use of certain hormones in the dairy sector, which are prohibited in Canada. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about that.
Scarborough-Gilwood. Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the honourable member raising that question, and to which I do not have a specific answer. I do know that there are all kinds of chapters that go to each level of negotiation, and the inconsistencies are generally resolved between the trade negotiators. I expect that food safety will be the paramount intention of any negotiation on the part of our government.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I spoke several times already in this House, but only at question period. I've never had the opportunity, therefore, to thank my constituents in Jonquière for their vote, and it's my pleasure to speak on their behalf here in the House, even though today it's on not a very happy topic for us because aluminum is essential for my riding. That said, I will always be here for my constituents, and I will keep on fighting for the aluminum sector. However, before I start, I would like to go over the state of the Quebec economy and how it relates to the new NAFTA. Canada is a petro-state. Canada's economy is based on two major sectors, the auto sector in Ontario and the oil sector in Alberta. You might remember that during the financial crisis, Ontario received support in the amount of $10 million to help it go through the crisis. But when it comes to Alberta, the oil sands have not become profitable from the 1970s to the year 2000. About $70 billion were involved in that sector, a huge amount of money. And this caused Jean Chrétien at the time, if Quebec had received as much money as Alberta had, Quebec would be red. The aluminum sector has not gotten its fair share. Maybe you know what the Dutch disease is. Well, the same applied to Quebec's manufacturing sector, which has disappeared. In the last 25 years, Quebec has not gotten its fair share. Now, the sectors which are the strength of Quebec's economy are the forestry sector, which has gone through many crises and which is still in a state of crisis. In the new NAFTA, there's nothing for Quebec's forestry sector. Supply management, obviously, has been breached many times. Under the Conservatives, when the CETA was signed, more breaches were brought into the supply management sector. And now the aluminum sector is going to come out a loser under the new NAFTA. So again, Quebec has always been a loser when it comes to these free trade agreements. So Canada is a petrostate, and today it is moving in the wrong direction. It is going in the opposite direction as the rest of the world. Canada uses certain economic indicators, and these indicators show that the world is moving towards transitional energies and green energies. But today in Canada, there's talk about a major energy project, which is led by Tech Frontier, which would only increase our greenhouse gas emissions to the order of 4 million tons a year, which means that we will never hit our Paris targets. So I believe that we have to come to terms with this situation, which namely is that Canada is dependent on these two sectors, and this situation is doing nothing to help Quebec. So I'd like to come back to what's happened in the last few weeks. Before the Christmas break, we learned that aluminum would be the sacrificial lamb in this new free trade agreement. And the way we learned came about in a funny way. At the end of the negotiations, we learned that aluminum would be protected, and then Mexico pressured its trade partners, and Canada finally decided to abandon its aluminum workers. And we wondered why. We asked the government why it had taken the decision to protect the steel industry and to abandon the aluminum industry. I have an answer for you. Since the government hasn't answered the question, at least I'll try to answer the question. If I told you that 90% of aluminum produced in Canada comes from Quebec, well, maybe that would give you a clue. The steel sector is located mostly in Ontario, so 90% of aluminum is produced here, rather in Quebec. 10% is produced in British Columbia. Quebec exports mostly to the U.S. BC mostly exports to Asia. Under the agreement we've just signed, British Columbia won't be affected because BC will keep on exporting its aluminum to Asia. Only Quebec is affected by the new NAFTA. So when you do the math, as my father says, you get sick and tired of the situation. So today I feel that we need to change things so Quebec is also a winner. We believe that the government has to listen to Quebec. This has to happen at the Council of Premiers, but that hasn't been done yet. So now we're stuck with a situation where Quebec is the poor child of Confederation. In the last few weeks, we've tried to explain to the government what the real impact this NAFTA Point 2 will have on the aluminum sector. People from my area created a coalition of municipalities, of unions, of aluminum experts, and business people. All of these people decided to come here to Ottawa to make various members aware of what would happen in Quebec. So again, all of these people came together. They came here. They presented solid numbers, credible numbers in studies with robust methodologies. But from the start of the week, that is when the first NAFTA was signed, the biggest world producer of aluminum, or one of the biggest producers of aluminum in the world, was Canada. And again, most of Canada's aluminum comes from Quebec. China, at the time, was a marginal player. However, today, China produces 15 times more aluminum than we do here in Canada. So they've been flooding the North American market with Chinese aluminum, and the entry gate is Mexico. So in the last 20 years, we've done nothing to bolster the aluminum sector in Quebec. I think the government, and this came out during question period today, we've tried to get the government to admit that aluminum has not been treated the same way as steel, but we've only ever gotten the same answer. We've heard that 70% of auto parts made in North America will have to be produced here in North America. That's the answer we've received. But if that holds true, I don't understand why the government gave steel an exemption and why this exemption does not apply to aluminum. My colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean explained to Simon, his 8-year-old daughter, the distinction, the difference between car parts made of steel and car parts made of aluminum. And this 8-year-old girl, Simon, understood the difference. So I'd like the government to actually get in touch with Simon in the next few weeks, and maybe Simon can explain to the government what the true lay of the land is. So let me come back to all of these people who came together, came to Ottawa to plead their case. In fact, today there are 6 major projects to grow aluminum plants. But all of these projects have been put on the back burner. As soon as Rio Tinto found out how aluminum would be treated, it decided that it would not invest in its facilities. So we would like to know what the fact that these 6 projects will be put on the back burner will mean for Canada. When it comes to construction, we're talking of over $6 billion in new construction. $6,242 million over 10 years. And the staggering total is $16 billion. So from 2020 to 2029, Quebec will be deprived of $16,242 million. Why? Because the federal government will not have fought for the aluminum sector. The federal government chose to protect the auto sector in Ontario. The government wants to help the Alberta's oil sector. The government even bought a pipeline, which actually is not economically viable. So really, the government wanted to help Alberta's oil sector. But when it comes to Quebec's aluminum sector, well, suddenly the government is MIA. So $16,242 million will not have been made by Quebec. 60,000 jobs are being imperiled because of the government's decisions. My colleague opposite was boasting that our government has created wealth for the middle class, has brought down the unemployment rate, has helped raise Canadians' standards of living. Well, maybe that holds true for the rest of Canada, but it certainly does not hold true for Quebec. So today, 60,000 jobs are at risk, and it's clear the government does not seem to care about Quebec. In the speech from the throne, the government said it would be open The government said it wanted to enter into a dialogue with opposition parties. Well, we're open to that dialogue. As opposed to what some people have said, we are not against free trade, far from it. What we are looking for is for the government to respect Quebec's economic sectors. And in the last 2 years, that hasn't happened. So if negotiations are to happen between Canada and Quebec, perhaps the starting point should be to acknowledge Quebec's economic drivers. I've mentioned some numbers, 60,000 jobs and $16 billion. Without guaranteed access to other markets, our aluminum sector might shrink and even disappear to the detriment of Chinese aluminum. The government likes to claim that the environment is one of its priorities. Well, if that is truly the case, the government will have to support the aluminum sector in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean area. We produce the greenest aluminum in the world. We've developed, Elysis has produced carbon-neutral aluminum production technologies. And on the other hand, in Alberta, Tech Frontier, if its project is to go ahead, will produce tons of greenhouse gas emissions. Anyone who sees those numbers will have an easy choice to make. So we need to keep access to foreign markets, but that will not be possible under the new NAFTA because this agreement will allow China to keep on dumping its aluminum into the North American market. The U.S. has recognized this fact that China is dumping its aluminum into Mexico, and Canada has also recognized this fact. So this is nothing we're inventing. It's a fact. Now, how can we fight against a situation? Well, we would have to give the same market access to aluminum as is the case for steel in Ontario. And an aluminum plant is a huge undertaking, and if we want to expand a plant, a lot of money will have to be invested. And aluminum producers need predictability if they are to make these investments. But unfortunately, there is no predictability now. We did not necessarily want to vote against the Ways and Means motion, but for us, at the end of the day, it was unacceptable. Why? Because it did not give the aluminum sector in Quebec its due. Now, we don't only want to confront the government, we want to work with the government to find solutions. If we are to find solutions, though, we have to speak the same language. What does this mean? It means that the government has to recognize where it went wrong. And up until now, at least during question period today, the government refused to acknowledge that it had sacrificed the aluminum sector for the steel sector. If the government had recognized when it went wrong, well, that would have been a step in the right direction, at least in our eyes. So, in conclusion, they say it takes two to tango. Well, we're open to discussion with the government, and I hope the government will be open to discussion with us. Thank you.
Comments? Commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Ford Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable colleague across the way. When he was talking, I was thinking about the beautiful Saguenay region and the Alcan Rio Tinto plants being up there because of the hydroelectricity, and the hydroelectricity is there because of the beautiful rivers and the nature that surrounds that region. I'm thinking of the aluminum coming from Quebec to Ontario to the auto manufacturers, and in the agreement we had presented to us by the negotiators a few nights ago, all parties were able to be at a meeting where they told us that the regional value content threshold of cars has gone from 62% to 75%, meaning that the content of the goods and services going into the cars has to come from the North American region. The stronger regional content is going to protect jobs in Quebec. 70% of the aluminum and 70% of the steel have to come from within our region. And really, where else are you going to get aluminum in North America other than Quebec? So I think you could go to British Columbia, but it's a long way to Ontario from British Columbia. So the partnerships that we have in place have only been strengthened because of this agreement. The new labor content of having a minimum $16 per hour for labor, and that it has to be labor that is carried out by workers in plants where there's safety provisions as well. So I think we are protecting Canadian jobs. We are protecting jobs in Quebec, and the honourable member is maybe not realizing that the 62% to 75% includes components from Quebec. Could the honourable member maybe comment on that? Was he at the briefing we had the other night?
The honourable member for Jonquière. Listen, it's not just by repeating a falsehood over and over again doesn't make it true. The aluminum sector hasn't been protected. And let's be clear about the 70%. Now, if it's 70% of parts, and car parts, I think that's more protection for the auto sector than aluminum, because those parts can be made from aluminum coming from Mexico. Now, if my colleague would like me to do this, I'll send him something that was produced by Radio-Canada. It shows actually where aluminum comes from in auto parts, and it shows that it's come from Mexico. So I could send him that graph if he likes. I'd also like to point this out to my colleague opposite. In Alma, in my region, there was a project that was supposed to start out. The land was ready for this new plant, but it simply remained as a plan. The investment didn't come. Investors changed their minds, and they did that because the market is not beneficial for us right now because China will be dumping aluminum.
Questions
and comments.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to rise today to just share some of the thoughts that I have about the current agreement. We need trade agreements that have enforceable protections for workers, the environment, the rights of Indigenous peoples, and women. We need trade agreements, and processes in Canada that make government more accountable and allow all parliamentarians to play a greater role in this process.
I just ask the honourable member just for a moment if she can listen in. I'm not too sure if she's posing a question or comment to the honourable member for Jonquière. Is that the intention? Okay, good. I just wasn't sure whether she maybe was starting into some remarks pertaining to the question that's before the House. So I'll let her go ahead and finish her comments, and then we'll go back to the honourable member for Jonquière. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
The Liberals in this, during the agreement, they've overpromised and they've underdelivered in terms of holding meaningful consultations and also working with all parliamentarians in a meaningful way and a comprehensive and public way. And even though there's some, I would agree that there's been some positive amendments with the new NAFTA, there continues this disturbing trend of giving more rights or favoring the privilege of corporations in trade agreements rather than real people, the environment, the rights of Indigenous peoples and women. Trade agreements should
Order. Order. The time is limited. We have about a 10-minute period for questions and comments, so we open that up to other members to put. Now, I will say that certainly members can pose comments or questions to the honourable member. We'll take what the honourable member has said from Winnipeg Centre as a comment, and we'll now go to l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Jonquière for his reply. I'd like to thank my colleague for her brief question. You know, I also care about Indigenous communities. Canada is made up of 3 nations, the Canadian nation, the Quebec nation, and the Indigenous nation. Unfortunately, when it comes to multilateral deals, the Indigenous communities and Quebec communities often lose out. And I agree, we need to take better care of Indigenous communities, especially when we're talking about ridiculous projects like Tech Frontier that Indigenous communities are opposed to. So I think she's right.
Comments. Commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I was listening very closely as to what the member was saying, and I guess I take a bit of a different approach in the sense that on this side of the House you have Liberal members of Parliament that advocate for all regions of the country. We see the benefits of this trade agreement universally applied to all regions of the country. At no point in time would this government ever consider taking an area and writing it off in any fashion whatsoever. My question to my colleague across the way, Mr. Speaker, is the Premier of the province of Quebec is actually encouraging members, in particular members from the Bloc, to support this agreement, recognizing the value of this agreement to Canada, in particular the province of Quebec. Is the Premier of Quebec wrong in advocating that we actually pass this legislation?
Député.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Well, I think it's rather surprising for the Premier of Quebec to be used as an example. Maybe it's the first time you've ever even listened to him. So I would say you're sort of you're listening to what you want to hear. When it suits you, you listen to the Premier of Quebec. But I'd also say that the Quebec Premier is calling on this government for a single tax return. He's also saying that you should increase your health care transfers. You haven't done that for years. It's a catastrophe in Canada. There's a huge tax base. You have less spending, and yet you're always trying to balance your books on the backs of transfers to provinces. So start with that. If you want to listen to the Premier, we'll start with some of these other things. Questions and comments? I think we have time for perhaps one question and answer. Questions and comments.
Yes, okay. C'est ça. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there is a section on Indigenous peoples, Mr. Speaker, that was presented to us a few nights ago by the panel that was negotiating on behalf of all of Canadians, including Indigenous peoples. And so this agreement does have government procurement protections for Indigenous-owned businesses and enterprises, and additionally outcomes around the environment, protecting the role of Indigenous peoples, protecting our environment. So the sections are in there, and I'm really wishing that the honourable member across the way could refer to those sections when he's speaking in the House.
Député de Jonquière.
Honourable member for Jonquière. Well, that's an interesting point of view. Excuse me, I think the member's point of view is interesting. I've looked closely at the articles he's referring to, and I think more could be even added. I mean, when you're negotiating, why only think, for example, of the Indigenous communities? Why not add the Quebec nation? Why not talk about our unique cultural identity? Why not talk about our unique economy? So this is a good start, and actually my colleague's giving me some good ideas. Thank you. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's with great pleasure that I take this opportunity to rise and speak today and to speak to you about the benefits of the new Canada-US-Mexico agreement, its advantages for all Canadians, and more specifically, for those people in Quebec. And today I'll be pleased to share my time with the member for Saint Laurent. For more than a year, Canada has been hard at work negotiating an agreement with the United States and Mexico, and I'd like to begin by congratulating the negotiators. Our Canadian negotiators are incredible. They had to manage very complex issues and many unexpected situations. So we have ended up with a deal that is good not only for Canadian workers, but also good for Canadian businesses and good for Canadian communities, whether those be urban or rural communities. We did everything we could to protect jobs, create more opportunities for Canadian workers and their families, and, of course, ensure economic growth. We wanted to get a progressive deal for the environment and for all Canadians. Producers and workers in Maniwaki and elsewhere, business people in Gatineau, Charleville. For all these people, this new deal will bring benefits in Pontiac, in all of Quebec, and all of Canadians. In the agricultural sector, Canadian exports will continue to benefit from tariff-free exports and free of tariffs that apply on agricultural products, free of Mexican and U.S. tariffs, which is very important for Canadian exporters, especially those in Quebec and those in Pontiac as well. In 2018, agricultural producers and processors exported over $560 billion worth of products to the United States. There will be new opportunities for Quebec exporters. They will have access to the refined sugars market and for the market of products containing sugar, as well as the margarine market. The Canadian government will continue to work with all supply-managed sectors in order to mitigate the impact that a new NAFTA would have on them. Now, let's talk about culture. Under the new agreement, Canada has succeeded in maintaining the general exception for our cultural industries. This is a very important clause whose purpose is to preserve cultural sovereignty for Canada, and that was an important part of the new NAFTA. Under this exception, Canada will have the flexibility it needs to adopt and maintain policies and programs that support creation, broadcasting, and the development of artistic creations, including the digital sector. This is a very important outcome for Quebec. Specifically, the dynamic cultural industry represents more than 73,000 jobs in Quebec and thousands more in Canada. And these represent more than $63 billion in the Canadian economy. Under the New Deal, there will be a dispute settlement panel that was in the original deal. Under this panel, Canada will have recourse to an independent and fair panel to challenge any challenge dumping. So this is very important for softwood lumber, for example, which is important in Quebec and in my riding, because exports to the United States have reached over $1 billion. It did so in 2018. So many provisions have been maintained. Canadians have access to the United States to be able to provide services. And these investments will be very important for manufacturing, for example, in the aerospace industry in Quebec. And it will be important for engineers and experts to be able to go back and forth across borders in order to be able to provide their services in this sector. This deal also updates other sectors. So businesses will be able to continue their cross-border trade electronically as well, while maintaining the ability of the government to impose regulations and protect Canadian data. This update is very important, for example, in the area of video games, which is expanding in the area of Montreal. It's also important for our region, which is a leader in the digital sector. It'll also be important for artificial intelligence. Culture and information in Montreal represent more than 56,000 jobs, and the City of Montreal is becoming a leader in this area. I'd also like to underscore the fact, given that Pontiac is a riding that has many small businesses, that this deal includes a new chapter on small and medium-sized businesses, which will foster collaboration between the party countries in order to increase opportunities and increase opportunities for investment for small businesses. Under this new chapter, SMEs will have access to the information they need on their obligations under the New Deal. So this chapter is particularly important for Quebec, where SMEs represent 99.9% of all businesses. Let us not forget that this New Deal was negotiated in a very progressive context. Sometimes the opposition criticized us for that. But I'd like to underscore the fact that some of these issues are very progressive. For example, the labor sector. We have a very robust section on labor and on dispute resolution. The purpose of this chapter is to improve labor standards in all three countries based on international labor standards. For example, under the labor chapter, there will be new provisions that prohibit importing goods made by forced labor. There will also be clauses on discrimination, gender discrimination, sexual orientation discrimination, for example. It will also combat violence within the workplace, and it will assure the protection of migrants, migrant labor, when labor rights are breached. Then under this deal, there will be a mechanism to intervene quickly between Canada and Mexico. Now, on the environment. This agreement strengthens environmental standards. There is an ambitious environmental chapter, and it is binding. Under that chapter, there will be a mandatory dispute settlement mechanism to deal with compliance issues. There will also be dispute settlement mechanisms when countries cannot agree. This deal also includes new obligations when it comes to the protection of the environment, whether it be illegal trading in species, whether it be illegal fishing, whether it be sustainable practices in forestry and fishing, for example. Subsidies will not be able to be used if they negatively impact certain species of fish. There will also be multilateral agreements on the environment, and there will also be steps that will be taken to protect the ozone layer and to protect the marine environment against pollution. Chapter 11 on dispute settlement, this famous investor-state dispute settlement that has been criticized, was abolished. This chapter also includes a clause on the social responsibility of businesses. So there are many progressive elements in this deal. I could have also listed others, for example, trade and Indigenous peoples, and I hope some members will ask me questions on this. I could also have spoken about other aspects of trade. So in conclusion, I'd just like to say, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, rather, that I'm so happy that our officials were able to come up with such a good agreement that will be good for Canada, good for the environment, good for the economy, and good for all Canadians. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If there's any consistency from one government to the next, I heard my colleague boasting about 3 trade deals. Well, it's all been done at Quebec's expense. If you think of forestry, aluminum, cheese makers, supply managed producers, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. The Liberals and the Conservatives are of the same stripe. When they negotiate trade deals, it's always at Quebec's expense. Now, I'd like to talk solutions. My colleagues say 70% of the aluminum is protected. So I have a simple question. Does the member know that Mexico is not a producer of aluminum? And the rules, anti-dumping rules, apply only to producers, that is, Canada or the U.S. This means that China could supply aluminum to Mexico and it would be resold in the form of parts. So does my colleague realize that it's not 70% protection, it's 0% protection when it comes to aluminum? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Science. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Of course, there will always be a lot of rhetoric coming from the Bloc, and we expect that. We expect that kind of criticism. But it's not true. This deal is not a bad deal for Quebec. When you speak to companies, the execs, when you talk to Quebecers, when you speak to elected officials in Quebec, they're all saying the same thing. They want us to sign this deal. They want us to carve out a place for Quebec and Canada in the North American economy. As far as aluminum is concerned, this government has been clear repeatedly. Aluminum is protected and is benefited by this deal. And that's why Jean Simard, the CEO of the Aluminum Association of Canada, indicated that this deal must go forward. It must be signed. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for my colleague. I appreciated his speech. He talked about innovation and technology. That was great. I think it's important and to take advantage of technology in all small and medium-sized businesses. That's important. I imagine it's important in your riding. It is in mine too, and in a number of ridings all across Quebec and Canada. With this new deal, will it be possible for small and medium-sized businesses, particularly in regions, to take advantage of these new technologies? I'd just like to remind the member for Beauce that comments should be directed through the chair, not directly to the member opposite. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Beauce. I congratulate him on his election. I'm always happy to see new faces here in the House of Commons. And yes, of course, Pontiac is full of small and medium-sized businesses. Our economy in the whole Gatineau Hills and Valley, it's all built on the backs of small and medium-sized businesses. And that's why I said in my speech that we're so satisfied with this new deal, because the negotiations were conducted with small and medium-sized businesses in mind. And that's why there's a new chapter on labor. And this should make it possible for small and medium-sized businesses to deal with our government, whether it's international trade or some other part of government, to export more to the U.S. and Mexico? Thank you for the question. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to Bill C-4, an act to implement the Canada-U.S.-Mexico trade deal.
A year ago, how much uncertainty there was about what was going to happen if we didn't manage to sign a deal. People were afraid for our economy's future because there were too many unknown or unpredictable factors going into these negotiations. I represent the federal riding of Saint Laurent, one of the most industrial ridings in the country. There are technically more jobs in my riding than there are people. I had countless meetings with companies who told me that they rely on a good NAFTA deal in order to continue to thrive, and in some cases, for their company to even survive. During these meetings, I told them about the confidence that I had in our then Foreign Affairs Minister, the member from University Rosedale, to get a good deal for Canada. Many of them asked me why it was taking so long and had doubts that we would succeed in getting a good deal. But I explained that we were not going to fold unless the deal was a good one for all Canadians. That we had a strong team of skilled negotiators hard at work who were going to hold off on signing until it was an excellent deal for Canadians. And lo and behold, Madam Speaker, we have done just that. We've managed to get an excellent trade deal that will support well-paying, middle-class jobs in many different industries for Canadians across the country. In addition to ensuring that our jobs are protected, this new deal also has a new enforceable environment chapter that will uphold air quality and fights marine pollution. Furthermore, we've worked hard to protect women's rights, minority rights, and Indigenous rights. In fact, this deal has the strongest protection for these groups, as well as for the environment, in any Canadian trade agreement to date. Because, Madam Speaker, it is through our trade deals that we are able to hold other countries accountable when it comes to the environment and gender equality.
Madam Speaker, this new deal, the Canada-U.S.-Mexico deal, the new NAFTA, as people call it, is an excellent deal which will enable us to strengthen economic ties and support good, well-paid jobs for middle-class Canadians. It took a while to sign this deal because it was important for us that the deal be a good one for all Canadians. As you've obviously heard, the Americans weren't interested in a cultural exemption at the outset of negotiations, an exemption that is crucial for Quebec. We fought very hard to keep it, and we were clear with the Americans that we wouldn't be signing any deal that didn't contain a cultural exemption. Our government will always defend our cultural industries because that means protecting a $53.8 billion industry with over 650,000 high-quality jobs for middle-class Canadians. For Quebec, we're talking about 75,000 such jobs. I was surprised to see yesterday that the Bloc Québécois was voting against this deal. I was surprised because I knew that Quebecers, which the Bloc usually tries to represent well, Quebecers want us to sign this deal. Quebecers need this deal, which in many respects is better than the old NAFTA. Their argument is that this deal doesn't protect aluminum in the same way as it protects steel. But don't forget, Madam Speaker, the old NAFTA didn't protect aluminum at all. Before, if you were a car maker, 100% of the material could come from China, whereas now, with the New Deal, 70% must come from North America. So we hope they will vote in favor of this deal next time round.
This new NAFTA also helps the manufacturing industry. We've modernized the process at the border in order to cut red tape and to make it easier for small and medium-sized businesses to export and import with the United States. We've also ensured that this deal is a good one for Canadian workers. The enforceable provisions that protect labor are the strongest ones yet. It's a great deal for Canada's car sector. The new auto rules of origin will directly secure the future for auto workers in cities such as Windsor and Oshawa. It's time for Canada to join the United States and Mexico by ratifying this new and improved deal. It's in the national interest to move quickly to get this signed, as the Deputy Minister has stressed time and time again, as signing it will bring our country economic and political certainty. I think back to the conversations I've had with my constituents in Saint Laurent, as well as with the many businesses in my riding, for whom this deal is a great source of comfort. And I know that not signing it is simply not an option. We've worked hard to ensure that this new deal is one that benefits Canadians and Canadian businesses across the country. And it's time to secure what our top negotiators have fought so hard for. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
And comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech, and I want to thank her for that. But she did mention auto workers in Oshawa, and I was just wondering if she was aware that our plant closed down. Basically, after the details of this agreement was announced within a few days, GM announced that they were not allocating new product to 5 plants. One of them was Oshawa. Now, since the American plants did recover and have some product allocated to it, but I think overall the auto industry is happy with this agreement. But she doesn't mention the fact that the uncertainty by dithering to get an agreement really caused problems. They could have signed the TPP, the original one, 4 years ago. It was Mr. Obama's deal, the most progressive deal out there. But a lot of uncertainty caused problems. So I was wondering, does she have any rationale? She eventually signed the TPP. Why did they, if trade was so important, why didn't they sign the original TPP when it was available 4 years ago?
Honorable Député de Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Saint Laurent.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the member for his question, and I would like to recognize that it was obviously not a great moment when the plant in Oshawa closed, which was before the agreement was signed, obviously. And of course, uncertainty does not help, and we wanted to make sure that this deal was as good as it could be for Canadians. We weren't going to sign just any deal. We wanted to make sure that Canadians across the country were going to benefit from this deal, and unfortunately, uncertainty never helps, but this deal and signing this deal is going to help us move forward in a positive way and is going to help our auto sector.
The
honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. I agree with her. Obviously, she listened to people in her riding. I listened to people in various ridings. And yesterday, a delegation of people from the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean region came to Ottawa and expressed their concerns about this deal. There are ways to improve this deal. It can be improved without having to renegotiate it entirely. We talked about some proposals in a spirit of cooperation, ways that things could be included to better protect aluminum. And then the Bloc perhaps could support the deal. The honourable member for Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said in my speech, this new deal includes pleasant surprises for Quebec when it comes to aluminum. The previous deal contained no protection for that industry, and now 70% of all the aluminum has to come from North America. That will definitely help Quebec. I think the Bloc should perhaps take another look at what the deal actually says before they vote, because it was a very good negotiation for Quebec.
For London Fanshawe.
Speaker, this government continually goes on and on about how Indigenous affairs or Indigenous relations are their most important relationship, that nation-to-nation building. And that's admirable, except that there was absolutely no mention of the United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People in this document. And I'm just wondering if the member knows if this government intends to get free, prior, and informed consent on this agreement before moving forward. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Saint.
The honourable member for Saint Laurent.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for her question, and I would like to restate that there were in the agreement talks about the Indigenous population and how to protect them as well, and so that was already included, and I mentioned it in my speech. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to split my time with the member from Megantic-Ladrab. I want to make it clear that we Conservatives are strongly in favour of free trade. The removal of barriers to trade results in lower costs for consumers and expanded production for our exporters. That is why, Madam Speaker, a Conservative Prime Minister signed the original NAFTA. The Liberal government claims that CUSMA is a victory, calling it updated NAFTA. In effect, what they are doing is attempting to claim victory for striking a deal almost as good as the ones Conservatives struck nearly a quarter century ago. Some of the areas in which this agreement falls short of the original include concessions on dairy, the non-market country FTA, which gives the U.S. oversight of Canada trade negotiations with other countries, and the sunset clause requiring a formal review of the agreement every 6 years, to name a few. The dairy farmers of Ontario stated CUSMA will have three main impacts on the Canadian dairy sector. One, the United States is given market access through tariff rate quotas on dairy. Two, milk classes 6 and 7 are eliminated. And three, the setting of global export thresholds for the following three products: milk protein concentrate, infant formula, and skim milk powder, above which export charges will be added on any additional exports at the global level. Dairy farmers of Ontario awaits ratification of the agreement to know how and when CUSMA will come into force, and more specific impact it will have on the sector. Pierre Lampron, President of Dairy Farmers of Canada, said the following: "The signing of the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement, CUSMA, is a sad chapter in Canada's dairy industry and for Canadian exporters. The access to our country's dairy market given to the U.S. represents a significant loss, the equivalent of the combined dairy production of New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. Market access is only the tip of the iceberg. Concessions include an oversight clause that gives the U.S. the ability to intervene in the administration of our own domestic system. The concession also gives the U.S. the ability to impose the equivalent of a cap on global dairy exports, which will limit Canada's ability to export dairy products. Would the U.S. ever accept such terms?" End quote. The Liberals failed to work with opposition parties during the negotiation and ratification process and are now rushing to push this deal through the House. The Deputy Prime Minister has stated over and over again in this House that the requirement for North American aluminum in autos will go from 0 to 70% under the new NAFTA. Each time she avoids mentioning the fact that Mexico can import aluminum from China, process it, and then have it qualify for preferential treatment. This was prevalent in the case of steel by requiring it to be melted and poured in North America. So why has this back door been left open for aluminum? Why did this government fail to include a definition for aluminum rules of origins for autos, requiring it to be poured and melted in North America? Premier Legault and the Aluminum Association of Canada expressed their disappointment that such a definition is absent from the new NAFTA. Why is this government's plan to protect Canada's aluminum workers from this problem? They have said they will monitor Mexico's imports of aluminum from China. What will they do if these imports are high? How long will it take for these actions to come into effect? What will be the net result of our aluminum industry? These questions and many more are all left unanswered. Even under the best-case scenario, where Mexico does not import large quantities of aluminum from China, wishful thinking to say the least, the failure of this agreement to stipulate it creates uncertainty. Uncertainty, as many of you know, always discourages investments and inevitably hurts the aluminum industry and negatively affects the lives of individuals who depend upon it. As much as 60,000 jobs are at stake. These are not just numbers. They represent real people with families who depend upon them. And what about the softwood lumber industry? The new NAFTA neglects communities that depend on this industry as well. The closure and restriction on softwood lumber mills have devastated communities from British Columbia to New Brunswick. The Canadian press went as far as to describe the situation as the forest industry carnage. Canada's sustainable forest industry has long been a key component of our economy, contributing over $24 billion to our GDP in 2017 and directly employing over 200,000 people. Roughly 29% of our forest export products are softwood lumber. Since 2017, Canadian lumber entering the U.S. has been hit with a 20% tariff, whereas European softwood enters the American market tariff-free. Why? The government claims victory on the North American Free Trade Agreement, even with softwood lumber notably absent. As I stated earlier, our Conservative Party is the party of free trade, and there are certainly many aspects of this agreement we agree with. Almost all these provisions were part of the original NAFTA that this government was so quick to open up and negotiate, but still they are important provisions. Here are some quotes from stakeholders that are particularly insightful. The Canadian Agri-Food Trade Alliance said, "We look forward to receiving confirmation that the changes don't negatively impact our members." Goldie Hyder, President and CEO of the Business Council of Canada, said the signed new NAFTA is good enough for Canada, something that gets us through this administration. It says a lot, however, that the only praise being levied on the new NAFTA is that it is managed to maintain several important parts of the original agreement. It is a democratic obligation of all members of Parliament to analyze legislation that is brought before this House. This is especially true when it comes to a trade deal with Canada's largest and most important trade partner. Madam Speaker, the Liberals have failed to provide documents outlining the impacts of the new trade deal despite numerous attempts from opposition members. It has been 49 days since we asked this government to provide an economic impact assessment on the new agreement, and to date, it has not been made available to any members of this House. Tuesday night, I even attended a briefing by Global Affairs Canada in order to get some information on the specifics of this agreement. When questions were asked, the answers we received were very political, such as, "It hasn't really changed that much," "very similar to the original," "basically the same," etc. I left the briefing with more questions than answers. And here we are, Madam Speaker, debating the bill and still waiting for concrete answers. The Liberals do not yet seem to recognize the realities of the new Parliament and are mistaken if they believe we will rubber stamp the deal. That is why we need to have this debate to finally get questions answered. Let us be thankful that we had a Conservative government to negotiate the original NAFTA. I would hate to have seen what deal this Liberal government would have negotiated if they didn't have the original to work from. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the time to bring my concerns forward.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Will they be voting for or against the revised NAFTA deal? Also, the premiers of Saskatchewan and Alberta have come out in favor of it. Today, the Premier of Ontario has also asked for a speedy approval of CUSMA to bring business certainty to the province of Ontario, where I live and have the privilege of representing one of the ridings there. So we have all the provincial premiers from the opposite the way there, from your vantage point, asking for immediate passage so we can give businesses certainty, we can give communities certainty, and most importantly, we give employees and Canadians from coast to coast certainty. Will you be voting yes or no for this deal?
I want to advise the member that he's to address it to the Speaker and not to the individual members. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, that is the question at hand. You know, we are here tonight to actually get some answers to some of the questions that I had brought forward. And I mean, everyone knows that we understand that it is an important agreement, and we've had free trade with the United States for many years. And that is why everyone wants that certainty. We're not necessarily going to vote against it, but we definitely need to question many parts of it. And as for many of the premiers speaking in favor of it, it's simply because we need to get this ratified as soon as possible.
Questions et commentaires? Questions? The honourable member for, is it Don Valley North? Oh, sorry, King's Hands, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. Just a couple comments, and the member can feel free to engage as he sees fit. First of all, he mentioned that the opposition parties were not involved. I'd like to remind the member that the former interim leader of the Conservative Party was well involved the entire time with the Deputy Prime Minister. In fact, she had remarked that it was the best deal that could have been made at the time. The member opposite also talked about the dairy industry. And while I appreciate that market access is unfortunate, you need to understand that every second word that was coming from the President of the United States was about dairy. We fought to maintain that access, and I want to remind the member opposite, because I believe he is a new member in this House, that it was the Conservatives under CETA and under CPTPP that negotiated that deal away freely without the same pressure that was faced by this government. And finally, as it relates to the text, the agreement's right here. It can be read. All that information is available. So to suggest somehow that this government is hiding the agenda, I think is unfortunate. I would like to hear the member's thoughts on those comments.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will try to address as much as I possibly can. You are right. I am a new member. Oh, yes.
Address it to the Speaker and not to the individual member.
And you're right, Madam Speaker. I am too a new member, as I'll state once again. There are several aspects that is correct, but the TPP, for instance, actually had lower reductions in quota than what was previously proposed right now. So that is one of the things that they have actually given up more than what was previously agreed upon. So that is one of the challenges that I'm having with this agreement. I'm sort of forgetting quite a bit of it, but the thing is, your questions, one of the things that I do know is that we have not been as involved as we would like to have been. Because this affects all parties right across Canada, we should have been actually better addressed throughout the whole process, and even for the last 48 days then, sir. Thank you.
We have time for a brief question. L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Jonquière, brief question, please. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I'd be interested in finding out what he thinks about our colleagues who are urging us to pass this bill as quickly as possible. When the U.S. Congress was seized of the issue, Democrats forced a lot of changes to the provisions applying to steel. So what does my colleague think about the political posturing coming from colleagues across?
For Yellowhead?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I do believe the reason why everyone is looking at trying to get this process as quickly as possible is because of the uncertainty that has been going on for so many months already. I know the election did interfere with the process somewhat, but still it has taken quite a lot of time. And unfortunately, with every decision we do make, it is quite political, and that's going to be a challenge with everything we do in this House.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to the bill to implement the new Canada-United States-Mexico Free Trade Agreement. But before I start talking about that, I just want to say that I was carefully listening to the debate between my colleagues on this free trade agreement. My Liberal colleague talked about Rona Ambrose, the former interim leader of the Conservative Party and who helped negotiate the agreement. He said this is the best agreement which could have been negotiated given the circumstances. That said, I would like to speak to the great intelligence of my former leader who saw the limits of this government, who saw the limits of the Prime Minister, and who saw the limits of the Minister of Foreign Affairs at the time. And at the time, the reality is that the Liberals could not get a better deal. So things have to be put into their proper context. When you know your negotiating team is in a weak position compared to the American negotiating team, you can see that our former leader was right when she said that this was the best deal we could have reached under the circumstances. Now, Madam Speaker, the bill on the implementation of the Canada-United States-Mexico Free Trade Agreement comes after the first free trade agreement, which was signed into law by the Conservatives. But for us, this is not NAFTA 2.0. It's more like NAFTA 0.5. It's not a new Canada-US-Mexico agreement. This is, in fact, a diminished free trade agreement. Why? Because so many sectors come out as losers under this agreement. This government has not helped our sectors make the gains they should have been able to make. I'm not saying this. It is a leader of the House of Representatives in the States who said it, and I quote in English.
Minister que je peux pas nommer, la ministre des Affaires étrangères, conceded on just about every point we raised for one reason: enforceability, enforceability, enforceability. Madame la Présidente,
well, Madam Speaker,
we agreed to elicit such a reaction. C'est quoi les concessions qui ont été faites?
What concessions were made for the chair of the most powerful U.S. committee of Congress to say something like this, to say that the Canadian Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs backed down on almost every point in these negotiations? Well, it's simple, Madam Speaker. It's because the Liberals are not the party of free trade. Conservatives are the party of free trade. Congratulations to all former Conservative ministers who helped to negotiate a good free trade agreement for Canada. In fact, the Liberals have imperiled, put at risk all of our other free trade agreements, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the EU Free Trade Agreement. The Prime Minister did not show up at the Trans-Pacific Partnership signing ceremony. All other countries signed up for the signing ceremony except our Prime Minister. We don't know where he was. He was MIA. He was not there. In fact, by virtue of his not showing up, we risked the agreement. Why? Maybe he felt he wasn't properly dressed for his photo op. And so we had to scramble to sign the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which brings us to today's agreement. At the very last minute, the Liberals were able to reach an agreement. We used to be the main trading partner of the United States, but now it seems Mexico has supplanted us. Why? Because there was an agreement between Canada and Mexico, and then Canada was told you better sign quickly or you will not be at the table. And here we are today, Madam Speaker. This shows the Liberals are unable to reach good deals for Canada. That's the reality. Now, Madam Speaker, one of the main concessions Canada made was with regard to the aluminum sector. I would like to point out the excellent work of my colleague, the member for Chicoutimi-Le who has denounced many times the last-minute Liberal concessions made on the backs of the aluminum industry. The Liberals like to repeat they are protecting 70% of Canada's aluminum sector, 70%, as if the aluminum sector had no protections before. But 70%, in fact, only applies to auto parts. However, if you make these auto parts with Chinese aluminum or aluminum from any other country, aluminum made through the burning of fossil fuels, well, that aluminum would still be considered as part of the 70% of North American auto part contents. And the Liberals are claiming that they are protecting Quebec's aluminum industry. That's unacceptable. The member for Chicoutimi-Le is working hard with MPs from the area. I would like the member for Chicoutimi-Le to tell us how he met with stakeholders and people on the ground. He met with Ms. Néron, the mayor of Saguenay, with Patrick Bérubé, and with Christian Filion, people who all work in the aluminum sector. The point is that we are working together to help protect Quebec workers and the Quebec aluminum sector. My colleague has very good solutions. He will not oppose the signing of this agreement. Why? Because we need the agreement. 80% of businesses in my riding every day trade with the U.S. And that's why the Conservatives wanted a free trade agreement with the Americans, because they knew such an agreement would be beneficial for Canada. My colleague has good ideas for the government, including a timeline to bring about a system for the traceability of aluminum. It's important to know where aluminum comes from that goes into car parts that go into cars that are made in North America. If we don't know where that aluminum comes from, and given how cheap foreign aluminum is, well, more and more of that aluminum will end up in our vehicles. What about tariffs? The government has money in its coffers. Well, we need to know where that money is and how it will be spent. The aluminum industry has a low carbon footprint. So Canada should tell its trading partners, the U.S. and Mexico, that it has green aluminum with a low carbon footprint. This will help bring down greenhouse gas emissions. This will help to protect Quebec's aluminum industry, and it will help protect thousands of jobs in the Lac-Saint-Jean area, in the Portneuf area, and in every area where there are aluminum plants. So, Madam Speaker, the solutions are out there. Sure, we will support this agreement. We would rather have not been where we are today. This government has promised it would work with us, but they would be well advised to listen to the solutions proposed by my colleague from Chicoutimi-Le. I was the shadow critic for agriculture, and I won't launch into compensation for our dairy producers and farmers. No compensation was announced, and yet this government made major concessions on the backs of the dairy producers. The government has not tallied the cost to the dairy sector. The government has not explained why it has given the U.S. more power on our agriculture sector. Well, it's because the Liberals gave last-minute concessions to the U.S. and was unable to defend Canadian and Quebec workers. So, Madam Speaker, I will probably support this bill, but it would be nice to get answers from the government before the bill is passed. Thank you very much. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the government leader in the House.
Across the way is attempting to rewrite history, I'm afraid. If in wanting to give the former Harper government some credit, they did begin negotiations on a number of agreements, and that's a good thing. I recognize that. In fact, on the Ukraine trade deal, we did sign it off, but we didn't have to modify, from what I understand. But to assume credit for the European Union or the TPP, it's really stretching it, I would suggest, Madam Speaker. But we don't mind sharing some of the glory in terms of recognizing both the Conservatives and Liberal governments have recognized the true value of trade in the world. The U.S., Mexico, the U.S. in particular, that is our single greatest trading partner. It emphasizes just how important this agreement is. Now, I listened to many Conservatives speak, and I guess if I was in opposition, I would probably be saying, yeah, we could do better, we could do better. But when you look at the agreement itself, from my perspective, this is a good deal. We have provinces of all political stripes recognizing the value of it and wanting to see it to pass. Would not my friend recognize that he too would agree that this is in fact a good deal?
I want to remind the members that there's only 5 minutes of questions and comments, and please put their questions to the member, through the speaker, to the member right away, so that we can get to other questions and comments from those who also want to participate. The honourable member for l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Larable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Listen, Madam Speaker, we can't go over the whole history, but it's true that this government has jeopardized or risked jeopardizing various agreements, including the one with Europe and the TPP. And now it's all very well to say there are things that could be improved. Well, I would say I'm in opposition, and I know that we couldn't have done worse than they have done. Questions and comments. The honourable member. For Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Is that it? No?
Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his remarks. I'm pleased that the Conservatives also support the fact that aluminum needs to be protected. I thank him for that. I think there needs to be collaboration amongst parties, and we actually invited Mr. Martel to come in December, and he came. We invited these people here. We called a press conference. We wanted everyone to come here. We invited Mr. Martel again. He didn't necessarily come back, but my question is this to my colleague. Now, he's no longer coming. Is that for partisan reasons? He no longer wants to join forces with us? Or can we actually count on the collaboration of Mr. Martel to protect our workers? I apologize, Madam Speaker. The member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. The honourable member for Mégantic-Larable. Madam Speaker, not only do Quebecers in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean and Quebecers in Chicoutimi be able to count on him, he will be taking the lead, and along with the collaboration of Bloc Québécois members. He is a strong advocate for the aluminum industry. He's been talking about it from the very beginning. I would simply ask the member for Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean to ask him directly the question, not me. So I think the answer I can give him tonight is that he is a proud advocate for the aluminum industry and for his riding.
I have brief question, the honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech in this House. For myself, as a representative of North Island Powell River, we have multiple dairy farms in our communities, and one of the challenges for small, rural, remote communities is when those industries are attacked through trade agreements, what we see is a huge decline of resources to those communities. One of the things I love about supply management, Madam Speaker, is that it protects these businesses, these family-owned businesses, and protects those communities. I would just like to hear from from the member his opinion on supply management and how much more our dairy farmers can take with trade agreements like this.
Une très brève réponse du député.
A very brief response from the member. Madam Speaker, I don't think that supply management should be affected in any future deal. We shouldn't make any concessions. Supply management is what protects all the small farms in my riding. So, of course, I am a strong advocate for supply management.
Before I recognize the next speaker, I just want to advise that we are now at the time where it is transferring over to 10-minute speech as opposed to 20-minute speeches. And unfortunately, I will have to, at some point, interrupt the member because we are going to be running out of time, and he'll be able to continue his speech tomorrow if this matters before the House. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment and Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise in the House today for my first speech to speak to the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement. Some people call it CUSMA. In my home riding of Windsor-Tecumseh, we simply call it the new NAFTA. Either way, this trade agreement spells certainty and job security for the 40,000 manufacturing workers and 8,000 agriculture workers in our region whose companies rely on open and reliable access to the U.S. market. $2 billion of trade crosses the U.S.-Canada border each day, and 1/4 of that trade crosses the Windsor-Detroit border. More than just market access, the new NAFTA means every car made in North America will have 25% more local content. That means more production, more jobs, greater prosperity for our region. But don't take my word for it. The president of the Automotive Parts Manufacturers Association said this week, the new NAFTA is, quote, the single biggest boost to the fortunes of the Canadian auto supply sector in our history. And that is why I urge my colleagues in this House to move swiftly and resolutely on ratifying this important trade deal. I also want to talk about another key aspect of the new NAFTA that will help tilt the playing field even further in favor of Canadian workers like those in Windsor-Tecumseh, and that's the new Labour Chapter. Through the new Labour Chapter, the agreement seeks to improve working conditions and living standards across North America and to protect and enhance basic workers' rights. Trade and labour protections are mutually supportive, and Canada strives to demonstrate internationally that a competitive economy includes safe, healthy, and cooperative workplaces. The Labour Chapter in this new agreement aims to raise and improve labour standards and working conditions in all three countries by building on international labour principles and rights. The original NAFTA includes a side agreement on labour called the North American Agreement on Labour Cooperation. This new Labour Chapter is a significant improvement over the original side agreement and is fully incorporated into the new NAFTA. The new Labour Chapter includes commitments to protect and promote internationally recognized labour principles and rights, including the International Labour Organization's 1998 Declaration of Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work. Most importantly, Madam Speaker, these commitments are all subject to dispute settlement. It also includes commitments to ensure that national laws and policies provide protection of the fundamental principles and rights at work, including the right to freedom of association and collective bargaining. The chapter also includes a non-derogation clause that prevents parties from deviating from their domestic labor laws in order to encourage trade or investment. Importantly, the new Labour Chapter has a number of key provisions that support the advancement of fair and inclusive trade. For instance, it includes enforceable obligations to address issues related to migrant workers, forced or compulsory labor, and violence against union members. To address labor rights violations in Mexico, it also includes an annex with specific requirements on worker representation in collective bargaining. I mentioned the issue of forced or compulsory labor, an odious practice that still exists in many countries. The Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement is the very first agreement to include an obligation that commits Canada, as well as the United States and Mexico, to prohibit the importation of goods produced by forced labor. Madam Speaker, this is a milestone provision that could have an important impact on workers around the globe. And let me give you some context. The ILO estimates that in 2016, approximately 25 million people worldwide were subjected to forced labor, and a disproportionate number were women and young girls. Our government has committed to address forced labor for this reason within the labor chapter of the agreement. Madam Speaker, while these inclusive trade provisions will largely help workers outside of Canada, the modernized agreement will also help workers here at home. How exactly, you may ask? North American free trade has been an enormous benefit to Canadian businesses, workers, and the overall economy. It means more good quality jobs here at home and more affordable goods and services. The agreement ensures that trade does not come at the expense of workers' labor rights. Ultimately, trade is about people. It's about creating the best possible conditions for growth, for jobs, and for the prosperity of individuals and working families in their communities. Madam Speaker, let me give you an example of how the CUSMA agreement will protect Canadian interests and help to curb the outflow of jobs. The Rules of Origin chapter addresses automotive manufacturing wages in North America by including a labor value content requirement. Basically, this means that 40% of the value of a vehicle must be from a plant where the workers earn an average of $16 per hour or more in order for the vehicle to be considered as originating from a CUSMA country. This provision, together with the labor chapter provisions on collective bargaining rights, may create upward pressures on wages in Mexico and help to level the playing field for Canadian workers and businesses. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that the labor chapter is subject to the dispute settlement chapter in cases of non-compliance to ensure that all obligations are respected. The agreement provides an opportunity for governments to take the necessary actions and measures if prior attempts to resolve the matter through consultations prove ineffective. The labor chapter allows for complaints from members of the public, including businesses and unions, in cases of non-compliance. When Canada, the United States, and Mexico agreed to further strengthen the labor chapter of the agreement on December 10th, Canada established a new bilateral rapid response mechanism with Mexico that allows Canada to request an investigation into certain labor rights violations by an independent panel of labor experts. This mechanism will ultimately hold covered facilities accountable to the commitments on workers' rights. Madam Speaker, the labor chapter is a significant improvement on the original NAFTA side agreement on labor. This robust and comprehensive chapter will bolster existing protections for workers. Workers at home and around the world will benefit from the Canada-United States-Mexico agreement and enjoy better labor standards for years to come. Let's get this deal ratified. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member will have 3 minutes and 20 seconds the next time that this matter is before the House, should he choose to finish up his speech and take questions and comments. Alors, à ce moment-ci, conforme.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm here this evening to raise an issue that I care deeply about. Members of Parliament adopted a motion in this House calling on the Auditor General to investigate into the $186 billion under the Investing in Canada plan brought forward by the Liberal government in 2016. Madam Speaker, that plan was highly criticized by the Auditor General, rather by the PBO, because of the lack of information from the government and the inability to track the billions of dollars that were promised in investments throughout the country. We feel that this is a very important issue. Madam Speaker, you'll recall that when the Liberal government was elected in 2015, they were elected on a promise of investing in infrastructure to put Canadians back to work, to grow the economy, to increase GDP. And unfortunately, that didn't happen. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, investments in infrastructure were done with borrowed money. In 2015, they had said that they would run a teeny tiny deficit, 10 billion and 10 billion, and then 6 billion, and then back to fiscal balance and balanced books. This year, we're now at $28.6 billion in deficit, and the PBO estimates that there is no infrastructure plan. So how can one judge the substance of a plan when there is no plan? And that is why we called on the Auditor General to undertake this study. Madam Speaker, the Auditor General announced last year that their office lacked the funding required to undertake all their audits and to comply with their oversight obligations. So the Auditor General does not have enough funding to carry out their mandate. We want to make sure that they have the necessary resources. The Auditor General considers that there is a severe lack of funding and that they need millions more to be able to undertake their audits. Well, Madam Speaker, one area the government can get that money from is from the Asian Infrastructure Bank. The government has wanted to put tens of millions of dollars into that bank. And what that means is that we look pretty good internationally. However, while tens of millions of dollars are being sent to the Asian Infrastructure Bank, China has closed its borders to canola. It has shut its borders to pork and beef imports. And yet we continue to send money. And what are we doing here? Well, the Auditor General is complaining that he doesn't have money to undertake his oversight mandate and to undertake his audits of all government departments. So, given that we don't have a particularly good relationship with China, perhaps what should be done is that we take this money that should go to the Asian Infrastructure Bank and that we give it to the Auditor General so that he can investigate on how money is being invested in infrastructure here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader?
Madam Speaker, the member was quite focused on the Auditor General and the Asian Infrastructure Bank, and just discussing it with my colleague, we thought maybe it would be more appropriate if I attempt to provide an answer, because it wasn't necessarily about the canola. So having said that, I can tell the member is, there is a difference between this side of the House, the new government since 2015, where there is a much deeper amount of respect for those independent parliamentary offices, such as the Auditor General of Canada. And we all know that there is a process in which the Auditor General will come before standing committees, will come before Parliament in different ways, and put in requests. We'll also make suggestions. There's reports that come out. There's a great deal of discussion and ongoing debate. And one of the things that I've done, even in the days in which I was an MLA, is always respected the independence of the auditor, whether it's at the national level or at a provincial level, because they do a lot of fine work. And I am sure that even with the resources that they have today, that they're able to meet the requirements that they also have for the day. I suspect if you were to check with any of our independent officers or of the Parliament of Canada, or even if you were to go into those independent offices at the provincial level, you'll find that there's always a need for additional resources. I'm sure if we were to offer more money, something I must say that Stephen Harper never did, to the best of my knowledge, but then at least it would facilitate some discussion. In regards to the Infrastructure Bank, I know many of the Conservatives like to talk about the Asian Infrastructure Bank. What they don't recognize is that in the past, I can recall one of the incidences where they actually invested in flood-proofing for Philippines. And that, I believe, has actually saved a great deal, both of material and financial help for a country that was really in need of some flood-proofing. So to try to say, look, the Asian Development Bank is nothing but a disaster, I think does a disservice. That at the end of the day, it was a wise investment from the Government of Canada. There's many different ways ways in which we can provide assistance every year, whether it's conservative governments of the past or current governments. We do spend money internationally to support communities in many different ways, and we've done that. That's a part of our obligations. All Western countries, whether the USA, Europe, the EU, Australia, we all contribute to the bigger picture of the world and try to make the world a better place to live. And I suspect that at the very least indirectly, if not directly, I would argue, that commitment to the Asian Bank assists in doing that. And so in regards to the canola, because you did make a very, very brief comment on canola, I can tell the member that this government has long been a very strong advocate for our canola farmers in the prairies. In fact, shortly after getting into government, we had an issue with canola and Russia, and we were able to resolve that. And we continuously look at other potential markets around the world where it could actually be expanded upon.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Larab. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it took a minority government for this government to finally agree to speaking about canola in committee. We're talking about $250 million in taxpayers' money that the Liberal government will be sending to the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. And the Auditor General is asking for a lot less than that to be able to undertake his work to audit this government's accounts. Why does the Auditor General need more money? Because this government is spending in a way that no government has spent in the history of Canada. This is the largest spending government and Prime Minister in the history of Canada. So obviously, the Auditor General, given all these expenditures and all these programs, not to mention that one infrastructure project, needs to be audited. And we have over 50 programs that the Auditor General has to audit. We're in a conflict with China right now. So the money that's going to the Asian Infrastructure Bank should go to adequately fund the Auditor General.
Madam Speaker, my friend makes reference to record amounts of money in which the government spends. I'm sure he would also acknowledge that every year, as the country continues to grow and there is more prosperity, albeit more so under Liberal regimes than Conservative regimes, you are going to see increases in expenditure. And at the end of the day, as I say, we need to respect the fact that we have an independent office. It's a parliamentary office, and there's opportunities for it to have the type of dialogue that the member is suggesting that we have, Madam Speaker. And I would really encourage him to get involved. Committees such as the Procedures and House Affairs Committee, maybe raising through his House Leader the issue at the Board of Eternal Economies. There's other ways in which we could talk about it, but I don't think we need to politicize the Auditor General's office, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.